In this tutorial, we are going to build a fully functional Xclone with React Native. We can run this application both on our laptop and on our physical device. We are going to test it out on both Android and iOS just to make sure it is working smoothly without any potential issues. And to be able to build this application, you don't need to learn another programming language like Swift or Kotlin. With the React knowledge you already have, we can build this app in 7 hours. And in this tutorial, I'll be guiding you through every single step of the way so that once you complete this tutorial, you can build any kind of mobile application with these technologies. Just before we jump into coding, let me give you a quick demo of the end result of this course. So as always, everything starts from the authentication screen. We can sign up with our Google account or Apple ID. Once we are authenticated, we will be redirected to the home screen. There will be 5 different screens. In the home screen, we can create a post that can be a text with an image. And this image could be selected from our gallery. Or if we wanted to, we can use our device camera and take a photo. And you're gonna learn how to implement these functionalities. Once you share the photo, the UI will be updated. And if you are the owner of the post, you can delete it. There will be a like and comment actions. We are gonna learn how to create a modal that nicely slides in from the bottom of the screen for these comments. When someone likes and comments on our post, we can see it from the notifications tab with all the details. And from the profile screen with this modal, we can edit our own profile. From the messages screen, we can see a list of conversations with the message history. And if we press long on a conversation, we can delete it from the list. Finally, in the search tab, we can see the trending topics. And with this button, you can sign out, which is going to redirect you to the login screen. So this is the entire application, literally a fully functional Xclone. Now, this is not just a React Native tutorial, but it's also a complete backend course, because we are going to build a complete API that is connected to a database on the cloud. And it has authentication and authorization, rate limiting, bot detection, and attack protection. And these are the things that you would like to implement on a real-world project with robust features. Once we build our API, we are going to deploy it so that we can connect to it from our mobile application. And along the way, you will learn the easiest and best way to implement authentication with social sign-in options. And when we are building this project, we are going to be working with Git and GitHub at the end of every single section. So we are going to create a new branch and send a pull request as if we are working with a team on this project. So you will learn one of the most common workflows that you would do in a company as a web developer. And I can easily say that this is the type of tutorial that I wish I had as a React developer. And as the final words, I would like to mention that every single tool that we'll be using is completely free to get started with. So you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along with this tutorial. So if you're excited enough, let's jump into coding. The source code of this project will be free in the description. Give it a star and feel free to use it however you wish. One last quick announcement, I have a premium Udemy course with more than 120 hours. We are building all kinds of projects from React to Next.js to Python and Go. If you're interested, there are over 5,000 students and everyone enjoys it so far. You can find the discount link in the description. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Alright, so looks like you have decided to follow along, so let's get into it, sir. The first thing you need to do is creating an empty folder. In my case, it is in my desktop. And this is the name that I came up with. It is Xclone React Native. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead, drag and drop it in VS Code. And then we are gonna need 2 different folders because this is going to be a full stack application where we'd like to first build a backend, our API, and once we are done with it, we're going to build our mobile application with React Native and Expo. And before we write any code, I'd like to mention that you have to have Node.js installed. So just go ahead and visit nodejs.org. Probably you already have this, but specifically, I want you to install version 22 and above. So in my case, it is long-term support. Let me just zoom in. When you're watching this video, this version could be completely different. It is fine, just make sure you have installed version 22 or above, okay? so that we have the exact same output. And depending on your operating system, it'll be selected automatically, but you can change it and install it. In my case, I'm using Mac, but if you're on Windows or Linux, like, it's completely fine. You can still follow along with this video. Okay, we're gonna get into the GitHub and creating a new repo in the, in a couple of minutes. But first, let's jump into the VS Code. And let's try to initialize both of these. I'll open up my terminal with Command J or Control J, and let's cd into the backend. Okay, we don't really have anything. Let's try to initialize a Node.js application. I'll say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file. So we'd like to install a couple of different packages. Normally I would say something like npm install or npm I, and I would say express, and that would be it, right? I wouldn't really put a specific version, but since this is a tutorial, if you are probably you're gonna watch this a couple of months or even years later, I want to use a specific version for every single package, so that if you're watching this in the future, this tutorial should still work as expected. Okay, so let me just put the versions. I'll copy and paste and I'll walk you through it. I'll delete everything, kill the left hand side, and paste this in. So please pause the video and type this out. npm install express, just get this specific version, and if you want to add a version, you would add this add symbol. Probably you already know this. And then get mongoose with this specific version, .env, and then course. So we'll get even more packages, but first let's run this so that we can really go slowly initially. Okay, so we got all these packages. Here we go, we got the node modules. I'll clear up this terminal and run a couple of different packages as well. Okay, so once again, I have just copied it and I'll paste this in. Let me zoom out so that you can see it clearly. Again, pause the video and type this out. We'll be using Clerk Express SDK so that we can handle the authentication on the server side, which is something that we'll get into the details later in the video. And then we'll be using Arcjet SDK as well. So go ahead, type this out, and this will be really important for us so that we can protect our API, from, let's say bots. We will detect the bots, we will add rate limiting, and we will handle all the security issues. Okay, Arcjet will do it for us. All we have to do is just some configurations. So go ahead, run this as well. So it'll take a little bit of time, but then it should be installed. Let's wait for this to be completed. And while this is installing, we can open up a new terminal and cd into the mobile folder. We're going to initialize this, but it'll take a little bit of time until we get into the mobile development. So first we're going to build the entire API and deploy it. Once we are done with it, we'll get into the mobile folder. Okay, so it looks like we got all the packages for the backend. And now let's try to initialize a React Native application. Now for this, we'll be using Expo, which is something that I'll get into the details a little bit later in the video, but let's just search for it. So expo.dev, you can see the documentation. Let's say get started for free. Okay, maybe let's just say documentation and copy this script. So I'll just copy it, paste this in, and I promise we'll get into the details in the incoming sections. For now, just say npx create expo app at latest, and give it a space and put dot at the end, which means initialize it under the current folder, which is the mobile folder, right? Okay, so this is going to get you a boilerplate mobile application. So this is just the quick setup. Later in the video, we'll get into the details. So the mobile application has been initialized successfully. Now, just before we get into the backend, I would like to get rid of the Git from this mobile folder, because we're going to initialize it under the root and we will push both of them to the GitHub. Okay, so by default, this comes up with the Git initialized, and you can see it if you change anything. Let's just say, I don't know, let's just say color right X, save. Now we can see we have some changes on Git because this has been initialized as a Git repository. Let's just bring this back, and I'd like to get rid of the Git repo. Okay, so here to be able to make this, first I'll clear up my terminal and I will say remove, rm-rf, which means recursively, just go ahead, delete the git folder. Okay, so I'll just run this, and you can say Command Shift P and reload the window. Now you will see that if you change anything and save, you will not really have any changes in Git, okay? Because this is not a Git repo. And if this did not work in Windows, I think you can click here and select bash, and I think it should work out. So you would get a new terminal, just cd into the backend, cd into the mobile, and run this command. I think it should work, which was this one. Okay. So I hope that made sense. Now let's delete this, and we don't really need to think about the mobile application for a very, very long time until we complete the backend folder, right? The backend application, which is our API. So let's try to set up our backend folder. Now this section is going to be a little bit boring because we'll just do the setup, not really anything exciting, but that's fine. This will save, we'll just save ourselves a lot of time, okay? So let's try to create the source folder, and this is the folder that will put all of our application, let's say, application logic. So first I'd like to create a file called server.js, and let's try to initialize a simple Express application. Now I'd like to use import and export syntax. So here I'll go under the package JSON, and I'll add the type to be module. By default it is common.js. So I'll say module, and let me zoom in. So I'll say import express from the express package, and then we can say create an app. Let's say call the express, and then we can listen on a port. I'll say app.listen. I'll be using 5001. You can choose anything that you wish. And then let's say console log, something like server is up and running on port 5001. Now let's try to set up a script so that we can run the server.js file. I'll have the dev script. Let's delete this, and then I'll duplicate it. We will have one for the start. So this will be used in development, and this will be used in production when we deploy our API. For the dev command, I'll be using node. Let's say we are gonna run the server.js file, which is under the source folder. And I'd like to listen for any changes. So I'll just say -- watch. Normally I would use a package like nodemon, but now that we have Node version 20 and above, we can use this one, okay? And in the start command, we can just say run the source server.js file without watching for changes. Let's save and try to run this command, which is the dev. Under the backend, just say npm run dev. Okay, now it is listening for any changes. If you save this file, it's going to restart the server. Okay, that's fine. Now we can, I think, create all the folders that we would need. So I'll create the controllers. Then we will create the models. We're going to create the routes. And by the way, I'll assume you know how to build a pretty basic Express application. So I'm not going to assume you don't know anything about Express or full stack development. I don't really think it would be any realistic to tell you, I'll teach you everything you need in this one single tutorial, but instead, I'll just tell you that I'm assuming you know the basics. And if you don't know, I have a bunch of different really beginner friendly tutorials on the channel that you can take a look at. Okay, so let's say get the controllers, models, routes, and we can get the middleware folder as well. And then I think we can create the config folder. Then I will create all the files that we would need. So we're going to have routes for the user. And you could just say user.js, but I'd like to follow this convention, which is user route.js. This is a regular JavaScript file, but I think this is looking pretty cool and nice, so that when you open up the file, you can easily understand that this is a route file and specifically for users. And this is the convention that I'll be following. And then let me double check from my notes. We will have the, let's say, post.routes.js file, and then we will have, let me copy and paste. We will have the notifications. Let's say authentication.routes.js, and I think it should be singular route. And then finally for the comments, so I'll just say comment.route.js. And then we can create the models. So we'll have a model for the user, let's say user.model.js, and we'll be using MongoDB with Mongoose. Now this icon is a little bit different. It's because of an extension that I'm using, but this is literally a regular JavaScript file, okay? So if you cannot see this, it's because I have this extension called, I think, yeah, it is this one, VS Code Grade Icons. So this is the icon theme that I'm using, just in case if you're wondering. And then we'll have 3 different files. So we're gonna have the post modal.js. We will have a model for the comment, say comment.modal.js, and then we will have, let's say, notification.modal.js. I know this section is going pretty boring, but that's fine. We will, the incoming sections will be really fun because we don't really need to handle with these file creations. And then we'll get into the controllers. Let's say comment.controller.js file, and let's do the same thing for post, user, and notification. So I'll just maybe pause the video, create them, and come back. Okay, so these are all the files that I have created. They are completely empty. And then let's close everything and go under the middleware folder. And we will have, I think, 3 different files. Let's say the upload middleware.js. This is going to be used for the file uploads. Then I'll say for the authentication. And then we will have for the Arcjet, which is going to be for the security and rate limiting. Let's say middleware.js file. And I think the only thing we're missing is the config. And here we will have the environment variables, database connections, so on and so forth. So I'll just say env.js, and then I'll have db.js file. Then we can have the arcjet.js file. Again, this is going to be needed for the configuration. We'll get into the details a little bit later in the video. And then finally, for the file uploads, we'll be using Cloudinary. Let's say cloudinary.js file. Okay, so I know that it was a little bit overwhelming, but we are, I think, done with the file and folder structure. And then I would like to create a .env file as well as a gitignore file. I'll just say .gitignore. We would like to ignore the node modules as well as the .env file from Git. And then we can go into the .env file and set up our environment variables. So I'll just say put my port, which is going to be 5001. We'll have node_env, which is going to be development because we are still developing this application. Once we deploy, this is going to be equal to production. And then we'll be using clerk for the authentication. So I'll just say clerk_publishable key, and let's duplicate this. This time it'll be secret key, and we're going to get these values in a couple of minutes. Let's say get these 2, and we can give a little bit space so that it's a little bit more organized. Then we're going to get the database URI, which is the connection string. Again, we'll put something here in a couple of minutes. And then we can get the Arcjet key. So this will allow us to implement rate limiting. Let's say Arcjet_key. We're going to put the value, and we can also put Arcjet environment. Oops, let's just say Arcjet env. Now this is going to be development. When we deploy our application, we don't really need to add this, so we can delete it in production, but for now let's keep it. And then finally, we're going to have the Cloudinary environment variables. So I'll say Cloudinary_cloud name. And then we can duplicate this twice. We're going to have the API key as well as the API secret. Let me copy and paste rather than wasting any time. And we're going to get all these values in a second. Let's save this file and let's try to actually grab all these values. This course is kindly sponsored by Clerk, Arcjet, and Codebase. They all have free plans, so you don't need to pay anything to be able to get started with. You can find the links in the description and we'll be using them in this project. Thanks for watching, and let's continue with the course. And let's start with Clerk. You can find the link in the description. They have a free plan that we can go ahead and get started with. So they have a bunch of different SDKs for Expo, Next.js, you name it. They have basically everything, but we'll be using Expo and Express specifically. So let's say sign in. And by the way, just before that, you can double check that they have a completely free plan up until 10,000 monthly active users, which is insane. So let's say start building. I already have an account. Let me just try to log in. I'll say sign in with my, let's say, I don't know, let's just say Google account. And then we will create a project. So this is the one that I had previously, but let's say create a new one. And we can give it a name. Let's say, I don't know, X clone Expo. We'll be using the option, which is the Google and Apple, but you can include anything that you wish. These are the ones that I'll have. Let's say create the application. And then we'll go under the Expo. So here they only have the publishable key, but if you take a look at the Express SDK, let's say Express Clerk SDK, you'll see something different. Let's see, get started with it. So under the quick start, you can see that they have both secret key and publishable key. Select your project, which is this one in my case. I'll copy it and paste it right here. Oops. So this is what we have. And then let's set up the Arcjet key as well. And once again, please do not get bored. I know that this section is a little bit boring, but we are basically setting up all the tools that we're gonna need. And we are doing it in the very first section so that we don't really need to waste any time in the incoming sections. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and get the Arcjet key, which is going to be used for the rate limiting, bot detection, protection, everything, you name it. So you will find the link in the description. Let me go ahead and visit that. So Arcjet is the painless security for developers. They have bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, you name it, they have everything. So let's try to sign up for free. I think I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and log in with my GitHub account. And I believe I had a project which was for testing purposes. So I'll delete it and we're going to start from scratch. Let's say proceed with deletion. And this is the site name. Let me say delete. Okay, this is what you're going to see initially as well. Let's say new site. And we can say X clone created. Now they have a bunch of different SDKs. We would like to use Node.js and Express specifically. Let's select that and go into the documentation. So these are the packages that we have already installed, and we already have an Express app. So we can skip these steps and get our key as well as the, let's say, the environment. So we have already set this up, but we need to get our key. It says visit here. Let's say just go to this website, which is our dashboard. So I'll select my website and I can get my Arcjet key. I'll copy it and paste it right here. Okay, so that's it. We'll get into the configuration in the incoming sections. And finally, let's get the, let's say, Cloudinary cloud name. I will leave this for the next section where we, let's say, where we handle the database specifically. Okay, we're going to ignore this and finally just set this up in this section. So I'll visit cloudinary.com. And once again, I already have an account. Let me just try to log in pretty quickly. And we'll get 3 different environment variables. So this is like a bucket where we can store all the images. So under the dashboard, get your cloud name and paste this in. Then we'll get an API key as well as a secret under the settings. So once again, under the settings, under the API keys, let's create a new one. these are the ones that we have done in the previous tutorials, I believe. Let's just say generate a new API key. And let me put the confirmation code from my inbox, which is this one. Let me copy it and paste this in. Okay, so I'll get the API key and make sure that this is active. So I just got the API key, paste this in, and finally we'll get the secret key. Okay, so these are all the environment variables that we're gonna need, and we'll be using them in the incoming sections. So I think this could be it for this section. Just before we leave it, let's try to push this code to GitHub. Of course, not the .env file, but the entire code base. So first things first, I'll say open up my terminal, kill this, and under the root, okay, do not cd into the backend or mobile. Just from the root, say git init. Now this has been initialized, and as you can tell, the node modules have been ignored, both under the mobile and under the backend, as well as the .env file. And let's say, go under here, create a new repository. For the name, I'll go with something like, let's say, x clone React Native, and I'll make it private. If you wanted to, you can go with public, but I'll make it public once I publish this video. So I'll say create the repo, and I'd like to add my changes. So first I'll say git add all. Both you can do it here or from the source control. So for this very first commit, I'll be doing it from my terminal. I'll say git add everything, and let's say git commit -m, let's say initial commit. Okay, now that we have committed this, we would like to basically link this with the GitHub repo. So I'll copy this command, which says push an existing repository from the command line. So we have an existing repository, and we would like to push this. I'll paste this in. And I think if you refresh, you should be able to see your code, both the backend folder, and let me just zoom in. Oops, it says path copied. Looks like I cannot zoom in. Okay, so we got the backend as well as the mobile folder. And as you can tell, we don't really have the node modules or .env file because they have been ignored under the git ignore file. Okay, so I think that's it for the entire section. It was pretty boring, I can admit this, but we basically set it up our backend folder as well as the mobile application, and we have set it up the .env file for all the tools that we'll be using, and the file and folder structure that we have. So we got the routes, models, middleware, controllers, and the config. Okay, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we'll like to set up our database, which is going to be MongoDB. So once again, I'd like to talk about what we are doing at the moment. So we are trying to build an API with Express and Node.js. For the database, we'll be using MongoDB to store some data. And once we are done with this API, we're going to deploy this to Vercel. Okay, now let's go ahead and visit mongodb.com and create an account. Again, it's completely free. Let's try to log in with my Google account. And then we would like to create a project. So let's wait for this to sign in. Okay, so I think I'll just say create a new project. So this is the one, like these are the ones that I have, but let's say view all of them and create one from scratch. For the name, I think I'll just say X clone React Native. And let's say next, I will be the project owner. And then I think we're going to create a cluster. We can go with the free plan. So I'll select this one and I'll leave everything as it is. Let's say create the deployment. This is going to hopefully give us a connection string. So first, let's copy the password, create the database user, and choose a connection method. We would like to connect from our Node.js application. So let's select the drivers. Okay, so it'll take, I think, maybe 1 minute until it gives us a connection string. And instead of using MongoDB, we'll be using Mongoose, and we'll get into it. So just make sure that you have toggled this on, copy it, and then paste it under the Mongo URI. So by using this connection string, we can connect to our database. And here before the question mark, let's give it a name for our database, because if you don't put anything, it is going to be called as test database. Okay, so here I'd like to say something like maybe x_db. Okay, just save this and we should be good to go. We have all of our environment variables. I would like to configure it under the env.js file. And by the way, I think I forgot to show you this, but basically just go ahead, click say done. It should be good to go. Under the network access, we would like to access from anywhere so that we don't really get any errors in development. So here I'll just say add IP address, and then I'll say allow access from anywhere. Let's say confirm. It'll take a couple of seconds and then it should say active. Okay, so with this, now we can follow along with the tutorial. So why are we doing it in this file instead of creating it, in any file? It's because we're going to make it like, let's say globalized, and it'll be really like a ton easier to use. You'll see what I mean. Just give me a couple of minutes until you can see the end result. So I'll say import the .env package from .env, and then we can call the config method. So I'll say .env.config, and we will create an object. So I'll say const env and just export this, which is going to be an object. So we can put our port, which is going to be coming from process.env.port. We'll do the same thing a couple of times. So we'll get our node environment, we'll get our Mongo URI. So you get the point. We will basically get every single environment variable that we would need. So either pause the video, type this out, or what I would suggest, just go under the source code, under the env file, copy this and paste this in. The only thing we are missing is the Arcjet environment, and we don't really need it because we don't need to set this up in production. Okay, now by having this, we can basically use all these environment variables by calling the env object. So let's see what I mean. Instead of typing this out, I'll just say env imported dot port. So that's the only thing we need to do. We don't really need to do something like import.env, call the config method. We don't really need it because it is done only once in the env file. So I hope that makes sense. And just make sure to put the file extension at the end. And let's say running on this port, instead of hard-coded value, we can say env.port. Okay, so this should be good to go. And now let's try to connect to our database from the db.js file. I will basically create a function where we can connect to our database. I'll say export const, let's say connect database, and it'll be a pretty basic async function. So I'll have my try and catch block. Under the catch, that means we have some errors. So we can just say process.exit with the status code of 1, which means error, right? And if it is 0, it means it is done successfully. And I think you can read it from here. And I can put something like error connecting to database, to MongoDB. But in the try, we can basically import the Mongoose package. So say import, and I think I'm too lazy to type this out. Import Mongoose from Mongoose, and we'll get the env object from this file. And I'll say await mongoose.connect, and we're going to pass the connection string, which is going to be env.mongoURI. And then we can say connected to MongoDB successfully. I'll say console log. So just type out connected to database successfully, and I'd like to put an emoji, which is going to be this one. Okay, now let's save and try to call this one under the server.js. First, I'll say create a simple get request to /, and here in this case, I'd like to get request and response, and just say something like res.send hello from server. And then we can connect to the database, maybe right after the app. Let's say connect database. Okay, now let's try to run the backend. Let's say cd into the backend and just say npm run dev. Server is up and running and connected to database successfully. So just before we move forward, I'd like to pause and basically walk you through it, what we have done so far. So let me kill the terminal or maybe shrink it. It is up and running, and just walk you through it, what we have done. So we have 3 different files or 3 different changes. We have called our connect database function, which is going to connect to our database, right? Let's take a look at it. And this is using the environment variables, which is coming from the env file. So this is global now. We can call this from any file that we wish. All we have to do is just import the environment object and get the related environment variable, let's say. So here we need to get Mongo URI. All we have to do is just say env.mongo URI. And then I think that's it. We haven't done anything else. We have set it up the env file. We have set it up the db file. And then finally, we have added these simple changes. So with this in mind, now let's try to create our models, which are going to be our schema. So I think we can get started with the user model.js file. So instead of typing this out word by word, I'd like to walk you through it line by line and explain everything. So I'll just do some Control-Z and you will see what I mean. So the first thing we would like to do is importing the mongoose package. And then we would like to create a user schema. So we'll say new mongoose.schema. And this will take 2 different objects. The first one is going to include all the fields that a user should have, and you will see what I mean. And then the second field is going to get the timestamps of true, so that user can get the created at and updated at fields automatically. And then every single user will have a field that is called as clerk ID, because if you think about it, we are handling the authentication with clerk, right? So user will click to the continue with Google button, and user will be saved to clerk, which is our authentication service. But we also want to save this user to our database, and we would like to know which user is this. So we'll just get a reference to the clerk ID. So this is exactly what we are doing. And this is going to be type of string, required of true, and it'll be unique. And every single user will have an email address. So we'll say type string, required, and unique. And then we are going to set up a first name that can be required and type of string. Same for the last name. And then we'll get a username. Again, as you can tell, it's going to be required and unique. And then we can get the profile picture. Type of string, by default, it could be an empty string. It is not really required. Same for the banner image. And then the biography. Maximum length is going to be 160. And then the location. These are all the, I think the optional fields. And then the followers, as well as the following. Now the followers is going to be an array of objects, and specifically the IDs, okay? So it'll be an array of IDs, because we would like to keep track of a reference for every single follower, right? And then same for the following. So we'll just say type mongoose.schema, types.objectID, and it is referencing to a different user. So if this looks complicated, well, probably you have never used Mongoose before, or you have never used MongoDB before. So I can admit that syntax is looking a little bit weird, but this is really what we have to do to make this work. And then we'll just say create a model that is called user, and just pass the schema into it. So it basically says create a user model that has this schema. And then finally, we'll just say export this so that in different files we can use it. Now, if you don't want to type this out, you can get the entire file from the source code and paste this in under the user model.js file. So now that we know how to build a simple model, let's try to copy and paste the rest of it, and I'll walk you through it step by step. So I think next we can get started with the post model. So I'll just visit the source code, copy the entire file, paste this in, which is around 36 lines, and I'll walk you through it. Again, we are creating a schema, passing the timestamps as well as the object, where we say every single post will have a user, which is the creator of the post. So this is going to be a reference to the user model. And then the content, right? A post will have a content, and it could also have an image. So this is the text and this is the image. And then post will have some likes, which is going to be the user IDs, and then it could have some comments. So these are what we're basically passing. And then just create the model based off of this schema and export it. Super basic. I don't really think if this is complicated, because at the beginning of this video, I said this is not for complete beginners. If you want to see a completely beginner-friendly tutorial, we have a couple of them or a bunch of them in the channel, so you can check them out and then come back to this one. Okay, hopefully you're not mad and you're happy with the current workflow. So we got both of these models. Now let's get the notification model. Again, it'll be around 36 lines of code. Let me paste this in from the source code. You can do the same thing. Just go ahead and get this. So every single notification will have a from and to, because if I like your post, I am the one that is sending the post and you're the one, I am the one sending the notification and you're the one getting the notification. And a notification could be 3 different types, either a follow, like, or a comment. For this, we're using the enum field. And then if it is a like or comment, it is going to have a post related to it. And then if it is a comment, the same thing. Basically, these are the fields that we will show within the notification. Let me show you what I mean. So if you visit the notifications page, and this is a really sad moment for me because there is literally no notifications. Let me find one and display. So I couldn't find a screenshot, but let me try to explain. Let's say I just commented on your post. You will get a notification. It says, hey, this user has commented on your post, and it'll put the comment, right? And it'll show the post as well. So this is what we are doing. We are adding the post as well as the comment on the notification so that we can display both of them in the UI. If this doesn't make too much sense, it's fine. We are going to see it in the incoming sections once we build the UI. Okay, save this and finally build the comment model. So I'm trying to skip the backend part as quickly as possible so that we can really focus on the mobile development. Again, I'll copy it, paste this in, and this comment schema will have a couple of different fields, such as a user, because if you're adding a comment will have a user, and then the post that is related to the comment content, as well as the likes. But I think in this tutorial, we are not really having any likes for the comments, right? But I wanted to include it in case you want to add this feature once you complete the tutorial. You would add a like button right here, and when you click to it, the number of likes would be incremented. Okay, so just keep this in mind. This is the field for that. Timestamps of true, and then create the model based off of this schema, and then export it. So save this, and I think that's all we have to do for this section. We have created all of our models. We have created the config for database with the function, as well as the environment variables. And then in the server.js file, we have set up this endpoint and called our connectdb function. Now let's take a look at the terminal if everything is working correctly. Let's save. Again, it is working correctly. Let's test this out. I'll visit localhost and put my port. Okay, it says hello from the server. Looks like everything is working. Now I'd like to show you the GitHub workflow, or the Git workflow that we're going to be focusing on. So instead of pushing these changes immediately to the master branch, I would like to create a separate branch and send send a pull request to the master branch. So this is something that you'll be doing if you get into a company. This is what I have done in my very first job, and probably you'll be doing it as well. So let me pretty quickly display what we'll be doing, and then we'll get into the code. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing. Basically, at the beginning, by default, you have the master branch or the main branch, okay? So this is your default branch. Let's say you have added a couple of different commits, okay? So this is your first commit, second one, and let's say the third one. Now you're here and you would like to add a different feature. Let's say you added follow and unfollow functionality. You write the code, you committed it into this second branch, but you didn't really like it. So what you can do, instead of merging this into the master branch, you can say, I didn't really like this. Let me go back to the previous state. You can delete this branch and that's it. Now you're here in the initial state. But now let's say you would like to add this feature that is like and comment functionality. So you have added, you write some code, you committed it into this branch, and now that you have, like, you want to have this feature, you're going to merge this with the master branch. So you will send a pull request. You will say, hey, master, could you please take my code? Okay, so I have added this feature. It is looking really nice, and I want to have this in my actual master branch, and then deploy this to, deploy to the internet. So you will send the pull request, and if it is done successfully, if you don't really have any errors, your senior teammate is going to accept your pull request. So this is how that works. Hopefully I have explained in a clear way. If not, we can see it in action literally now. So I'll go into VS Code and I will create a new branch. So you can create it from here. If you click to it, you can say create a new branch. And you can give it any name. So I'll just say database config. Database config should be a good name, or at least it's fine for this tutorial. I'll say db config and press enter. So this branch has been created. We would like to commit our changes. You can do it from the terminal, or you can go here from VS Code and you can just say add everything to the staging area. And then we can give it a commit message. Let's say db models created and commit these changes. Okay, I'll just say commit this. Now I would like to publish this branch because we have our changes, but we don't really publish the branch. Let's say publish it. Now I have an extension that says create a pull request. For now, just ignore it. We can go right here, under this GitHub repo. And here we can see we have this notification. We can basically compare and get the pull request. So say create the pull request. And here we can see pull request has been created. Now probably you cannot see this UI. I'll explain why do I have this and how you can get this one. So basically, once you are done with it, let's say once you take a look at the changes, this is the senior developer would do in your team. It would take a look at all the changes you have. It'll say, okay, this user has done this one, and if they don't like it, they can add a command or a comment. They would say, hey, could you please fix this? And once you fix it, they could merge the request. Okay, so let's go into the, let's just go back once again. Okay, so once you are done with it, you would say merge pull request, or your teammate would say. But now in this case, just before we say merge the pull request, CodeRapid is going to give us some feedback. And as you can tell, it says here are the new features that you have added. You have introduced a user, post, comment, and notification data models to support core social features. You have added centralized environment variable management for easier configuration. We have implemented database connection setup for improved reliability. And then now server uses a configurable port that includes a basic root endpoint. And then it'll give you a complete walkthrough of the changes that you have done with the summary, the sequence diagram, and on top of it, it'll give you a poem. And even on top of it, you will get some comments on potential issues that you have in your code. So this is literally a software developer in your team, a senior engineer that is trying to help you out with all the potential issues that you might have. So you can toggle the state, take a look at it. Basically, it says you can add some validators to not get any surprising duplicates. So these are the potential optimizations that we could add, but just to keep this tutorial shorter or not make it any longer than this, I'm not going to add these changes, but just keep this in mind. These are the things that you would like to add in real-world application if you really wanted to. And if you'd like to get CodeRabbit for free, you can find the link in the description and sign up with your GitHub account so that you can connect to all of your repositories. So you could easily get 14-day free trial without paying anything and without even entering your credit card details. So this is what I have done. I have logged in with my GitHub account so that I can connect my repositories, and it'll automatically get, it'll give you a code review once you have done a, let's say, pull request. And also on VS Code, they have a free extension that we can take a look at. Let's say CodeRabbit. It's completely free, and you can, let me just zoom out. From here, you could say, I don't know why it says initialize Git. Let's say reload the window. Okay, you could just say review all the changes. Let's do it. It's going to set this up, analyze the changes, and it'll give you a review. And I think it just found a critical potential issue. Let's try to see it. It basically says you're trying to call the connectDB function without awaiting it. So it says, please go ahead and do it either in this way or wrap it with a function, such as start the server and then call the method. So let me copy this entire thing. I think this looks pretty decent. And let me shrink this. So how can I shrink this? So this is a comment. Let's say, okay, I'll go ahead, maybe put it right here. So we created a function. Let's delete all the, so how do I delete all the plus icons or the characters? Okay, so the review has been completed. We can take a look at it in detail. Let's save. Alright, so basically we have a function that is called start the server. It's going to connect to the database. Once it is connected, it'll listen on this port. And we can delete this now. We don't really need it. Now this code base has been optimized completely on a different level, right? And you can click to it. You can see all the other, let's say all the other comments that we can follow, but I think that's fine. I'll leave it here and just not waste too much time on it. So here you can see it literally finds a valid potential issues that you have. So it's not like something unnecessary. It's absolutely important if you really want to fix these issues. Okay, so I think let's not waste any more time on top of it, right? I will leave it here, delete the connectDB call as well, because we are running it under the start server function. Let's save and finally open up the terminal, see if it is working correctly. So once you save, okay, connect to the database, running on this port, and let's see. If you refresh, you can still get the output. Okay, so everything is working correctly. I'd like to give a huge shout out to CodeRabbit for building such a beautiful product. Now we have one more change, so I'd like to push this as well. And here I am on my dbconfig branch. I will create a new commit and then send a pull request. So let's do it together. I'll open up here. Let's say add all the changes, which is this one. So we have added this start server method. Let's add it to the staging area and add a commit. Let's say start server function, add it. And then commit the change, sync the changes. So this has been pushed to our branch. Now let's see, we should have a pull request. So let's see, what do we have? So we have 2 branches. Okay, so it is 2 commits ahead of master. I'll go here. And since we have added a new commit, this is going to analyze it and give us a summary. Let's wait for this. And finally, we'll just say commit the changes or merge the pull request. And by the way, we have only one pull request with 2 different commits. Since we haven't merged this yet, that's why we don't really have 2 different pull requests. I hope that makes sense. And here we can see it says you have just improved the server initialization and configuration handling. Okay, so it looks like we don't really have any potential issues. We can go ahead and just say merge the pull request. And let's say confirm this merge. Okay, it has been merged and closed. So now we can go to our repository. In the master, we should have those changes. The pull request has been merged. Now let's go into our code base. Here I'll say get into the master branch. Just click to it and click to the master branch. Now here we can see under the master branch, we don't really have all these changes that we have done. So all these files are empty because we need to just get the changes from the GitHub repo. So I'll just say pull the changes. Click to this one. Let's say yes, go ahead, get the changes, pull it from the GitHub repo. And here we can see we got all the changes from our master branch. Okay, so this is up to date, working as expected. So I can definitely understand that this pull request logic is a little bit different and it might be a little bit complicated initially, but this is really what you'll be doing in your actual job. So you can't really just commit on the master branch. You will have your own branch. Let's say it is going to be called your name. It could be John, Jane, anything. And then you will have your changes and you would send a pull request. And then your teammate is going to check for them. If they have any comments, they will say, go ahead and fix this one. Or else they will basically get the, they will just merge the pull request, sorry. And then you would, on the master branch, you can pull all the changes as you wish. And I think we have some more comments, or do we? No, we don't, they're just some indicators. Okay, so that's it for the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this is where we left. Now let's try to set up the rest of the application. First, I'd like to handle the middlewares, right? We would like to set up the middlewares. So I'll just say app.use, and let's get started with the course. First, let's try to import the package. So I'll put the config imports below and get the package imports above. So say import course from the course package. And then we can also get, let's say, I'll just say import the clerk middleware from the, from @clerk express. So this is going to be used for the authentication and we'll get into it in a second. Now let's say app.use express.json as well, so that we can access to the request.body, right? So this is why do we need it? And then finally, I'd like to put the clerk middleware. So say app.use and call this dude. And this is going to handle the authentication. Now, thanks to this, we can say request dot, check for the authentication, get the user ID, so on and so forth. So we'll see this in action. Okay. I think right after this, we can get started with the user routes. So say app.use /API/users. Once we hit here, just go ahead, call the user routes, which is something that we need to import and create right here. So say import the express from this package and create a router. Let me zoom in and kill the left hand side maybe. Let's say express.router with the capital R. And then we can say export default router. Save and import it. I'll say import user routes. and just make sure to put the extension at the end. Okay, now under the user routes, we will have a couple of different methods, such as to get the user profile, update it, follow another user, so on and so forth. So let's first get started with the public route. So it is going to be a GET request to /profile/username. And once we hit here, we will call a method called getUserProfile, which is a controller that we will create under the user controllers. So here I'll say export const get user profile. This is going to be an async function, and we'll get into the logic. Now for every single controller, I don't really want to say try and catch manually and then handle it. So instead, I'll be using a package. Let me open up my terminal. Under the backend, just paste this in. We'll be using the Express async handler, and just make sure to get this specific version, and then also put these packages. We're going to be using them a little bit later in the video. Okay, so these are going to be needed for the, let's say, I think for the image uploads. Not I think, but I'm sure they're going to be needed for the image uploads. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. I think we are good to go. We have some warnings, but that's fine. Now we are going to cut this and just say Express async handler. So here I'll say async handler, which is the function. So just call it, paste this in, and then import it from that package. Okay, now we don't really need to manually create try and catch because it is going to handle it. So here we can get the request and response. This is a regular controller method, and we can get the username from the params. And let's also import this from controller.js file. So I will get the username so that I can do a query with it. So I will say get the user model. Let's say import user from the modals from the user model.js file, and then try to find a user with this exact username. Once you have found it, just return this as a response. But just in case if you cannot find it, we can throw an error. I'll say if user is not found, just say user not found. So super basic Express code that I don't really need to explain because you're not a beginner in this case. Okay, so that's the very first function. Now to be able to call this, you don't really need to be authenticated. So this is how we are going to set this up as an example. But let's say if you want to update your profile. So on update profile, you have to be authenticated, right? And for this, we are going to create a middleware to check if you're authenticated or not. So under the middleware, we have auth middleware.js file. And here in this file, I'll basically create a super basic function that is called protect route. So it is getting the request, response, and next method. If request is not authenticated, right, we'll say unauthorized. But if it is authenticated, we'll just call the next function. Now we are able to get this. This is not equal to undefined because we are calling the clerk middleware, right? Clerk is handling the authentication. So we have this function and we'll be using it. Let's go under the user route and create some more routes. So let's say update the profile. I'll say router.put. If we hit the profile endpoint, first protect this route. So first just check if user is authenticated or not. If so, call the next function, which is to update the profile. And now let's try to create this under the user controllers. So I'll just shrink this. Let's say export const, put the function name, and wrap it with async handler. It's going to be an async function where we get the request and response and do something inside this function. So in this controller, we are going to call a function called getAuth from clerk. And this is going to give you the user ID. So I'll just say const user ID and pass the request into this method. So this is the clerk ID. And then let's say const user. So we'd like to find this user in the database. And once we find it, we'll like to update it with the user data. So let me paste this in and we'll go through it. We'll say go into the user collection, find the user and try to update it. So this is the user that we'd like to find, where the clerk ID is equal to the currently authenticated user ID. Pass the request.body. So this is whatever user wants to update, and then return the newly updated user object so that it's equal to this one. And then we can simply check if user existed or not. So this is a quick optimization that we could add. And if we have it, we could say, you know, here you go, it's been updated. This is the new user object that you can see. Okay, so I think that's it. Let's import the function and save. This should be good to go. And once again, I know that we are going pretty fast in the backend section, but the primary objective of this tutorial is to get you up and running with a mobile application rather than trying to write every single keyword one by one. I don't really want to waste 10 hours on this tutorial. Instead, give you everything you need to build a mobile application. So I hope you don't really get mad. Now, with this in mind, let's try to create the function where we can sync the user. So user will sign up with clerk. It's going to be saved on clerk dashboard. But we would like to take this user, also save it to our MongoDB database. And for this, we will create an endpoint for the synchronization. So let me go ahead and add it right here. So first of all, this is the public route that we have. I'll give a space. And then these are the protected routes. So I'll have this post method. We'll say protect this as well. If user is authenticated, go ahead and call this function so that user is sync, right? It's saved in the database. Let's save this file and go create this function. I'll say async handler and pass this in, where we get the request, response, and run the function. And the first thing you would like to do is checking if user is already existed in your MongoDB database. If it is existed, you don't really want to save it again. So this is exactly what I'll be doing. I'll just say first get the user ID and check if it has existed or not. If it has existed, we'll say user already exists, but else we can get the clerk user and try to save it to our database. So let me first get a user data. So we have the clerk ID, the email, and this is how you can access it from clerk. You can get the first name, last name, username, and this is going to be the first section of the email. Let's say user has john@gmail.com. So this is going to be the username. I hope that makes sense. And then we're going to get the image URL, which is going to be the profile pic. So we have the user data. Let's try to save it to the MongoDB. Here we go. And then we'll just say user created successfully. Okay, so that's it. Super easy, nothing complex. Just check if user existed or not. If it has existed, don't do anything. But if it has not existed, create it in the database and send a response back. Okay, so now that we are done with this function, we can import it as well and then build our next endpoint. So after the post, I'll just say duplicate this. We would like to get the current user. I'll say /me. This is a convention that we can use. And we'll say protect this route. If user is authenticated, we can return the current user. So I'll just say get current user. And then let's try to build this controller under this file. So it'll be really similar to this function, but instead of checking with the username, we will basically return the current user. So we'll just say get the current user ID and check for it. If we don't have it, return a error, but else return the user. So that's it. Let's save and import this function. We should be good to go. And then the very last endpoint to be able to follow a user. So I'll just say this is going to be a post request to this endpoint, and then we would like to call this function. We can only follow someone if we are authenticated. So that's why we are trying to protect this route. Let's say this is the public route. And these are the protected routes. And of course, we can get rid of this comment. Now let's save and try to create this function under the controller file. So this function is going to be a bit long, but if you want to get it from the source code, you can do so. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just copy and paste and walk you through it. So let's scroll to the top. We're going to get the currently authenticated user, as well as the user that we would like to follow or unfollow. So first, we'll just check that you cannot follow yourself. Okay, we'll throw an error if this is the case. And then we'll just check if both of these users are existed or not. If not, throw an error. And then check if you are trying to follow or not. So if you are already following, that means you want to unfollow, but else you would like to follow. And depending on that, we will update the following and followers array. We will either pull your ID or push into it. Okay, super basic, nothing to explain. And once we follow, we would like to send a notification. On unfollow, I don't really want to send a notification, but here I would like to. So I'll import the notification. Let's scroll to the top, duplicate this. I'll say notification from this model. Okay, and then let's scroll to the bottom. This should be good to go. We will create the notification and then send a response back. Either user unfollowed or followed successfully. So that's the entire function. I think we can save and go into here, try to import it, and save this file as well. Now, if you take a look at your terminal, probably it's going to crash if you run the backend. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't, but if you send a request to this endpoint, it's going to crash because here I think we have the clerk client. Let me just search. Say clerk client. Okay, we have this, but we didn't really import it. Let's scroll to the top and import it. Now this should be good to go. And under the server.js, we have the user routes. So that's gonna be it for this section. Just before we end it, let's try to create a new branch and then send a pull request and then merge it. Now, just before we do so, I'd like to mention that yes, we are not testing these endpoints, but I promise once we get into the front end, once we get into the mobile folder, we're going to test out every single one of them. And if any of them fail, we will come back and fix them. Okay, so I'll just make sure that everything is working correctly. Do not even worry about this. Okay, now I will create a new branch. Let's say create new one. And for the branch name, I'll just say user routes. Let's press enter so that it's been created. And we can add all of our changes. Let's say stage those changes. For the commit, let's say user routes added. Commit this and then publish the branch. Now it says create a pull request, but instead of doing it here, I'll go and try to create the pull request from here. Okay, let's say compare and get the pull request. So it's been created. Now I'll wait for the CodeRabbit to give me a feedback. And once everything is fine, we can merge the pull request. So this will take a couple of seconds until it can get started with it. Okay, so here we go. It started. It'll take a couple of minutes so that it can analyze our code and give us a feedback. So let's wait for this to be completed. So just after 4 minutes, we got the summary by CodeRabbit. It says, here are the new features that you have added. These are the bug fixes that you have done, and then some tiny details. And then here's a complete walkthrough with the sequence diagram, and then some potential issues that you have. So it says, basically, go ahead and update the username instead of just getting the very first section of the email. Just try to make it a little bit more unique. This is definitely a good fix that we can consider, but in this case, I'd like to skip that. So I don't really want to bore you with all these refactoring, code suggestions. So I'd like to say, go ahead and merge this pull request. If you really wanted to, of course, you can pause the video, add these changes, or even take it to a completely different level. but I'll just say merge the pull request. I'll say confirm the merge. Okay, so this has been done. I'll go into my VS Code and let's close these. I'll just say go into the master branch. Once again, if you go here, these changes will be gone for a split second. Let's say go into the master. Here we go. We need to get the changes from GitHub, right? I'll just say get the latest changes, basically pull that. And here we go. We have everything that we have done just a couple of seconds ago. Okay, so here we can see we got the user routes, public route, protected routes, and all the controllers that we would have. Okay, so hopefully you enjoyed this section as well. I know that we are going super fast and I feel like I have to say it so that you don't really get mad, but we would like to skip the backend section as quickly as possible and get into the mobile development. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now we would like to implement the post routes. I will go ahead and duplicate this one, and then we'll say API/posts. Then we would like to import post routes. Let's say this is going to be post routes coming from this file, which is the post route.js, and then replace this routes with the post routes. Now we don't really have this created, so I'll go into that file. And let's put the simplest setup. Let's say Express, get the router, and then just export that. Okay, now we're gonna put some public routes and then protected routes. Let's start with the public routes. So I'll say if we get a GET request to the root endpoint, which is /API/posts, we would like to get posts. Now let's try to create this function under the post controller.js file. Now let's try to go fast. So I'd like to import these two packages. The first one is the Express async handler, and then the other one is our post model. Now we would like to create this function to get all the posts. Now what I'll be doing is this. So it is this function where we get the posts in the homepage. We would like to sort them in the created at field. Okay, so by the created at field, we are going to sort them. The latest one will be at the top, and it'll go decremented order depending on the date. So here, let's go ahead and paste the function and I'll walk you through it. If you don't want to type this out, just like me, you can visit the post controller file from the source code and copy this function, paste this in. So we are trying to find all the posts, and then we'll say sorted with the created at field. And then now we would like to get the user data because we would like to display user profile image, first name, last name, and then the username. This is exactly what we are doing. We say from the user field, go ahead, get the username, first name, last name, and profile pic. And then the same thing for the comments. So from the comments, we go and find the user as well so that we can grab these fields. Because in the comment UI, so when you click to this, the model will open. You will see the comment itself as well as the creator. So profile pic, first name, last name, and then the username. This is exactly what we are doing in this code. And then we'll just return this as the response. Now we can save this file and import this, and this should be good to go. Then we'll create two more public routes, one to get a single post, and then the other one is to, okay, it should be like this, and the other one to get the user posts depending on the username. So let's try to create both of these functions. They will be really similar to this one, but instead of getting all of them, we'll just get either one of them or depending on the username. So what I'd like to do, just copy and paste and walk you through it. And once again, we are wrapping them with the async handler so that we don't really need to type try and catch every single time. So here we are going to get the post ID, which is this one in the URL, and then we'll say find the post by this post ID. and then do the same thing, populate the user data, and then just check if it is 404 or if it is 200, success status. So that was the very first function. Super simple, nothing to explain or waste any time on top of it. Then we can get one more function that is going to get the posts depending on the username. And we will grab the username again from the request.params, and let's import the user model. Okay, if user is not found, throw an error, but else just get the posts of this user. Okay, we can save and try to import those from post controller, and then same thing for this one. Okay, so that's it for the public routes. Now it is time to create the protected routes. And these are going to be things like creating a post or deleting a post. So you have to be authenticated to be able to do these actions. So let's start with the create post function. So I'll say router.post method to the slash, and then we will say this should be a protected route. First, we would like to import this. And if user is protected, we can call the create post controller. Now, even before we call this, we would like to call something else for the image uploads, because when you post something, you can share a text as well as upload an image. And to be able to handle the image uploads, to be able to handle image uploads, we're going to use a package called Malter. And we have imported, I believe. So we have installed it. It should be under the package.json. So it is this package with this specific version. And we are going to configure it under the middleware upload middleware.js file. So first I'd like to give a comment. So Malter is a middleware for handling multi-part form data, which is primarily used for file uploads. So this is the reason why we are using this package in the first place. And we would like to import it from the Malter package. Now I would like to configure Malter to store files in memory. So let's see what I mean. I'll say const storage. We'll say malter.memory storage. So these are all coming from the documentation. You can always check this out. And let's see, const upload. We'll say call the object and pass another object into it, or I should say call the function and pass an object. So we'll say here is the storage that we have configured, and then there will be a file filter function. So we will check if user is uploading an image. If it is a video or PDF or anything, we'll just reject it. So we'll say call the file filter function, which is something that we can create. Let's say const file filter. This will take the request, it'll take the file, and then it'll take a callback function. So we will get into it in a second, and then we can add a limit. So I'll say the limits, which is going to be an object, let's say file size, and I'll go with 5 megabytes. So I'll say 5 times 124 times 124, and I'll add a comment, let's say 5 MB limit. Now let's try to create this function. I'll say if file.mimetype.stars with, let me just copy and paste instead of typing this out. So let's not waste any time. If it is starting with the image, that means okay, we can go ahead and do call the callback function. We don't really have any errors. But if it is not an image, we'll say only image files are allowed. Okay, so this is exactly what we are doing. And then we'll say export default the upload object. Okay, so if it is your very first time using Malter, I know this might look a little bit weird, but basically we are just configuring this upload function or the object so that we could use it here as a middleware to handle the image uploads. So I'll say just before you call this method, go ahead and say import the upload from the middleware, and then say we would like to just upload a single image. Okay, so this has been configured. Now we'll go under the create post function and save this post to the database. Now for the image uploads, we'll also using the Cloudinary. This is the tool that we will Like this is the tool that is actually store our images. And the setup of the Cloudinary is super simple. I have done this, I think, millions of times in my previous tutorials. So I'll paste this in and walk you through it. Now we are importing v2 from Cloudinary. And if you read it as just v2, it doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why we say, let's try to rename this as Cloudinary. Then we get the environment variables, and then we call the config method. We pass the cloud name, API key, and secret, and then export this Cloudinary object, which is something that we are going to use to upload images. Now we can build this function, which is going to be under the post controller. So let me shrink everything and create that function. And this is going to be create post, and we'll like to wrap it just like this one. Let's say call the async handler and create this function. Then we can turn this off. Now, once again, I'd like to walk you through it step by step without confusing you at all. So first, I would like to get the user ID from Clerk. Let's say get auth, import it from Clerk Express, and get the user ID. And then we can get the content, which is going to be the text, and we are going to get the image file. And we can check if any of them is provided. So we'll say if there is no content and there is no image, we will say at least one of them should be provided. And then we can get the user from the database. So say find one with this clerk ID, and if we don't find it, we'll say 404. And then we can store the image. So first I'll say image URL is initially going to be an empty string. And then we can check. Let me copy and paste and I'll walk you through it. So we will say if image provided. Okay, so if there is an image file, we'll try to upload it. And we will convert buffer to base64 for the Cloudinary. And this is the base64 file format. Okay, so you would say data, colon, the meme type, base64, and then we will just convert it to base64 string. Now I would like to upload it under this folder. So say cloudinary.uploader.upload. Let's import this one, by the way. So I think we'll just go one above under the config. It should be like this, and let's say Cloudinary. Oops. Okay, this should be the correct path. So I'll say upload this base64 image, and you can describe a path. In my case, it is the social media posts. The resource type is image, and we can do some transformation. I basically leave almost everything to auto, and then we'll get a secure URL where we'll like to upload to this string, okay? And we'll be using it to store in the database. And if we have any errors, we'll say fail to upload the image. Now first we would like to create a post, right? So we have uploaded the image, but post has not been created. So let's create it pretty quickly. This is how we can do it. We'll pass the user, and we'll pass the content as well as the image. And then we can just say res the status, which is 201. That means something has been created. And we'll say JSON. Then we can say post is going to be this post that we have just created. And we can even shorten this. Okay, so that's it for this entire function. All we have done is check for some stuff, right? If like user is not found, if there is no content or image file, but else we are going to upload the image to Cloudinary, and then we are going to create the post in the database and then send a response back to the client. So that's it for this entire function. Like this is working correctly. If not, in the incoming sections, we can fix it. But I have already tested out. I don't really think if you are going to get any errors later in the video. Okay, so that's the create post function. Now we can add one more route for the protected routes where we can like a post. So I'll add the endpoint, and first let's try to import this one, by the way. Okay, and then I'll paste this one where we'd like to like a post. Now let's get started with the controller. So I'll say it's going to be the like post function, and we can wrap this with the async handler. And then we can get started by getting the user ID as well as the post ID from request.params. Now I'd like to get the user and post by these fields. So we'll fetch the user as well as the post from the database. And then we can check if any of them not found so that we can throw a 404 error. And then this function is going to both like the post and unlike it. So when you click this, first you would like to like it, right? And then if you click it again, you would like to unlike it. So both of them will be handled within this function. So I will say first check if this user has already liked the post, and this is how we can check that. And then depending on the state, we are going to basically update the database. So we will say if user already liked, now we would like to unlike it by pulling out the ID. And in the else case, that means we would like to like the post, and here we'll use the push method. And if this is not our post, we would like to send a like notification. So that's how easy it is to write this if and else statement. And then at the very end, we will send a message back to the client. So either unliked successfully or liked successfully. And that's it for this function as well. So I just saved the file, and the very last thing we would like to add is the delete post functionality. So we will have a delete method. It'll be protected, and we are going to call the delete post controller. So let's go under here and shrink this function as well. I would like to copy and paste. It is super simple, nothing complicated. So here we will fetch the user and get the post. Again, check for both of them, and we'll check if we are the creator of the post. If not, we'll say you can only delete your own posts. And we will delete all the comments on this post so that we don't really store unnecessary data in our database. And then we will delete the post. Then we can say post deleted successfully. So that's it. I'll save, and then we can import this function. Okay, so I think with this we have completed all of our routes for the posts, and we have imported it under the server.js file. So just before we commit our changes, I would like to add a middleware at the very end of these routes. So it's going to be for error handling. Okay, so after all of these routes, we will have this simple custom middleware where we'd like to console log it for the debugging purposes, and then we can say something like internal error. And with this in mind, now we can save and create a new branch. So I'll say create a new one. Let's call this as post routes. And then we'll say add all the changes, which are, let's see. So under the server.js, this is the change. Under the Cloudinary, post controller, upload, and post route. So say stage all the changes. For the commit message, I can say something like post routes and controllers added, and then let's say commit this, and we can publish this branch. Then we can create a pull request. So I'll say compare and create the pull request. And then we can wait for the checks, and specifically for the checks that are coming from CodeRabbit. So it'll take a couple of minutes. Let's wait for it, and then I'll just come back to the video. So here is the summary by CodeRabbit. It says you have added all these new features, so you can read them, but these are the things that we have actually added. And then here's a quick walkthrough that we have for the entire changes that we have done, the sequence diagram, a poem, and then some nitpick comments. So here it says under the upload middleware, you're using the memory usage, which is correct, but maybe in scale for production, this could not be the best option, which is absolutely correct. But since this is a simple project, I think we can leave it as it is. And then let's scroll to the bottom. It says you're missing the next function in the global middleware. And if you don't add it, Express might not recognize it as an error handler. So let's try to fix them one by one. this is something actually important that we should keep in mind. Here under the server.js, I will add the next function. So even if you're not using, still I think you should pass it. This is something that I have just learned as well. And then let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you are missing the .js at the end under the post_route.js file. So when we import something under the post route, yes, we should add the .js extension at the end. And then scroll to the bottom. Now it says you're missing some modal imports, again under the post controller.js, which is the notification and comment. I'll copy and paste these imports into this file. So without these changes, but pretty clear that our code base would crash. And this should be under the controller. So here we are using the comment. Let's check. So say search for the comment model. Okay, so we are using it, but we are not importing it. So we have to get this from the comment model.js and notification model.js file. So with these changes, now our code base should work as expected. Let's see if we have any errors. Looks like we don't. And now let's see if we have any more errors. So it looks like we don't, but let's try to commit these changes. Here I'll go ahead, add everything, and make sure you're under the post routes branch. So here I'll say maybe just small fixes, or let's say tiny fixes. Let's commit this, sync the changes. Now of course CodeRabbit will try to give you another comment or another feedback, but I think we don't really need to wait for this so that we don't really waste too much time. Okay, so this is the CodeRabbit extension, by the way, but I'll basically get rid of this at this point, and let's say just refresh, and then we would like to merge the pull request. And if you scroll to the top, you should be able to see two different commits. The latest one has been processed, but I think we can just say merge the pull request. Okay, so that's it. Now let's try to go back to the master branch and get the latest changes. So I'll say sync the changes up. So these are the code or the code pieces that we have written. Now everything is up to date. This is what we have done. And then in the next section, we can get started with the next routes, which is going to be comments. So I'll see you there. So now it is time to get started with the comment routes. So I'll say API/comments, and let's try to import the comment routes. Let's say comment routes, duplicate it. And it should be coming from the comment route.js file. So in this file, we're going to have three different routes, one public and two different protected routes. So we're going to create these functions, and here we are importing everything that we would need. And the first one is to get all the comments on a post by passing the post ID and then creating a comment and then deleting a comment. Okay, so let's save this file, which is going to make our code base break. But once we actually create these functions, it should work out. Under the comment controllers, we can get started with the very first function, which is to get comments. So I'd like to first import everything that we're gonna need, which is the async handler. And let me zoom in. So we're gonna need the async handler, the getAuth function, as well as all of our models. And then we can get started with the getComments function. So we're going to get the post ID from the params, and we're going to get the comment. So we will say find the comment by this post ID. And then we'll like to sort it and then populate the user data on the comment. And then just return the comments as the response. And then we can get, let me just save and import it. which we already done, then we can get started with the create comment function. So it's going to be a bit long, but nothing complex. I promise. I'll just walk you through it. So we just put the simple signature that we already do, or we always do, and then we're going to get the user ID, post ID, as well as the content. And this content is basically the comment itself. And then we can check if content has been provided and if it is not equal to an empty string. So if this is not the case, we can continue with the function. So we will say get the user as well as the post from the database and check if both of them are found, and then we can create a comment. So say create comment, here is the user, post, as well as the comment itself. And then we can link the comment to the post because a comment will be commented on a post, right? That makes sense. And then we can finally send a notification if we are not the creator of the post. So I'll put it as with a comment, create notification if not commenting on your own post. And the type is going to be comment. And then finally, we can just say res the status of 201 JSON, and then we can send the comment. Okay, so you can either do it in this way or in this way, right? But both of them are the same, so we can shorten this. So I think that's it for this entire function. Nothing complicated. We get all the fields, check for some, boring if checks, get the user, find the post, create the comment, and link the comment to the post, create a notification, and send a response back. And then finally, we will create the delete comment controller. So let's shrink this, and I'll walk you through it. Again, it's super simple and similar what we have done. We're going to get all the fields that we would need, check for 404 error, and then we will check if you are the creator of the comment. So say you can only delete your own comments. And then we are going to remove the comment from the post and then delete the comment. Okay, so that's the entire function and the entire file. I think we have all the imports that we would need in both of the files. You can check for the path if it is correct or not. So let's say if it is incorrect, you cannot really see the file. But if you are able to see the file, that means it is the correct path. Okay, so I think that's it for the entire section. Let's try to send a pull request once again. I'll create a new branch. Let's say comment routes and add everything to the staging area. Let's add a commit message. Say comment routes added. Commit and then publish the branch. So we are doing this multiple times so that you just get used to it in this one tutorial and never forget about it at all. Now let's go ahead and see that branch. So this is the very last pull request that we have done. And this is the new one that we just got. Let's say create the pull request and wait for Coderabbit to give us a feedback. Alright, so here is the quick summary by Coderabbit. Here are the new features that we have added. You can read it, it's completely correct. And then here is the quick walkthrough. Here are the changes, here is the sequence diagram, and then let's see if we have any nitpick comments. We have only one, which says it looks good to me, but you could add a validation. Okay, I think that's fair, but we could skip that as well. It's not that much important. And let's see if we have any other potential issues. So we have something under the comment controller. Okay, so it says you should create a transaction, which is completely correct for a real-world project. And here's how you can create a transaction with MongoDB. Now, what is a transaction? If you don't know, it basically is this concept where if either everything is going to succeed or everything is going to fail. So what do I mean? Now we are trying to do two different operations here. We are trying to create a comment and then we are trying to link this comment to the post. So imagine this, you have created the comment, while we are here, our internet connection is gone. So this is not going to work. This is going to work, but not this one. So in this case, if we create a transaction, both of them is going to fail. Even though this has worked, since this did not work, we'll say, hey, go ahead and cancel this as well. So this is that idea, either everything is going to succeed or fail. And you would like to implement the transaction in these kind of scenarios where you're doing multiple operations that are related to each other. So I hope that makes sense, but I'll try to skip this just to keep the code base clean. But if you want to add it, just copy and paste this part and paste it into your code base, into this create comment function. And finally, we have one more suggestion where it says you're deleting the comment. Now it says you're deleting the comment, but just go ahead and try to delete the notifications on this comment as well, which is, I think, fair. We could add it, but I don't really want to waste too much time once again. So I'd like to just merge the pull request. So I'll just say merge the pull request, confirm the merge, and we should be good to go. Okay, so I think in total we have 4 different pull requests. Let's see. Under this source code. Okay, we have 4 different closed pull requests. And with this, we can go into the VS Code, get into the master branch, and get the latest changes. So here I'll just say get the latest changes, and it should add the comment routes. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now let's try to add the notification routes. I will say /API/notifications, and then we will import the notification routes. Let's try to import it at the top, which is gonna be coming from notification route.js file. And then we will create the controllers. But first, let's see which routes or which endpoints do we have. So we're gonna have a get request and then a delete request. So one to be able to get the notifications and one to be able to delete our notification. So we don't really have these controllers, so let's try to create them. And here are the imports. They are working correctly. Here we can double check that. Okay, super simple. Once again, that's why we copy and paste. If you don't want to type this out, go ahead, find this file in the source code and just copy and paste as I do. And then let's do the same thing for the controllers. So I think this will be the simplest controller that we have ever built. So I'll paste this and walk you through it. We get our imports. Let's double check if the paths are correct, right? The path is correct for both of them. And then we have the get notifications function. So first we'll get the user ID, which is the currently authenticated user. We will find it from the database and we will get the notifications for that user. So we say notification.find, which is the notification of this user, right? Where the to field is this user. Because a notification has 2 different fields. One is, let's see, one is from and the other one is to. If you want to get your notifications, you would be in this field. And then we'd like to populate the from, the post, and then the comment so that we can see them in the UI. And this is something that we will show in the incoming sections in the front-end development, in the mobile development, I should say. And then we have the delete notification function where we basically delete the notification and that's it. So we will find the user, find the notification and delete it, then send a response back to the client. So let's save and take a look at the terminal. Everything should be working as expected. So we have just built the entire API, and before we deploy it, I would like to make it a little bit more robust by adding features like rate limiting, bot detection, all kinds of protections that we could add out of the box. And for this, we'll be configuring the Arcjet. So here I would like to walk you through it, right? I'll give you every single thing that you would need in this file, and then we are going to create a middleware right in this file, and then we are going to call it in the server.js. So I know that it might sound complicated, but let's try to see it step by step. First, let's open up the config file for the Arcjet, and I'll walk you through it step by step by doing some Ctrl-Z. So first, let's get our imports from the Arcjet node package, and then we would like to get the environment variables from this file. Then let's try to initialize Arcjet with security rules. So we're going to pass a couple of different key value pairs. The very first key is going to be key, pretty smart, but here we go. This is going to get the Arcjet key. This is how we can identify our project that we have created in the Arcjet dashboard. So we had the key, if you remember. Let me try to log in pretty quickly. So this is the project that we have, and we would like to identify it by passing this key. And then we would like to pass the characteristics, which is going to be IP. And then we can add some rules to protect our app. So first, I'd like to add the shield, which is going to be in the live mode. And then if you're asking what shield does, well, shield protects your app from common attacks like SQL injections, XSS attacks, CSRF attacks, so on and so forth. And these are really hard to pronounce, so sorry about that, but let's move on. Then we can handle for the bot detection, right? We can take care of it. We would like to block all the bots except search engines. So we'll say detect bot, and mod is going to be live, but we could allow some of them, which is going to be the search engine. And this is how we can call that. Then if you want to get the entire list, I'll just leave the documentation right here. Then for the rate limiting, we would like to use the token bucket algorithm. There is also sliding window, but this is the one that I'll be going with, which is coming directly from the documentation. And I'll say it's going to be in the live mode, and then refill rate, interval, as well as the capacity. So if you want to do a quick research about this, feel free to pause the video and do it, but basically it is an algorithm that will allow us to handle the rate limiting. Okay, so that's the entire configuration that we have to do in this file. Now we are going to check for the errors and throw a related response that is either, bot detection, rate limiting, so on and so forth. Okay, so let's see what I mean. We'll go into the middleware in this file, and let me walk you through it once again. Alright, so we're gonna get started by importing the config that we have just created, and then we can create the middleware by throwing some errors. So here is the middleware. We will take the request, response, and next, and then we will create a try and catch block. In the try, we would like to protect our API. So we'll say arcjet.protect, and we're gonna pass the request. And this is going to give us a decision that is either denied or if it is done successfully. And then every single request is going to consume one token. And then we would like to handle the denied requests. So we'll say if decision is denied, there could be a couple of different reasons. It could be either rate limited, or if it is a bot, or in the else case it is some security issues where we'll like to throw an error no matter what happens. So in the rate limiting, we will send the proper status code with the message that says too many requests and rate limit exceeds. Please try again later. And then for the bot detection, we will send 403 status code, and here is the message. And in the else case, we could just say something like forbidden and access denied by security policy. Then we can check for spoofed bots. So if you don't know what that means, basically these are the bots that act like a human. So you don't really understand if they are human or not, but Arcjet will handle it. So let's say decision.result.sum, and we will check for any of them if at least one of them is bot or spoofed bot, we will throw an error as well. So this is what we're doing. Super simple, but you just have to read the documentation to be able to make this work. And this is what I have done. We will call the next function if everything has done successfully. So if we did not hit any of these if checks, that means we can move on with the next function without throwing any errors. And if we hit the catch block, we can just put a console log, and if Arcjet fails, we can just call the next function as well until Arcjet starts working. So I hope that makes sense. That's the entire thing that we have to do. Now we'll go under the server.js and call this custom middleware that we have just created. So here after the clerk middleware, which is for the authentication, I'll say app.use and I'll say Arcjet middleware. Now we don't really want to call this because this is our custom middleware. We'll just reference it. And once the server starts, okay, so once we run this file, this will be called by Express. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. You don't really want to call it like these because this is a custom middleware that we have just created. And with this, we can commit our changes. And in the next section, we are going to deploy this API. So first, I'll create a new branch as always. Let's say this is for the notifications. And let's say it is for the Arcjet. Then we can stage all of our changes. Let's say notifications added and Arcjet, or let's say notifications and Arcjet added. I'll commit the changes, publish the branch, and then create a pull request. So this is what we just got. Let's say create the PR, and then we can wait for the code rabbit to give us any potential issues, right? We'll just wait for the feedback. So here's a quick summary of what we have done in this section with the quick walkthrough of every single file. And then here's the sequence diagram and then some potential issues that we might have. So under the nitpick comments that we could see, it says probably you should increase these values, which is fair. I think we could definitely do it because this might be a bit much, like a bit too much restrictive, but that's fine. Once we get into the mobile development, we could take a look at this file. And then we have the Arcjet middleware file where it says you can handle you could make the console error a little bit more clean. And then it says you're using the lookup twice. Maybe you could create a cached function like this one, but I think that's fine. We could skip that for now. Okay, so this is another tiny suggestion. But as I said, I'll be skipping this. So I'll just say merge the pull request. Confirm the merge. And this should be done, successfully merged and closed. Now let's go back to the codebase and get into the master branch and get the latest changes. So I'll just say sync this up. Now we have the latest changes that we have just added. So we got the middleware as well as the notification routes and controllers. So with this, I think we have completed the entire API. In the next section, we can deploy this API and then get into the mobile development. So with this, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so we have built the entire API and it is time to deploy it. We are going to deploy it to Vercel, which is something that we're going to get into and see the steps. But first, we would like to add a quick optimization to our code. Now, Vercel doesn't really want you to add this app.listen in the production, okay? So when you deploy it, you don't really need to have this line because this is going to be running on serverless functions. That means it'll be only running when you send a request, and you cannot really have a long running task like this one, because when you listen on a port, it is going to listen forever, right? Until you shut this down, which is something Vercel doesn't want you to do it. So I will cut this for a split second and I'll say if env.nodenv, if this is not equal to production, which means if you are in development, only then we want to listen for it. So I will say listen for local development, not in the production. And for the production, we could just say export default this app instance, which is this one, and this is for Vercel. Okay, so I'll just say export for Vercel. And the very last thing that we need to do is creating a file. So under the backend, create Vercel.json, and from the source code you can find this file. It is going to be 20 lines of code. So just go ahead, copy it and paste it. So here we basically say that we are in the production environment and all of our routes are coming from the server.js file, which is under the source folder. Okay, so this is the entry point, and here are some more configurations. So this is what we need to do to be able to deploy this API. And let's copy this entire thing. We're going to paste it to the dashboard in a couple of seconds. But first, let's try to commit these changes. So we could again create a pull request, but since this is a super simple change, I would like to directly commit it to the master branch. So if you want to, again, you can create a second branch, do the pull request. In this case, I'll skip that. Let's say stage the changes and say Vercel config added. Okay, so I'll commit this and let's say sync the changes is going to push this to our GitHub account. So we just got the latest change and now we can deploy this. So I will say get this repository, and then just before we say deploy, we would like to add all of our environment variables. I'll paste this in. We can delete the node env because we already set this up in this file. It is equal to production. And then we can delete the Arcjet env as well. In their documentation, they say get rid of this in the production. So we can remove this and leave everything as it is. I'll say deploy. This will take at least 1 minute and then we should be good to go. Well, actually it took just a second. It says it has been deployed. So let's try to visit, but I think we have just deployed it in the wrong way. Why is this? I think we have tried to deploy the entire codebase, but we would like to deploy the backend folder only. So what I'll be doing is delete this and do the entire process once again, which is completely normal. This is what you get in real world development, right? So let's go and delete this project. Under the settings, I'll say delete, and let me paste this in, and I'll say delete my project. Alright, so it has been deleted and let's try to deploy it once again. So I forgot to select the backend folder from here, because we would like to deploy the API, not the mobile folder at the moment. Once again, let's get our environment variables. I'll copy everything, paste this in, delete the node env as well as the Arcjet env. Now I think it should be working out. Let's wait for this to complete. Alright, so looks like it has been deployed. Let's try to visit our API. So currently we are getting bot access. That's correct because Vercel has sent us a request. But if we visit ourselves, I think we should be able to get the output. So as you can tell, as soon as we deployed it, the bot protection is working correctly and our API is up and running. So with this, I think that's gonna be it for this section as well. We have built the entire backend part where we have an Express API that is connected to a MongoDB database. So I know that we just copied and pasted everything in this section, but I think that's fine. I have explained everything as we have copied and pasted. So for example, we just copied and pasted this entire thing and then we talked about it. Same for this one, and everything that we have done so far. So that's gonna be it for the backend part. We have our API deployed on Vercel. In the next section, we can get started with the mobile development, and then we can basically consume this API so that we can create posts, like them, delete them, add comments, and do everything that we have built. Okay, so with this, I'll see you in the next section. So now we can get started with the mobile development with React Native. And just before we jump into coding, I'd like to walk you through it with some diagrams and explain what is React Native in the first place. So probably you already know this, but just in case, I'd like to walk you through it. And if you have ever watched any of my previous React Native tutorials, you would know that I'm using this diagram a lot, but just in case if you're new here, I'll walk you through it once again. And if you have watched it previously, maybe you could skip the next 5 minutes. Okay, so let's start with the question, what is React Native in the first place? It is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. We could use either JavaScript or TypeScript. In this tutorial, we'll be using TypeScript. And then there is something what we call cross-platform development, which means writing code once that can run on multiple platforms. So in this case, React Native is a cross-platform framework because you can write one code base in JavaScript and you can run it and you can deploy it to both iOS and Android. So I hope that makes sense so far. Now, why React Native is good, right? Why is it beautiful? Because you don't really need to learn something like Swift and like Kotlin or Java. You don't really need to learn any of them. Just with React Native, you can deploy to App Store and you can deploy to Play Store, right? So this is the beauty of it. Before React Native or something like Flutter, back in the old days, you have to learn both of these languages so that you can deploy your application to Apple Store as well as Play Store. So I hope that makes sense, and here are some notes as well. But now React Native itself is not enough, and this is what they say in their documentation. So you could visit reactnative.dev. Under the documentation, you should be able to see the exact same screenshot that I have. And they say we want you to use, or we would recommend you to use a framework like Expo. And let's see what that is. So Expo is going to give us all the tools that we would need for the optimization purposes and for a really good developer experience. You will see what I mean once we get into the mobile development in a couple of minutes. So you could basically run this application in your physical device without needing a simulator on your laptop. Okay, so let's see what do we have else. Now just don't get confused, both of them. React Native is not the same thing as Expo. So when you're writing Expo, at the end of the day, you're actually writing React Native, but you just have some more optimizations on top of it. I hope that makes sense. If not, we're going to see it in a couple of minutes. And if you have ever used Next.js, it is the same, like the same relationship that we have. They are not the same thing, but pretty similar concepts. And here I have 5 different, let's say, comparisons between React Web and React Native. So I think there is nothing to explain. You could pause the video and take a look at it, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'll walk you through it. So in React Native, we don't really have things like H1, H2, or let's say H6. No, for any kind of text, you would use the text component. So if you delete this part, your application is going to break and it'll say if you have a text, it should be under the text component. And then for the divs, which is basically a box, you would use a view element and you would import all of them from React Native. Okay, so we'll get into the styling now. In React Web, you would use something like a class name and then you would create those classes in your CSS file, right? But here in React Native, we could use a style sheet, and this is going to be a JavaScript object with key value pairs. So here we have styles.cart, and here are the styles. So let's say you want to use this, you would say styles.cart, right? You would have styles.content, and you can, you get the point, you can add as much as you wanted to. But in this tutorial, we'll not actually be using these custom styles. Instead, we'll be using Tailwind. And for the React Native, Tailwind has something what we call the Nativewind. So this is what they have built. We could use it, and in this tutorial, we'll be actually using it in a couple of minutes. So just keep that in mind. I'd like to skip these pretty quickly so that we can get into the actual coding. For the event handling in web, you would have things like on click, on mouse over, so on and so forth. But here we would have things like on press, on long press, on double press, because this is a mobile application, right? We have touch events, and then instead of a button, we have a touchable opacity or a pressable component. So these are the things that you don't really need to worry about because we'll see them in the incoming sections. And in React Web, you would use the map method to be able to map through the items. So for every single item, here we say return this component. You can do the same thing on React Native, but there is another variation where you would use flat list. So this is a component that is going to provide some optimizations instead of using in this way. But it doesn't mean that you have to always use flat list. Sometimes you could just use this kind of a, let's say, code block to be able to map over the arrays. So once again, we'll see them in action in the video. And finally, the forms, we don't really have things like on submit in React Native, but we basically just say on press, go ahead, call the function and do whatever we have. And for the input, we have text input. Again, you can add the style, value, on change text, placeholder, some placeholder styling, etc. Okay, I hope that makes sense. This is just to give you an idea between React and React Native. So it is actually pretty similar. I think you can pretty easily learn React Native if you are already, if you already have a basic understanding of React. And I think we'll just do it in this video. Now, how do you follow along with this video, right? Do you install a simulator or would you install something else? So we have two different options. You could either install a simulator. If you're on Mac, you would install Xcode, which is what I have. But if you're on Windows, you would install Android Studio. But let's say you're thinking, hey, I have a very old laptop that I cannot really install any simulator. Well, that's completely fine. In this case, you can visit your physical device and get the Expo Go, either from App Store or Play Store. And once you install it, you will say open, and then we are going to get a QR code in our terminal in a couple of minutes. And then we are going to scan this so that we could open this up in our physical device. Okay, so you don't really need to install a simulator. So this is really quick and convenient to get started with. But if you're thinking to, building multiple React Native applications, I think in the long run, this option could be fun, right? It could be convenient because you will always have your simulator right here on your laptop. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. In this case, I think most of you guys will go with this option, which is completely fine. And I'll actually show you how to run this in our phone. I have this application installed on my phone as well. Okay, so this is too much talking. Now let's jump into coding. Here I would like to give you a quick walkthrough of the code base. So to be able to get this code base, if you remember, this is what we have done. Let me open up. Here we just cd into the mobile and we said npx create expo-app at latest, and we said dot at the end. So that was the command that we have run in the past so that we could get this boilerplate code from Expo. Now there are so many things that looks pretty complicated for a beginner. So in this case, we could basically reset the entire project. And Expo team has a thought of this one. So they have put a reset project script that we could run. So I'll say npm run reset project, and it's going to delete everything. So I'll just say, I think we could just say yes. It'll take everything that we had in the past and it'll put it under the app example folder. And we don't really need this, so we could delete this as well. Now we have a super basic mobile application with an index file as well as a layout file, and we'll get into those in a second. But first, let's say clear the terminal and run npx expo. So this is going to give you a QR code, and I'll open up my camera and then scan this in a second. But first, let's say you have a simulator. So just go ahead, open this up. So in my case, it is iPhone 16, but in your case, it could be, something like Samsung or anything. If you're on Windows, press A so that it could open up the Android Studio. But in my case, I'll press I to open up the iOS simulator. So this will get the output. Now it is bundling, and then we should be able to see this output. And if you change anything here on this file and save, it'll update in real time. So super clean, super beginner friendly developer experience. And this is all thanks to Expo. Now, how do we run this in our physical device? So basically just open up the Expo app and then scan this QR code. And actually, this is what I'll be doing. Let me just open up my camera and show you this. So I have my camera open, and I'll scan this QR code. Let's see. It'll take a couple of seconds, but then it should be bundled. And just make sure that the Wi-Fi that you are connected to is the same Wi-Fi that you have in your laptop. Okay. And now here we can see it is the exact same output. I'm not really sure if you can read it, but I promise it's the same thing. Okay, now it is working correctly. We can run it on our physical device. I think it is time to just get started with the basics of React Native. So before we start coding our application, I'd like to show you the basics of React Native. So let's say you have this text, but it is not wrapped with the text component. Here you'll see that it's going to crash. It says a text component. Let's try to reload this. It'll say text strings must be rendered within a text component. So this is something really important that you should keep in mind. And then a view is just like a div. You can add all kinds of styles. You could either add it inline, just like what we have here. Let's say background color is going to be something like red. It should update, but not border. Let's say background color. Okay. Or you could take this and create a style sheet. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll say const styles, and I'll say style sheet. Let's try to import it from React Native. Say style sheet dot create, and then you would pass an object. Now you can call this anything really, but the convention is to call this as styles because these are our styles. And then let's give it a name like container. Again, you could put anything. This is a regular JavaScript object. And for the container, I'd like to add these styles. So I'll just cut it, paste this, and then I'll say this is going to get styles.container class. So here we can see it is working correctly, but we'll not be using these styles. Instead, in this tutorial, I would like to use Tailwind, but for React Native. And this is what we call the Nativewind. So I'll get into it in a second, but let's try to see a couple of different components. So here, instead of just a text, we could also put a text input component. And this is going to be self-closed. It'll be coming from React Native, but for some reason, it is not working, I was going to say, but looks like it is working. So let's say placeholder will be something like email address. And you should be able to see a text input. Let's delete the background color. Okay, so it doesn't have any styles, but you get the point. And actually we'll be using a couple of different text inputs, and we're going to style it, make it look a lot more cleaner. Then we have some icons coming from Expo. So here I can say import. We have things like ion icons. Let's say from at Expo vector icons. So here let's try to use one of them. I'll say ion icons. I think this is going to take a name or title. What do we have? Let's just double check. And this should be ion icons, all lowercase, I believe. Okay, so this is correct. Now we can get this self-close tag, and I think, was it text or title? I can't really remember. Let me just double check. So it was called as name. Here we could add all kinds of icons that is available in Expo. So here let's say volume of, and we can give it a size like 40. So here we can see we can get the output however we wish. Now let's try to go with the Twitter logo, and this is what we'll be using in the actual application as well. Okay, so we could just go on and on for hours, but I think we could leave it here and then learn these components as we build our application. So for now, I'd like to delete actually these and try to set up the Nativewind. So let's say get started. And if you're watching this video a couple of years later, I don't know if it is going to completely work, but we could minimize the errors. So just make sure that you are using version 4. In the future, this could be version 5, 6, whatever that is, just select version 4 and move forward as we do. So we're going to skip the very first step because we already have an Expo application. So let's say get the very first command, and I'm using npm. So let's try to open up the terminal, clear everything and paste this in. So we have, I think, 7 different steps, but I'll walk you through it, every single one of them. Okay, so the next thing we would like to do is running this command so that we can get a tailwind config.js file. Okay, so I'll clear up my terminal, paste this in, and this will give us a tailwind config.js file. And just make sure that you are running everything under the mobile folder. So copy this and paste this under the tailwind config.js. So let's say open up that file, delete everything and paste this in. So here we would like to pause and try to change something. Let me zoom out so that you can see entire thing. So here we'll update the content array because we don't really have this file called app.tsx, but instead we have this app folder. And then in the incoming sections, we'll have the components folder. So let me just delete everything. You can grab this from the source code or pause the video, type this out. We basically say allow everything, every file that is under the app and under the components to use Tailwind CSS. Sorry, I just paused, but basically here we are trying to say use Tailwind CSS under the app and components without any issues. I hope that makes sense. Now let's go with the next step, which is to get the global.css file. So I will create it under the root. So under the mobile, let's just say global.css and then paste this in. And then the next step is to create this file, which is babelconfig.js. Again, under the mobile, we're going to create this, and let's try to copy and paste the content. So these steps are a little bit boring, I admit, but we have to do it. And then we'll just get the metroconfig.js file. Let's create it as well. And then get the file content. Paste this in. Now we would like to import the global.css in our application. And for this, we'll go under the layout file. Again, we'll talk about it in a couple of minutes. But first, let's say import the global.css file. And I think this is above the app folder. So we'll just go one up and then import it from here. Okay, so we can save and let's see the next step. Okay, so this has already been set it up for in the app.json file. This is optional, but let's do it. We'll get Nativewind env. Let's create this file. This is for TypeScript types so that it could work correctly. Copy the content and hopefully everything should be working out. Let's close everything. Go under the home page, which is the index.tsx, and we would like to get this UI. So they say try this out to double check if everything is working or not. Let's delete the styles, we don't really need it at this point, and put this view with the class name using Tailwind CSS, or Nativewind, I should say. Now let's put them side by side and restart our application with npx expo, and then I'll press R so that it can reload our app. Okay, so here we can see Tailwind CSS is working correctly. We could update and it'll update in real time. So if in your case it did not work, probably, sir, you have skipped one of these steps or you have done something wrong. Just go ahead, watch this section once again where we started with the first step and done until the very end. So in my case, as you can tell, it is working correctly without any errors. Alright, so we just set it up Nativewind successfully. Now before we end this section, I think we can talk about this underscore layout file, which is the root layout. So if you have ever used something like Next.js, it is the similar concept. This is where your application starts. And here we have things like a stack navigator, and if you don't know what that means, I can explain this with an example. So let's visit this web browser and try to visit a website like google.com. Oops, let's say google.com. And then from here, we could visit something like facebook.com. And I'll explain something. Now, if you try to go back, you can do so, right? This is what we call the stack navigator. So the new pages will be coming from the right hand side to the screen, and the old pages will be coming from the left hand side. So this is like a stack of plates where you can get the latest one at the top and the oldest one at the very bottom, right? So, but this is on the web browser. It has been implemented by default. How can we implement this kind of feature in our mobile application, in our Expo application? Well, just with this component, it is done. So included, and you have this stack navigator already. And then there's also what we call the Tab Navigator, and this is what we'll be using as well. So basically you have a couple of different tabs at the bottom of the screen, and depending on the tab, depending on the selected tab, the screen will change. So you will be either in the home screen, search, notifications, and you get the point. So this is what we call the Tab Navigator, and we'll be using it in the incoming sections. So for now, just know that this is that component. And you could add, a couple of different props. So let's say add the screen options. I would like to get rid of this title. So I can say header shown is going to be false. Now you will not see that title. And if you want to update it, you could do so as well. So in this case, first you would say this is going to be like double closed or opened and closed component. Then we could add our very first screen, which is the index. So we can say stack.screen self closes, and what is the name? Well, it is called as index. Let's put this, it comes back, and now we can update the title. Let's see, we'll say we have options, and from here you could say title could be something like home. Now it has been updated. So there's a lot more to talk about it, but I don't really think we need it at the moment. So I'll just bring it back to the previous state. So these are the basics of root layout and stack component. In the incoming sections, we'll do a lot more than this. Now let's try to end this section, and just before we do so, let's get rid of these imports that we don't really use and commit our changes. So first, I'd like to shrink everything and create a new branch. And here we can see the node modules, the expo folder, all of them have been ignored. These are the things that we don't really need to keep track of, right? So here I'd like to create a new branch. I can call this something like React Native Basics. You can call this anything that you wish. And then let's try to stage all of our changes. Okay, so we have deleted every single one of these. That's correct. When we run npm reset project, they have been deleted. So I'll say add everything. And then for the commit, let's say React Native Basic Setup. And then I'll commit this and then publish the branch. Now let's go into the source code and try to create the pull request. So again, we will get some feedback from both Vercel and CodeRabbit. Now we are getting this from Vercel because our application has been deployed already. It'll try to redeploy this without any, without breaking anything. So after 2 minutes, we just got the summary by CodeRabbit. These are the things that we have done. And then we got a quick walkthrough as well as a sequence diagram. And then we have some nitpick comments. So these are the things that we could optimize and make better in our code. We don't have to, but these are just some, let's say, optimizations that CodeRabbit just mentions. Okay, so you don't have to do it, but it says mostly it looks good to me. It is clean and minimal, but you could change some part of it. In my case, I'll leave everything as it is, and I'll say I am fine with it. I'd like to merge this pull request. So I'll say confirm this merge. This should be closed. Now we could go back to our VS Code and try to get into the master branch. And then we'll get the latest changes. So here, let's try to pull the latest changes. Here we go. This is what we have done. The Nativewind setup has been done successfully. Okay, basically this is where we left. Now we can leave this section here and move forward with the incoming sections. So I'll see you there. In this section, we are going to get started with the authentication page. So this is the image that I'll provide you, and then I'll provide you two different icons as well, the Google icon and Apple icon. Then we're going to build the UI, and then we are going to implement the functionality. So for this, we'll be using Clerk. You can find a link in the description, and we are going to follow the documentation. So first, let's sign in and visit our dashboard. So this is the project that we have created in the past. Go ahead, select the expo, and then we would like to go through these steps. First, we would like to install Clerk Expo. Here, I'll open up my terminal under the mobile folder. Okay, so let's paste this in, and then we would like to get the publishable key. Copy it and create it under the .env file. So again, paste this in. This is still installing, that's fine. So under the root layout, we would like to wrap our entire application with this Clerk provider component. Let's try to do it. Under the app, root layout, first I'll delete the stack, and let's say return this part, import the Clerk provider at the very top, and wrap our application with it. So we're going to pass the stack into it. And then we would like to get this package. Let's copy it and paste it. And you can read why this is needed. Basically, Clerk will use it to be able to handle the authentication securely. And then we would like to pass the token cache into it. So I'll copy this import. Let's paste this in right here. And then we would like to get this prop. So I'll paste this in. Let's try to start our application. I'll say npx expo, put the simulator and reload the application. So you could follow the other steps. Let's try to actually do it. They have a sign up page, sign in page, but in our case, we'll have only one authentication page where we can basically sign up or sign in with these buttons. I think this is a pretty cool user experience. So first, we'd like to create the auth layout file. So I'll copy this entire path. Under the application, under the app, I'll say create a new file, paste this in, and it'll create the folder as well as the file. Let's copy the content. So at the beginning, this might look a little bit weird and confusing, but I promise it'll make sense in a couple of minutes. So this will basically check if user is signed in. If so, we will redirect them to the home page. So if they are authenticated, they should not be able to see the auth page. So this is what we are doing. And yes, you could have multiple layout files. They should be in different paths, okay? In different paths. And instead of having this home page, let's try to cut the content, or actually leave it here, but put it under the auth. Let's say instead of welcome to Nativewind, we could say auth page, because now this file is under the auth, right? And for the layout, we could say instead of just a stack, this is the root layout by the way, let's try to turn this off and say stack.screen. Our very first screen is going to be the auth, right? Let's say auth. we could add some options. Let's do it actually. I'll say options is going to be header shown to be false, just like what we have done in the past. So let's save, we can close this file, and let's see what we're gonna get. If you reload, we are in the auth page automatically, because that's the only page that we have at the moment. Now let's try to build the UI, and then we will implement the functionality. So you can get this image from the source code as well as these two. So find the source code in the description, go under the mobile, under the assets, under the images, you will see 3 different images. So I have just copied and pasted. Let me show you the images. So we have the Apple icon, the Google PNG, and then I have provided 2 different auth images. So this is the one that I'll be using, but you could use this one as well. And these are the images that I have created with AI, with ChatGPT specifically. Okay, so let's keep this in mind and get started with the index page under the auth. So let's get this simulator side by side and delete the text and get started with the container. So this will get the flex 1 and the background of white. Then we'll create 2 different views. So first one, and duplicate this and turn this off. So first let's get started with the parent. So I'll say class name, we can say flex of 1, padding x of 8, and justify is going to be between. Then let's do the same thing of flex of 1, and justify will be centered. Now here we would like to put the demo image. So here I have accidentally saved, that's why we cannot see anything. Let's try to just keep building. We are gonna put the demo image. So let me add a comment. If you would like to copy and paste it, you could do so from the source code. So we'll have a view. Let's say class name is going to be items centered, and then we're going to have an image component. It's going to be a self-closed component, and it'll be coming from React Native. So I think this is the very first time we are using the image component in this tutorial. So let's say get the source, and here we would like to basically import it from the assets folder. So we'll go under the assets, under the images, and get this one. Let's see how we can do it. So I'll say call the require function. We're gonna put the path. So we'll go one up, one more. From here we'll go under the assets, under the images, and get the auth2.png. And let's give it a class name of, let's say, size 69. And then I can say resize mode is going to be equal to contain. We have a couple of different options. This is the one that I'll be going with. And here we can see image is right here. Then after this view, we would like to put another view, and this is going to be the container for the buttons. So let's say class name, flag/column, gap of 2, and then within this we can create the Google sign-in button, which is going to be looking like this. So if you can tell, we have some box shadow on top of it. I'm not really sure if you can see it from the video, but it is definitely here. So let's see how we can make that work. So this is a button, so we can get a touchable opacity. And by the way, we have a button coming from React Native as well, but in this case, I'll be using touchable opacity. So they have some differences that you can double check from the documentation. Okay, so always feel free to pause the video, do your research, or if you don't really want to do it at the moment, like I would say take some to-dos. This is what I was doing when I was watching tutorials. When I first get started, I would basically add a to-do. I would say research button versus touchable opacity, and once I am done with the entire tutorial, I would go into the search and I would search for every single to-do. Okay, I would just add my check mark for every single one of them. I think this really helps, and just seeing these check marks makes you feel like you have accomplished something. Alright, so enough talk, let's zoom in and add some classes. I'll say class name. We would like to add flags of row. Let's say items will be centered, justify centered, background could be white, and then border, let's say border color is going to be gray 300, and then we can say rounded of full so that it is like as circle as possible, and then we'll say padding y of 3 and x of 6. So these are too much classes, but we'll see the output. And then on press, what'll happen? For now, let's say nothing is going to happen. So we can call an empty function. But of course, we are going to implement that. And then we can say it'll be disabled if we are in the loading state. So I'll say if it is loading. And for now, let's create a hard-coded value. Say is loading. For now, let's just say false. And then we can say give some styles. So we'll be giving some inline styles to be able to have that box shadow. But for now, I'll leave it empty to not confuse you at all. So within this, we are going to create one more view. Let's say class name is going to be flags of row, item centered, justify centered. And then we'll put an image, which is going to be the Google icon. I'd like to copy and paste it. It is the same thing that we have done here. We will put the source, class name, as well as the resize mode. Then let's put the text after the image. Since it is flags row, they would be side by side. And then it has been centered both vertically and horizontally. Now this doesn't have any box shadow. So under this style, I would like to paste this in and let's say see the output. So I'm not really sure if it is visible, but can I zoom in? Looks like I can't. But let me just do Ctrl Z. I'll delete this. So there's definitely a change and it makes it a lot more cleaner in this way. We have the box shadow, like the shadow color, shadow offset, and these props. This is only needed for Android. Okay, just keep this in mind. Elevation will be only applied in Android. Okay. So after this one, we could add the other button for the Apple sign-in. So I will actually copy this and paste it below. So if you have written with me, copy it and paste it right here. So this is the Apple icon. Let's put a comment. Okay. Then for the image, we'll use apple.png. And let's say continue with Apple. But now the size is a little bit too large. We can go maybe with 8 for this one. Okay, I think now they are balanced. Now for the loading state, I would like to show an activity indicator. Let's see what I mean. First, I'll paste this in and import it from React Native. So you could add a size as well as a color. So can you see? It is this beautiful activity indicator. But we only want to see it if we are in the loading state. So first I will cut this and I will wrap this with some conditional rendering. I'll say if it is loading, we would like to render this part, else we would like to render this part. So if it is loading, I'll paste this in, and else we would like to see basically this button. Now let's save. I think this is going to crash because we need to wrap this with a view. Let me just zoom out and try to walk you through it what we have done. So let me actually delete everything that we have done. So I'll delete this loading state. Okay, so this is what we had initially. Now let's try to wrap this with the conditional rendering. So I'll say go above this view. If it is loading, render this part, but else this one. So here I will paste this in, the activity indicator, and in the else case, we are going to wrap it with this one. Okay, now this should be good to go. If it is in the true state, this is what we're going to see. Let's do the exact same thing for this button, which is for Google. Let me just say Google sign in button. And here within the button, I'll say if it is loading, render this part, else this one. So here I'd like to paste the same activity indicator, but this time this is going to be the color that I'll be using. And then here we could wrap this view with this conditional rendering. Okay, so if we are in the true state, let's say this is true. Oops, of course this is true. This should be the output. Okay, this should be the UI. And this is going to be equal to true once we click to it. Okay, so that's the UI. Now let's try to implement the functionality so that we could sign up with Google and with our Apple account. And just before we do so, I think we are missing this text. So let's try to add this as well. At the very bottom, I think after this view, okay, so after the touchable opacity and view, just paste this in. You can pause the video, type this out, and this is the output that we're gonna get. To be able to highlight these, we wrap them with a text component. And now to be able to implement these buttons, we could write the code right here, but what I'd like to do, just keep my code base clean and follow some best practices. So for this, I would like to create a custom hook under the hooks folder. And actually, we will have a bunch of different hooks in the incoming sections. So the first one we will have will be use socialoauth.ts. And with this file, we can implement these options. So first, let's say export const this hook, and then this is going to be an arrow function. So within this hook, basically, we would like to return two different things. One is the loading state, and then the second one is the function where we can handle the social auth. So we will go in the auth page. Instead of calling the loading in this way, we'll say use social auth, and you will give us two different values, which is going to be handle social auth and the loading state. Now let's try to actually build this component. And here we will have a use state, let's say is loading, and set is loading. And initially this is going to be equal to false. Let me zoom in. Let's say use state. This is going to be false, and we're going to set this to be true once we click to the buttons. And then in clerk, from clerk, we get this use SSO hook. And then this is going to give us a value, which will be start SSO flow. Now, these are coming from documentation. You can always double check that. So just know that these are the things that I have double checked from the docs. So it is not something that I memorize or I know it by heart. Let's say const create this function, and I'm too lazy to type this out. And this will be an async function. Now this will get the strategy as an argument, and this could take two different values, which is OAuth underscore Google, or this could take, let's say, OAuth underscore Apple. These are the options that we have. And then we can open up this arrow function, and within this we will first set the loading state to be true, and then we'll have the try, catch, and finally blocks. So first, finally, we would like to set the loading state to be equal to false. Either we succeed or fail, loading state should be equal to false. In the try, first we would like to call this method, which is start SSO flow. And here I'll paste this in. We are going to pass the strategy. And I have a typo. It should be strategy in this way. So we're going to await this, and it'll give us two different values. Okay, let me zoom out so that you can see it clearly. And then we will check if session has been created and if set active is equal to true. In this case, we will say, go ahead and set this session with the created session ID. So this will check the user has been authenticated. And in the catch, I would like to call this as an error, and then put a console log for debugging purposes, and then we can check for the provider. So if strategy is auth Google, that means provider is Google, else it is Apple. In this case, we can throw an alert, and in React Native, you can import the alert, call the alert, and say, here's my title, and this is my message. And then I think that's it for the entire hook. We could save and test this out basically. On press to this button, we will call this method. Let's call it, and the option is going to be OAuth Google. And let's try to copy this line, paste this right here. But in this case, it'll be Apple, right? Okay, so let's try to give it a go and see if it is going to work or not. I'd like to click to this button. It should ask me for the confirmation. Let's say continue. I don't know why this is Turkish, but let's go with the English. Well, it's Turkish because this is where I live, but let me find the English for United States. Okay, I'll be using this email, and I can see this because I have logged in the past. If you have never used the simulator, probably you're not going to see it. Just go ahead and log in with your account. Let's say continue. And now we are authenticated. Okay, so we have some errors because our code base is not done yet. But if you take a look at your dashboard under the users, you should be able to see this user. It is logged in. And we could test out the Apple option. So I have tested out in the background off camera. It is working, but of course I'll not try this out because I'll not put my Apple ID in front of your very eyes. So yeah, now it is authentication is done. It is working correctly, but the app has been crashed, right? It is not working. Let's try to reload this page. Okay, basically it tries to render something, but it cannot do it because we are redirecting the user to the home page and we don't really have that. So let's try to create a simple home page. Now for this, I'll just say create the index.tsx. Let's say rnfe. Now if you cannot see this snippet, you can install this extension called ES7. So it is this one. Just go ahead and install it. Then you should be able to do rnfe. And let's say home screen. Now if you save, hopefully it should be working out correctly. So since we are authenticated, we are in the home screen. Now let's try to put a very basic button imported from React Native, and on press, we can call sign out method, which is going to be coming from clerk. So we can say use, I think it was a clerk. Let's say use clerk. This dude should give us the sign out method, and on press, we can basically call that. Okay, so TypeScript is complaining. Let's try to call it in this way. It is not really happy with us because it wants to have a title prop. Let's say log out. Okay, now it is happy. We can click to it. We should be logged out. We are not redirected, but let's say reload. We should be in the auth page. So it did not work. Let's see why. Probably we should add some kind of navigation, but instead of doing it here, I will leave it for the next section once we implement the tabs. Okay, so in the next section, we are going to implement these tabs, which is what we call the Tab Navigator. So for now, we can leave everything as it is. We have some issues, okay, so like it's completely fine, but let's try to commit our changes. Now, before we just commit our changes, let's make sure that the .env file has been ignored because by default it is not. We will go under the git ignore, and here at some point we could say ignore the .env file as well. Okay, so it has been ignored. We just make sure that we don't push this file to our GitHub repo, right? Now we could create a new branch and do the pull request. For this section, I would like to skip that step and just immediately commit this to the master branch. If you wanted to, of course, you could create that branch, right? So here I'll say auth implemented. Let's say commit our changes and then sync the changes, which is going to push this to the master branch, right? Let's double check. It should say something like now auth has been implemented. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to get started with the Tab Navigator. So we'll have 6 or 5 different tabs, sorry, not 6, but 5 different tabs. One for the home screen, search, notifications, messages, and then the profile screen. So let's see how we can set this up. We will go under the VS Code, and if you are seeing this in this color, which looks like there's an error, but there isn't, this is how VS Code gives you some errors. You can just press Command-Shift-P and then reload the window. And that error should be fixed now. It is just some buggy behavior from VS Code. Okay, now we would like to delete the home page. That was just for testing purposes. We are going to create our tabs, and we can put it under the, let's say, tabs folder. Okay, so wrap it with brackets. This is a special folder, and actually Expo documentation talks about it. Let's say expo.dev, read the documentation, and you can search for the tabs folder. Okay, so this is the exact same thing that we are doing. We are going to create a layout file so that we can configure these icons, the colors, and then we can put our screens. For the home screen, we will create index.tsx. For the settings, you would create that file, so on and so forth. So let's see how we can make that work. I will first create the underscore layout.tsx, and then we are going to have, as I said, 5 pages in total. Let's try to create every single one of them. For the home page, we will say index.tsx. Then we will have, let's say, notifications.tsx. We will have the search.tsx, messages, and then the profile.tsx. For the content, just go ahead and run rnfe and say profile screen, save and close. Now you can close this with Command W or Control W. Let's do the same thing for this one. I'll say messages screen. For now, we will keep it simple, and in the incoming sections, we are going to update it. Let's say search screen. And same for this one. Let's say notifications. And then we could say the home screen. Okay, now what's up with the layout folder or the file? So this is the file where we would like to configure our icons, give the proper spacing, let's say add this color, right? Because this color could be a red color as well. How do we configure it? How do we get these exact icons? Well, it is this file where we can handle it. So first I'll say rnfe, and then let's say this is the tabs layout. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with because it makes sense. And instead of a view component, this time we will import tabs, which is going to be coming from Expo router. And then each tab is going to be under the tabs.screen. Let's say the very first one will be the home. So let's say name is going to be index. Just make sure that it is matching with the file name. Then we can give the options. And here is where we can put a icon, right? I'll say tab bar icon, which is going to be a function. And we're going to get 2 different props, which is the color and size. Then we can call, Expo icons. So here we could get the ion icons that we talked about in the past, or we can get the feather icons as well. So import the feather from Expo vector icons. And here again, for the name, I'll put home because this is the icon that I'd like to use. And we're going to pass the size as well as the color. So for now, just follow along with me. I promise it'll make sense in a couple of minutes. So that was the very first screen. Let's duplicate it. I would like to put the search tab as well. For the icon, I'll use search and leave everything as it is. Then let's duplicate this once again. This time it'll be notifications. Let me paste this in. For the name, we can use the bell icon. And we're going to duplicate this twice. This is going to be messages. And then here we could use the mail icon. Then for the profile page, we'll say name is going to be user icon. Okay, so let's save and try to log in with our account. Okay, so this is not really working correctly so far because we haven't completed the entire setup. Let's try to move on. And I think the only fix we have to do under the auth layout, instead of homepage, we will say take the user to the /tabs. Okay, now we are in the home screen. And here we can see we have the how do we call it? The Tab Navigator, right? And now one thing that I'd like to get rid of is the titles. So here I don't really want to see the index, search, notifications, right? I'd like to get rid of them just like in this example. So we can add the title specifically for every single one of them. Here I'll say under the options, the title could be just an empty string and put a comma. And of course this should be colon. Okay, now it is gone. Let's do the same thing for every single one of them under the options. This one and messages as well as the profile screen. Now they are gone. Now if you don't add the size, let's see what'll happen for the user. It'll be a lot smaller. So that's why we put this so that it can get the default size. And you can get rid of the color as well. It'll be a little bit different than usual. So let's bring this back. Now I'd like to change this color. For this, we'll go under the parent component. So here we could add lots of different options, and let's try to see what we'll have in this tutorial. I'll say screen options, and then let's first update the active tint color. So now this is active. Let's try to make it this Twitter color. So here we can see it has been updated. We could use something like red as well. If it is active, the color is going to be red. But of course, I'd like to use this color. And then we can update the inactive color as well. So we'll say tab bar inactive tint color. I'll be using this value. Then we can add the tab bar style. Let me create this object, paste this in. And for now, let's say height is going to be 50. Okay, so the problem here is that this tab bar is not really visible. It is under the actions. And to be able to get rid of this, we could use what we call insets. And this is going to be coming from a hook. So I'll say use safe area insets. And this is coming from this package. And this has already been installed by Expo. Now here we can see this bottom has been determined automatically by Expo. So if you delete this part, it is not really looking correct. But if you add it, now it is beautifully put. Okay, so you can update the border color, but this is what I'll have in this tutorial. And then we can add the tab bar label style. I will update the font size and font weight. Let's say this is going to be 25. I think this doesn't change anything because we have deleted the title, right? So if you didn't delete the title, this would work. Let's say 12. It is a lot more smaller, but in this case, since we don't really have the titles, I think we can get rid of this style. And finally, I'll just say get rid of the header shown. Okay, now it is gone, as you can tell. Previously we had it, but now we don't really have it. And the very last thing that we could add could be redirection. So here I'll say import the use auth from clerk. If user is not signed in, redirect them to the auth page. So if they are not signed in, they should not be able to visit the tabs. And let's get rid of this import. So we are authenticated, we can see the tabs, but if we log out, we should not be able to see it. Now, how do I get rid of this header? Let's see. I think here under the, is it this one or? So I think here I'll say screen options. Header shown should be false. Okay, now it is gone. But now the problem that we have is that the content is not really in the safe area view. It is overlapping with the status bar. How do we fix it? So for this, we have a component called Safe Area View. And let's try to see it in the home screen. So I'll shrink this one and I'll go under the tabs under the index.tsx. So instead of just a view, we could have the Safe Area View. And just make sure that it is coming from this package. And do I have a typo? Okay, now it should be looking like this. Let's say the class name flex is going to be equal to 1. Okay, here we can see the content is now beautifully put in the view, in the safe area view. So this is a component that you should definitely know, and I think this is only needed in iOS. In Android, they are going to handle the content to be in the view, so it's not going to overlap with the status bar or at the bottom bar. I don't know how you call this, but yeah, this is the component that you should definitely know. And here is one of the usages that you should keep in mind. And just before we end this section, let's try to create one more component and a custom hook where we can log out. So under the hooks, I will create use logout, or let's say use sign out, because why not? I'll say use signout.tsx file, or actually ts, because it is a custom hook. And then under the mobile, I will create the components. And then here we could create a sign out button.tsx file. Let's say rnfe, call this as sign out button. We will get into the content, and let's actually do it right now. So this is going to be a touchable opacity. Let me type this out. Touchable opacity. And make sure that you close this off. Now instead of text, I will put an icon. Let's say use the feather icon. For the name, we could just say log-out. This is an icon that we have. Let's say size could be 24 and color is going to be this custom value. Let's say E0245E. So it'll be, let me show you. It'll be this red color that we have. Okay, so it'll be this one. Now let's try to handle the functionality. That is going to be under the custom hook. So here we'll say use sign out, call it, and we're gonna get one function. So we'll say handle sign out. Let me copy and paste it instead of typing this out. And here we'll say on press, just go ahead, call this function. But first we need to create it. Let's delete these imports that we don't use and get into this custom hook. So I will paste this in. It is 20 lines of code, and I promise I'll walk you through it. So this is a custom hook that we have created, and we are importing use clerk hook as well as the alert from React Native. We are going to get the signout method, and we are going to export the handle signout function. And when we click to that button, if user cancels, we are not going to do anything. But if they say, yes, we would like to log out, we are going to call the signout method. So super simple React code. This has nothing to do with React Native other than the alert. Let's save and give it a go. Import this, and in the home screen, we can just put the sign out button. Okay, so if you click to it, you will get this confirmation because of this method. So here, this is the title. It says logout. Then the message, it says, are you sure you want to log out? Then you have two different options. For the cancel, we use the style of cancel, and these are the values that React Native gives you. So you have cancel, default, and destructive. Destructive is this one. For the cancel, we'll be using this, and for the logout, we are going to be using this style. Once you click to cancel, nothing happens, but if you click to this one, you should be logged out and redirected to the auth page. And let's get rid of this, the header. For this, we can go right here and just say screen options. Let's say header shown to be equal to false. Okay, so I think with this, we are done with the entire section. We can add a commit and end the section basically. And for this commit, I would like to create a new branch. Let's go under the create new branch and say something like tabs setup, and then stage all of our changes. For the commit message, we could say tabs setup. Let's say tab setup done and sign out added, let's say. Commit and then publish the branch. Then we are going to create a pull request. Let's do it. And then I'll wait for the summary by the code rabbit. So here's the entire summary of this section. We have introduced a new tab-based navigation layout with home, search, notifications, messages, and profile screens. we have added a custom sign up button with confirmation prompt, and then we have implemented a new sign out hook for improved logout experience. And here are some more things that we have done. And then we have a quick walkthrough by CodeRabbit. So here are all the changes with the summary, the sequence diagram, and then some nitpick comments. Let's see what they are. In the root layout, they say you could get rid of the screen options right here in the child component because you have it in the root component. Let's see under the root layout. So it says you can actually get rid of this one because you already have it in the root, which is completely correct. We could leave this one, but I'll be doing this in the next section. So here I don't really want to do it so that we don't really get any other commits. And then the other one is to add some accessibility optimizations. We could add this prop to handle the accessibility. Okay, so I don't really want to waste too much time, but here we can see we definitely have some absolutely needed suggestions. So I'll leave this section here. Let's try to merge the pull request. And I think we have so many things. It's because so far our code base is just a boilerplate when it comes to these tabs. So it says instead of having an empty screen, you could put something meaningful, but we are going to skip them because we are going to build the actual screens in the incoming sections. Let's say merge the pull request. Now it should be closed, and then we can get those changes. So I'll switch to the master one, and then I'll say sync up the changes. Okay, now our code base is up to date with what we have in GitHub. Okay, so with that, that's kind of it for this section as well. In this section, we are going to build the search tab. And here is the output that we would like to build. We are going to have a search bar at the very top, and then we will have some trending topics. Now, this is going to be some hard-coded data, and first we'd like to build this page rather than building the home page first. Okay, because this is a little bit more complicated, where we have functions like creating a post, deleting, liking, commenting, so on. So instead of building this first, let's try to get used to React Native a little bit more, and then we can jump into the homepage. Okay, so let's go into the VS Code under the mobile, app, tabs, and then find the search.tsx file, which has the output. Let's see it pretty quickly. I will log in with my Google account. So this is the UI that we have. Now let's try to build something meaningful, right? First, I'd like to give you an array with 5 different items, which are the trending topics. And then instead of having a view, this is going to be a safe area view component, imported from the package that you can see at the very top. Then let's say class name is going to be flex1, and we can give, I think, the background of white. We'll say bg white. Okay, now we can get into the content. First, I'll put the header component. Let's say it'll be a view with some classes, such as padding x of 4, y of 3, border from the bottom like this, and then the color, let's say gray 100. And then within this view, I would like to have one more so that I can give class name of flex row. They are side by side. Items will be centered. Background gray of 100. Then I'll say rounded full. Then finally, I'll say padding x of 4 and y of 3. Within this view, I would like to put an icon, which is going to be this search icon. And next to it, I'll put the text input and put this placeholder. So I'll get the feather icon, and we can import it from expo vector icons. And then finally, I'll put the text input component. So here is the import from React Native, and then the placeholder, class name, and placeholder text color. You can use something like red as well. just to see how it'll look. But then this is the value that I'll be using. And then we'll go outside of this view, which is the header component. Right after this one, we would like to put a scrollable component. So imagine we have a couple of different trending topics. It is going to overflow, right? It'll be maybe right here. And we would like to scroll through it. For this, we are not going to be using the view component, but instead we will be using scroll view component. And yes, it is coming from React Native. Okay, let's delete this text and we'll give some classes like flex of 1 so that it is taking the entire space. Then I'll add a view to give some padding. I'll say padding of 4 from all directions. And then we can put the text where it says trending for you. Let's import the text from React Native. And then finally, we are going to map through these items, these topics. So I'd like to just put a map. So I'll say trending topics.map for every single item. Go ahead, render the touchable opacity. And this is the output that we really have. Let's try to duplicate them just to see if scroll view is going to work. Now it is working, as you can tell. If you would like to get rid of this indicator on the right hand side, you could say scroll view indicator. Let's see what is the name. I can't really remember, but let's say indicator. Okay, I think it was this one, show vertical scroll indicator. I'll say it's going to be equal to false. Maybe it should be in this way, a Boolean value. Now that indicator is not really visible, and by default it is equal to true. Now you can see it. Okay, so in this case, I'll just leave it as the default value. Okay, so that's it for the search page. We have learned about the scroll view component. We have used the text input, I think, for the very first time with proper styling. And then we have mapped through the items. Okay, so let's try to delete these duplicate topics. And this is the entire output that we have at the moment. So this is the entire section. I know that this was super quick, but I just wanted to show you these components in this specific section so that it's not really getting confusing as we move forward with this tutorial. This search screen is not going to work. Once we complete the tutorial, it's still not going to work because we haven't really implemented any kind of search functionality in the backend. But what you can do if you want to improve yourself or practice a bit, at the end of this video, you could add a to-do for yourself. You would say to-do, add this screen, and make it actually working. So you could add this to-do and do it at the very end. But I'll skip that. Okay, let's save and create a new branch and then commit our changes and send a pull request. So here I'll say search screen. Let's go and try to commit our changes. I'll say search tab added. Commit and publish the branch. Then we could create the pull request. Okay, now I'll wait for the summary and then the feedback, the refactoring suggestions from CodeRabbit. And here is the summary of this section. We have introduced a fully interactive search interface with a search input field and search icon. And then we have added a scrollable list of trending topics with the scroll view component. And each of these trending topics are displaying a category, hashtag, and a tweet count. And in this section, the only change we have is the search.tsx file, and we have some nitpick comments as always. So it basically says here in this file, everything is looking nice, but maybe you could add some accessibility features, some refactoring, right? It's completely valid, but we would like to skip this just to not waste any time. And then it says you could add some types just to make TypeScript a little bit more happy. So a couple of different suggestions. Like it says you can maybe keep track of the search input. Well, this is a to-do that you can do by yourself. And yeah, so these are the basic suggestions that we could keep in mind and implement that. But I'll skip that so that we don't really waste too much time. Okay, let's say merge the pull request, confirm the merge, and this has been closed. Now we can go into the master branch and get the latest changes. So I'll click to this one, pull everything from the GitHub repo. Okay, so this is the latest code that we have. That's gonna be it for this entire section. In the next one, we can get started with the messages page. Once again, this is going to be hard-coded data, but once we are done with it, we are going to build the homepage, notifications, and profile screen, right? And these are not really hard-coded screens. These are the screens that will actually have the functionality. Okay, so with this, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so now it is time to build the messages screen. So this is the output. Let's take a look at it. First, we have a header component, then a search bar, and then the conversations. Now it says if you want to open, just tap to it, but if you want to delete it, long press. So this is going to be the output. If you click to it, a modal will slide in from the bottom of the screen up until here, and then we can see the chat history. And if you long press, you will get a like a modal where you can delete the conversation. So with this in mind, let's try to get into it. And once again, this functionality doesn't really work. This is some hard-coded data, and I wanted to give you the design so that maybe at the end of this video, you would like to implement this feature by yourself. Alright, so with this in mind, let's go back to VS Code, and this is where we left. This is the messages screen. The content is outside of the save area, but we will fix it in a couple of minutes. So before we jump into coding, I'd like to give you this hard-coded data that you can see. So we have some conversations. And for this, I'll create a data folder under the mobile, and I'll say conversations.ts file. You can find this in the source code. So just go under the mobile, under the data, find this file, and copy the entire content, paste this in. It's around 200 lines of code. Basically, we have an array of conversations. In each conversation is an object where we have user field, last message, and the messages. And then we have some TypeScript types just to make this happy and type safe. Alright, so let's save and get back into the messages screen. So before we build the UI, I actually want to create my states, functions, so that it'll be easier to build the rest of the UI. Now, first things first, I'd like to get the insets, and we have used it in the past. So this will be coming from this package, and this is going to make the content stay within the save area. And once we use it, I think we'll see this in action. And then I'd like to get a couple of different states. So one for the search text. When we type into it, we can keep track of the data, right? The search query. So this is that state. And then let me grab a couple of different states as well. We have the conversations list, and by default, it'll be this hard-coded data that we could import. And then let me zoom out. Then we get the conversation type, which is going to be for the selected conversation. Initially, it'll be null. If you click to one of them, the conversation will be selected, and we will be able to see the content for that one. And then let's see, what do we have else? Is chat open or not? It's a boolean. Depending on this, the modal will be shown, and then the new message when you try to send a message, right? This is that state. Super simple, nothing related to React Native, basic React code. And then we can create a function where we can delete the conversation. Again, it's super simple, 5 lines of code. Let's get the alert from React Native. Basically, we're gonna pass the conversation ID, which is type of number, and then we will ask for a confirmation. If they say cancel, nothing would happen, but if they press delete, we're gonna filter this out from the state. So that's the function. You can pause the video, type this out, or maybe copy and paste it, just like what I have done from the code base, from the source code. And then when we click to a conversation, we are going to call this function where we will pass the conversation as the argument, and it'll update the state for the selected conversation as well as the is chat open state. It'll be equal to true. Okay, one more function where we would like to close the chat modal. So when you click to this button, it's going to close this modal, right? This modal will be gone. And to be able to make that work, we will be calling this function. That's going to reset the state. And the very last function is when we want to send a message. So let me paste this in and I'll walk you through it. Okay, so we'll just check if there is a new message in selected conversation, and then we will update the state with it. Then we can just say your message has been sent to this user, whatever that is. And with this now we can get into the UI. I'll try to zoom in, and instead of a view, we can say this is going to be a save area view that is going to be imported from this package. And let's correctly close this off, and I'll say class name is going to be flex of 1 and the background could be white. Okay, here we go. And then the other thing I'd like to have is the header component. So instead of a text, I'll just say put a comment, and then we will get a view. Let's say class name will be flex-row, and we'll say item centered, and justify is going to be between, so that there's a space between this header component. Okay, so this is what we're building. There's a space between both of these. And then we'll have padding x of 4, y of 3, border dash bottom, and we can update the color to be gray, let's say 300. I think I'll go with 100. And then within this view, I would like to have the text that says messages, and then we're gonna put a button with this edit icon. So let's import both of them and save. Here we go. You can update the icon, but this is what I'll be going with. So after the header component, we can put the search bar. So again, it is only UI. I'd like to paste this in and walk you through it. Let me save. We have a view. Let's import the text input so that it can work properly. Okay, so we have a container view and another view that is flex row, item centered with a different background, and it is rounded. Then we have the icon on the left hand side, and then next to it we have the text input. We can type something in, and if you would like to get the keyboard, you would press Command-Shift-K. It would open up the keyboard in the simulator, and then we can bring this back with Command-Shift-K once again. Okay, so we have value, which is our state, and when we type something in, it'll update that state. So we basically pass the setter function. Okay, after this view and this one, which is right after the search bar, we can put the conversations list. And as you can imagine, here we would like to use a scroll view component, because imagine this, we have multiple different conversations. At some point, this is going to overflow, and we would like to be able to scroll through this, right? So for this, I'll use scroll view component. Let's say, first we would like to import it, of course. Say scroll view, get it from React Native, and this will take a couple of different props. The first one will be class name with flex of 1, so that it is taking the entire space. And then I don't really want to see the vertical scroll indicator, so I'll say shows vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. By default, it is equal to true. And then there is one more thing, which is the content container style. And this is where we would like to use the insets that we have imported. Let's try to write the code, and once we see the output, we will see what this does. I'll say from the padding bottom, we would like to say at least 100 plus insets dot bottom. Okay, we're gonna see what this does. Now within this scroll view component, we would like to get the conversations, this list.map, and for every single conversation, we would like to return something. Let's spell this correctly. Okay, this is what we would like to return, which is going to be a touchable opacity. And then it'll take a couple of different props. Let's say key is going to be conversation.id. And then we can say the class name is going to be flex-row. We can say items will be centered, give padding from all directions, border will be bottom, border gray of 50. And then we can finally say on active state, background will be gray 50. Now what happens if we press to this button? So we'll say on press, and basically I would like to call the open conversation function. So we're gonna pass the conversation into it. And then on long press, we would like to delete it. So we're gonna call this function as well by passing the ID. And then we would like to put the image, right? So that's gonna be the image that we're gonna put, and then name, username, last message, and then let's say the timestamp. Okay, so within this, I'll put this image, and let's try to import the image from React Native. Let's say, okay, so we are getting there. This is the very first step. And then after the image, we can put a view. Let's say class name is going to be flex of 1. And then we would like to put one more view. Let's say class name, flex of row, item centered, justify between, and margin bottom of 1. Let's say we would like to put the text. This is going to be the username, which is the full name, okay? User.name. And then we can just check if user is verified or not. So if user is verified, we will put the verified icon, but I don't really know why it is on the very right hand side. Do I miss anything? Maybe we could wrap this, so I'll cut it, okay? So let's cut this. I'll say view, class name, flex, and actually flex row, items centered. Now we can paste this in. They should be side by side. You could give it a gap, let's say maybe gap of 1. Okay, now it is happy with us. So right after this one, I will get the username by passing an @ symbol in front. So this is going to be the prefix. And then we can put the time. So let's go after this text, paste this in, which is the conversation time. But I think this could be outside of this view so that it is on the very right hand side. And then finally, I'll put the conversation last message. So after this view, I'll paste this in. Okay, so this is just super basic Tailwind and nothing else. We just have some text and view, which is equivalent to a div component, right? This is what we would do in React on the web. All right, so after this conditional rendering, we could put something else. So actually even outside of the scroll view. So we'll go here, paste this in, which is going to be the quick actions. Now, as you can tell, it is outside of the, like it's not next to the bottom tab. So how can we take this and put it right here? So we'll just scroll to the top where we have the safe area view. So now everything is in the safe area view. But let's say we only want this to work from the top corner. So we'll just say edges from the top edge. We'll say just past the top itself. Okay, now this is not really included because we say only included from the top. So if you say only bottom, can you see like the top is not gonna work, but bottom would work? In this case, we would like to only include it from the top. Okay, so I think this looks a lot more cleaner. And now let's try to click to one of them. Nothing happens. Like, of course, we have some animations, but we cannot see the model because we don't really have it in the UI. We are going to build it, but let's try to long press one of them. It'll say, do you want to delete? Let's say yes. It's going to get rid of that from the UI. Now I'd like to refresh this UI. I'll press R to reload this. Okay, looks like it exited. I'll press I and do it once again. Okay, now it is working as expected without any issues. But now, how do we get this model, right? How do we have something that is sliding from the bottom of the screen? Well, for this, React Native has a component called modal. Let's import it, and we will pass a couple of different props, like when this is visible. And this will be visible if is chat open, right? And then we'll say the animation type is going to be slide. There's also fade and none. We'll be using slide. And then also the presentation style, there is full screen, I believe. Well, there's actually 4 different values, but we'll go with page sheet. Okay, so this looks pretty cool that we're gonna see. And then within this, I think we could get the, we'll just say if there is a selected conversation, we would like to render this part. which is going to be a view component. And just before we put the view component, I would like to put a fragment because we'll have a couple of different children. So the first one is going to be the chat header component, which is this part. So we have a back icon, the user info as well. Instead of typing this out, let me paste in and walk you through it. Okay, so this is what I just pasted. We have the touchable opacity for the back button, the user image, and then some more info. That's it. Let's try to click one of them. As you can tell, it is sliding in from the bottom of the screen. And if you click to this button, it is going to close the chat modal. And we have also full screen if you are wondering about this. Let's click to one of them. It's going to take the entire screen, which is not really that great. I'd like to say, bring this back to be page sheet. And let's try to reload the application. Alright, so this is what I'll be going with. Now we can shrink the chat header. Right after this one, we are going to put a scroll view component and we will put the messages. Again, if it overflows the screen, we should be able to scroll through it. That's why we'll be using a scroll view component. Let me paste this in, zoom out, and walk you through it. First, let's save. If you click to it, this is the UI. This is what you're going to see. So we have this text, as you can tell. Then we will map through the messages. For every single message, we are going to return a view that has an image if it is not from us. If it is from us, we are not going to see the image, but else we would see it. Then I think you can read the code by pausing the video. Depending on the message type, it'll be either on the left hand side or on the right hand side. And the text color will also change as well as the background. So there's nothing to explain here. I'd like to skip this pretty quickly. Right after the conversation messages and after this scroll view, I'd like to put the message input at the very bottom of the screen. So this is how it'll look like. We have something on the left, which is a text input, and then a button on the right hand side. And here is the code that is going to give us that output. Alright, now this is not really within the save area view. We can fix this in a second, but first let's see the code. We have two different views with a text input that has multi-line prop. So thanks to this, you can type something, press enter, and it's going to go to the next line, right? This could be a multi-line text input. Well, UI breaks, but I think maybe we could fix it at some point. I'd like to get rid of the content for now. And then we have a touchable opacity, which is this button, right? If there is no content, it'll be disabled, but if we have something in, it'll be enabled. Now let's try to wrap this with a save area view component, which is going to be this modal. Instead of a fragment, maybe we could say save area view. Okay, it does not work properly because I think we need to say class name flex of 1. Okay, I think now it is looking correct. And with this, that's gonna be it for the entire messages screen. In this section, you have learned about the modal component, how that works, which props that it gets, and I think that was a pretty quick section with some, let's say, fun UI. Alright, so maybe you could leave a to-do here, right? You would say implement this page, and of course prefix it with a to-do, and implement this page at the end of this tutorial. So you could implement some kind of a socket server on the backend, and you would have the chat messaging working in real time. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to commit our changes, and then we'll end this section. First, let me zoom in. I'll open up a new branch as always. Let's say messages screen, and stage all of our changes. Then I'll say messages screen added. Commit and then publish the branch. Now, normally I would create a pull request from here, but maybe you don't have that extension. We could go and do it from here. And I think the extension that I have is called GitHub pull requests. Let me display it. Alright, so this is the extension that I have actually installed when I was in my first job. So they have told me you could install this. This is how we do the pull request. And that was when I've learned about this extension for the very first time. But let's try to do it from here. I'll say create the pull request. This will take a little bit of time. Once it is done, I'll just be right back for the feedback that is coming from CodeRabbit. So here's a quick summary by CodeRabbit. Here are the new features that we have introduced to our codebase. And then these are the files that we have changed, as well as the summary for them as well. Then we have some more optimizations that we could have done. So basically it says you're not implementing, let's say, the search functionality. That's absolutely correct. We could implement that. But as I said previously, we would like to skip this section pretty quickly because we are not going to have this chat messaging functionality in this tutorial, right? So what I'd like to do is just skip every single one of them, but in a real-world project, of course, you would like to implement them. So let's go and try to merge the pull request. Let's say confirm the merge, and then we're going to get the latest changes in our actual code base. So let's switch to the master branch, right? And then I'll say get the latest changes. And now we should be able to see the messages screen. Let's say under the tabs, this is the code that we have written. Alright, so with this, that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll see you in the next one. Now we are really close to getting started with the home screen, but just before we do so, there is one more thing that we need to fix, or there is one more thing that we need to handle correctly. So now think about it. Currently, we just logged in with our account. User is here on Clerk, but not in our database. So you can go under the clusters, say browse collections, and under the users, you will see that we don't really have any users, even though we are authenticated, right? I am logged in, but this user is not in the database. So what do we want to do is this. User will log in, and once it is authenticated correctly, right? Once it is authenticated successfully, we would like to sync this data with our database. We will take the user data and save it to MongoDB. So for this, we'll be using basically a post request, I believe. Let's take a look at it and double check. We are going to call our endpoint under the routes or routes, user route. Okay, it is a post request to sync user controller into this endpoint. So this will basically check if user already existed in the MongoDB database. If not, it's going to save it, right? And then it'll say user created successfully. And also it'll return the user data. So let's get into it and send this request. So for this, instead of using the fetch request or instead of using the fetch API, I'll be using Axios as well as 10-stack query. Let's open up the terminal. Under the mobile, clear up everything and just say npm install. Okay, so why do I have? Okay, let's say npm install Axios as well as add 10-stack / react query. So if you have never used 10-stack, let's search for it. I'll say 10stack.com query. So they have basically all kinds of services, but in our case, we would like to use a 10-stack query, which is going to make data fetching absolutely beautiful and easy. They have every kind of, let's say every kind of optimization that you could think of. So instead of just having simple use effects, loading states, errors, we don't really need to worry about any of them. 10-stack will give us everything we would need. Okay, and we'll see it in the code in a couple of minutes. So what I'd like to do is creating a folder called utils, and here I will have a file called api.ts. We'll get into this in a second. First, let's go under the app, root layout, and wrap our entire application with 10-stack query so that we could use it. And this usage is coming from the documentation. You can double check this. So they would say you need to create a query client that is going to be new query client. And this is going to be imported from that package. Let's say import this, and we'll also import the query client provider. where we will wrap our entire application with it. So let's say wrap everything with it. And here we'll pass the client, that is query client that we have just created above. So with this setup, now in our entire application, we can use React Query. All right. So once again, if it sounds confusing, that's fine. We are going to see it in action in a couple of minutes. So let's get into the API file and set up our API with Axios. And before we build the api.ts file, let's talk about something else. Now, as the user, when you send a request to our API, how do we know if you're authenticated or not, right? Let's say you sent a request to like a post. Backend says, okay, that's fine, but I don't really know if you're authenticated or not. So for that reason, we need to do some magic. We would like to send the token for every single request under the headers. Clerk gives you a token, and we will use this token when sending a request. Then the backend will see that token and it'll say, all right, you're authenticated, you can like the post, or you can comment, or whatever. So you got the point. Let's try to see how we can add this token on every single request. So first, I'd like to get my API endpoint, which is this one that is coming from yourself, right? I'd like to copy this, go back into VS Code. First, I'll say const, and I can zoom in a little bit. Let's say API underscore base underscore URL, and it'll be equal to this string value. So slash API, this is where we deployed it. And then I'd like to import two different things from Axios. So this is the type, we'll be using it. This is just for TypeScript. And then this is the actual instance that we're going to use. And then let's also get the use auth hook from Clerk. Now I will create a function. Again, this file will look a little bit confusing initially, but once we complete it, I promise it'll make sense. I'll say export const create API client. This is going to be a function where it'll take a get token function. Let's make TypeScript happy and pass the type. So let's say this is a function. It'll return a promise that is either, let's say, string, or it is null. And then this function itself will return an Axios instance. So this is kind of annoying, but basically this is basic TypeScript, right? Let's say Axios instance. Why do we have an error? So it says you said this function is going to return Axios instance, but it is not returning anything. That's fine, we will complete it. So first, let's say const API, and we'll say axios.create, and here is the base URL. Let's say API base URL. This is our base URL that we'd like to send the request to. And then how do we pass this token on every single request? So here it comes. We'll say api.interceptors.request.use. And this will be an async function where we'll get a config. And within this config, we will get the token. Let's say const give me the token by calling the get token method. And then once we have the token, if it is not undefined, we'll say config.headers.authorization. It's going to be equal to bearer, let's say, space, and then put the token. Backend will see this token and it'll say, all right, you're authenticated. Let me give you the access. And then we'll say return the config from this function. Okay, so once again, this will add the token to the every single request. And at the end, we'll just say return this API from this function. So we'll be using this function in a couple of minutes, but first let's try to pass this function into it. We'll say export const another hook. It'll be use API client. And let's say it'll be an arrow function where we return an Axios instance. So like normally, if you were to write JavaScript, this is the basic arrow function, and then you would add the type for TypeScript. You would say it is going to return an Axios instance. So this is what we're doing. And then to be able to get the token, we'll say use clerk, call this hook, and then you are going to get the token method. let's say get token. So why I cannot get this? It's not type safe, but I think this should be use auth, not use clerk. And we can delete this. Now we can see we have this function, and we'll say return create API client and pass the get token. So what we are doing is this. We are using clerk to be able to have this function, which is get token. This function will give you the token that you have as you are authenticated. And then we are creating an API instance by using this function so that backend knows we have the token. I hope that makes sense. And if not, again, we'll see the usage in a couple of minutes. Then we can create an object for API endpoints. So let's say const user API. And if you're kind of confused, I think that's completely fine, which is actually something good for you. Because if you're getting confused, that means you are learning something new that you have never seen before. So I think this is really, really good if you're getting confused. If you didn't get confused, that means you are not learning anything. So let's say we'll have a function to be able to sync the user. You can call this anything, right? But this is the name I'll be going with. And in this case, this will be a function. It'll take the API as an argument, and this is type of Axios instance. And this will send a post request to our endpoint. So we will say it'll be /users/sync. So that's it. And then we will have two different endpoints as well for users. So one to be able to get the currently authenticated user from the database, from the backend. It'll be a GET request to this endpoint. And then one more to be able to update the user profile, right? So we will pass the data so that it can send a put request with that data. Okay, we'll be using every single one of them, I promise. So now we have our API set it up. It is time to call this within a custom hook whenever we log in. So I will create a hook under this folder. Let's say use sync, let's say use user sync .ts file. And here we would like to use a mutation coming from 10-stack query. So first, let me grab all the imports that we're going to use in this file, and then I'll walk you through it. So first, we are going to create our hook, which is called use user sync. You can call this anything. This is the name that I'll be going with. And then within this function, we would like to check if user is signed in or not. So we're going to call clerk to be able to get this. And then I will get my API by calling this hook that we have created. So this is going to give us that API client that has the token. So we can just call this as API. And then we'll be using a mutation from 10-stack. And a mutation is something that you would use whenever you want to mutate some data. Now, what does that mean? When you want to create something, when you want to delete something and update something, right? But if you want to fetch something, you would use query, which is something we are going to see in a couple of minutes or maybe incoming sections. So this is going to take an object with a couple of different fields. First, what is the mutation function? So when we call this mutation, we will basically call this sync user endpoint. It is going to send a post request so that we can save the user to the database. And then if it is done successfully, the onSuccess method is going to run so that we can see a console log in the terminal. It'll put the user data so that we can see it. And if there is an error, again, we'll just have a console log. And then we would like to run this whenever user is signed in. So we will say if user is signed in and if user is not already been synced, then we can call this mutation. So we have created it, right? We have created it, but to be able to call this, we will say sync user mutation dot mutate, which is going to run this function. Okay, and then we'll say run this whenever the state updates. Then from this function, we don't really need to return anything. We can leave it here, but if you want to, you can return, some loading states or anything that you wish. I'll just say return null, because all we want to do is just calling this hook. And we can call this in homepage. So let's go into the tabs under the index. Now think about it. We created the hook, but we never calling it. So it is never going to run to be able to run this, we can go within this file and we can say use user sync. And just before I save this file, let's double check in the database, we don't really have this user. Actually, we don't really have any users. But once we save this and reload our application, let's say run the app. Let me reload. We should be able to see a console log that says user has been synced. Here we go, user synced successfully. And if you refresh, you should be able to see the user that is coming from Clerk. Alright, so this is the Clerk ID, email, first name, last name, username, and the profile picture. This has been stored in Clerk. Let me copy it, paste this in. It is the same profile image that Clerk stores. So that means we were able to successfully sync the user from Clerk to our MongoDB database. Now you might be asking, okay, user has been synced, but what happens if we reload this again? Now this function is going to run once again, but user will not be saved to the database again, right? It says user synced successfully. We can see the data, but if you refresh this, you should only have that user data, because in the backend we say if there is already a user, do not try to save it again. So let me show you the code pretty quickly. Under the controllers, user controller, here is that part. We say if user is, like if it is existing, just say user already exists. And this is coming under the message. So we can actually put this, let's say user synced successfully, but instead of user field, let's put the message. Save and reload. So here we can see this is coming from the API, but I'll put the user in the console. Okay, so that's it for this entire section. Just before we end it, I'd like to walk you through it pretty quickly so that you are not really confused about this section. Okay, so we have started with the layout file where we have set it up the 10-stack query. And we'll be using this so that our code looks a lot more cleaner rather than using the old way of fetching data, which is with useEffect. So let's go under the utils. This is the second thing that we have done. We have set it up the Axios, and then this will basically add the token for every single request under the headers so that our API knows that we are authenticated. And to be able to create this, we have used the get token function from Clerk, and in this custom function, we have created an authenticated API. Let me put a comment. This will basically create an authenticated API, okay? It'll pass the token into our headers. So that's what we're doing essentially. And then we have an object where we have the sync user, get current user, and update profile. This is just a convention that I would see in most of the code bases, and I just wanted to include it. I think that's pretty cool. And then here we are calling this under our custom hook, right? We are using a mutation because we are going to send a post request. And then from this hook, we are not returning anything because we don't have to. This is just going to run under a page. And in this case, we put it under the home screen. But I think if you really wanted to, you could put it under the layout as well, under the tabs layout, right? So you can put it at some point as well, maybe right here after the insets. It would also work, but I don't really know. Where should we put it? So I think I'll delete it from the tabs layout and just leave it in the home screen for now. Maybe in the, at some point we could update it and put it in a different file. But for now, that's completely fine. It is working. Our user is in the database. And if you log in with a different account, that user will also be saved to our MongoDB database. Okay, let's try to commit our changes, and then we're going to get started with the next section. And just before I create a new branch, I think there is one thing that I want to update under the layouts. So here, since in the stack we have screen options, header shown false, here we could delete it. That was something that we have said that we would be fixing. Alright, so I just deleted that. Now let's try to save everything and go create a new branch. And then for the name, we could say maybe auth, or let's say user sync. And then I'd like to add everything to this staging area. For the commit, let's say user synced to DB, commit and publish. Let's create the pull request and then wait for the feedback coming from CodeRabbit AI. So here's a quick summary of this section. Let me zoom in and we can read it out loud. We have integrated React Query for efficient data fetching and caching. Yes, React Query adds caching as well. So it's going to cache the data so that your application feels a lot faster than usual. Then we have added automatic user data synchronization when a user signs in. Then we have introduced an authenticated API client for secure communication with the backend. And then finally, we have added a user-related API methods for syncing, retrieving, and updating user profiles, which was that object that we have created under the API. So it is talking about this object. And then let's see what we have done else. This is a quick walkthrough, but we can see the sequence diagram. I think this is looking pretty nice. Let me zoom in and we can go over it. So when user logs in, the home screen loads, and then this hook is going to be invoked automatically. And then the authenticated Axios client will be fetched, and then it'll call the sync user function, where it's going to send the request to our API with the token. And we are going to get either a success or an error result. UI is not going to update because it is happening in the background. We'll just put a console log that says this operation has done successfully, or we have some errors. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's see some suggestions from CodeRabbit. So it says instead of using the hard-coded value, maybe you could put it under an environment variable. So we could copy this. Absolutely, this is a valid suggestion. Let's do it. Under the .env, I will paste this in, and oops, it should be like this. Expo public API URL, and we can copy the URL, paste this in. And then we could use this by saying process.env expo public API URL. So I will leave it for the next section. We're going to update this file. Line 4. Another suggestion that we have, it says instead of using type of any, you could create an interface for the profile data. So this is completely valid, but I'd like to keep it simple and move forward by ignoring this suggestion. Then we could handle this in a better way for the errors. So we could wrap everything with a try and catch block. So here is how that would look. You could absolutely implement it, but yeah, I'll skip this so that we don't really waste too much time on this tutorial. And then finally, we could even optimize our custom hook, which is use user sync. Alright, so I'll leave everything as it is, and I would like to merge this pull request. Let's say confirm this merge. And then we should be able to get the latest changes in the master branch. So I'll go right here, and then let's say pull everything from GitHub. Alright, so our code base is now up to date. So with this, that's gonna be it for the entire section. In the next section, I think we can get started with the home screen. So I'll see you there. Now it is time to get started with the home screen. First, we're gonna build this simple header component, and then in this section specifically, we are going to build the component. This is what we call the post composer. So with this, we can create a post that could be just a text or a text with an image. We could either get it from, let's say, get it from our gallery, or we can take a photo by using our phone camera. So let's try to see how we can build this. First, we can get started with the header component. Alright, so I'll just go into the home screen. Under the mobile, under the tabs, we have the index.tsx file. So first, let's get rid of both of these. And I think we can just create a view that is going to be imported from React Native, and it'll get a couple of classes. Let's say flex, row, justify between, so that we have some spacing, and then items will be centered. Let's add padding x of 4, y of 3, border dash b, and border gray of 100. And then within this, I'll have the icon for Twitter logo, and let's say this is coming from Ion Icons. Then the text that says home, and then finally the sign up button. Let's save. This is the exact same thing that you can see here. Then after this one, of course, we'd like to build the post composer component. So it'll go under this view, and this will be under a scroll view component, because as you can tell, we would like to be able to scroll through this component. Okay, so I'll go here. I'll just say first, get rid of the indicator. So it's going to be shows vertical scroll indicator. Let's say this will be equal to false. We don't really want to see it. And then I'll say class name will be flex of 1. Then content container style is going to be padding bottom of 80. And we'll see what this does. Then within this view, we would like to have the post composer component, and we can create it under the components folder. So I'll go here, create this .tsx. I'll say rnfe, save and import it. Alright, now it is time to build it. Now, before we build the return statement, I would like to build the logic so that it is really easy to build the UI. And instead of putting all the logic here, maybe it'll take around 100 lines of code, we can abstract it into its own custom hook. So this is what we're going to be doing. We are going to call our hook, which is called useCreatePost. Let me zoom in. So we're going to call this hook and get all this data, which is the content, the setter method, selected image, loading state, and the function to be able to pick an image from the gallery and then take a photo. Again, this is a function, the remove image, as well as the create post function. So we would like to fetch all of them from our custom hook, and then we'll be using it in this return statement. So let's go ahead and create this. For now, our application will break, but once we have that hook, it's going to work properly. So under the mobile hooks, I will create this one, .tsx, and get into it. So first, I'd like to get all my imports. We will have the useState from React, the mutation, as well as query client from TenStack, and you'll see what this does. Then we'll have the alert, the image picker coming from Expo. Thanks to this, we can select images from our gallery. So let's see, what do I have in my photos? Alright, so these are all the images that this simulator has, and in your actual device, you would get your own photos. So it looks like we don't really have this package. Let's try to see how we can install it. Now, I know how to install it, but I'd like to show you this. Let's say Expo image picker. Since this is coming from Expo, we'll be using npx command. So let's see. And by the way, they have a quick demo how it'll look like. So you would click to it, it would open up your, let's say, image gallery. Okay, so this is the command. Let's copy it and paste it under the mobile folder that we have. So I'll paste this in, it's going to install it. And then we should be able to use it once we click to this icon. Okay, it's been installed. Let's say npx expo, run the application, and reload our app. So I just zoomed out and I'd like to walk you through it line by line. First, we are going to create our custom hook, and then I would like to have a couple of different state. So the first one is going to be for the text content, and then the other state is going to be for the image. If user selects an image or take a photo, it'll be that state. So let's try to get those. It'll be content and then selected image. This could be either a string value or null. Initially, it is null. And then we are going to get our authenticated API instance. Then finally, we'll get a query client. Once we use it, I can explain it in detail. Then I would like to create our mutation, right? So by using this mutation, we will send a request to our API. So let's pass the mutation function. That is going to be an async function where we pass a data, right? A post data. And let's make TypeScript happy by saying this will be an object where we have content and the image URI. This could be an optional field, or it could be a string value. And then here we would like to create a form data because we are going to check for the content, right? If we have the content, we can append this to the form. And here we would like to do the same thing for the image. Here it's going to be a little bit different. We would like to check what is the type of the image. So let's say first get the parts. This is how we can do from React Native and specifically with Expo. So if you would like to take a look at the documentation, it is right here. Like these are the similar things that we'll be doing. But once again, everything is coming from the documentation. So I would like to get the file type. This is how we can do it. And then I will create an object where I can have PNG, GIF, as well as WebP. So we will check for the MIME type. We will say if it is not any of these, we can put JPEG as the default value. And then we'll say append the image. And here is the data. Just to make TypeScript happy, we'll say type will be any. And then I think we can return this request. So this will be the data coming from our endpoint. We will say send a post request to /posts. Here is the data as well as the headers, which is going to be multi-part form data. So this request is either going to fail or succeed. And for this, we can handle it properly with these functions, on success and on error. On success, we could reset our state. So we'll just set the content to be null, same for the selected image, and then we would like to fetch the posts once again. So that's why we are using the query client. We will basically say invalidate the queries and just go ahead, refetch the posts. And then we can show a success alert. Now what this does, let me explain pretty quickly. Let's say you have two different posts and then you share something else, that says, hey, once you post it, it's going to refetch the posts so that you can see this in UI. Okay, so this is what that does. And then on error, we can put an alert. And then we would like to create one more function to be able to handle image, right? To be able to handle image pick functionality. So this could be either calling the gallery or calling the camera. So let's see how we can make that work. I'll do Control-Z, create this function that is called handle image picker. And this will get the use camera as an argument. By default, this will be false. And first, we'd like to get the permission from the user. So we'll say if it is use camera, we will request camera permission. And in the else case, we will request media library permission. And then if it is not granted, we will throw an alert. So we will say, if it is camera, we'll say, please grant permission to access your camera. But else we'll say photo library. This is what we're doing, and we'll return out of this function. But else, if it is granted, we can put some picker options. So we will say allow editing, and here is the aspect, and let's make the TypeScript happy, and then we'll say the quality. We can lower this a little bit so that we are not taking too much space in our Cloudinary bucket. And then we are going to get a result. So let's say const result, and if we are using the camera, then that means we need to launch the camera, and we are going to pass the picker options. But in the else case, that means we would like to launch the image library, and then we are going to pass the options, and then I'll say only allow the images because we don't really want to have the video functionality for this tutorial. And then we'll say if result is not cancelled, if user wants to select it, then we are going to update our state with the URI. So that's it for this function. We will see this in action in a couple of minutes. And then the create post function. So this is actually where we call our mutation. So if you think about it, we have created the mutation. right? But we are never calling it. And we even have a warning from ESLint. It says you have created this, but you have never used it. Now it is time to use it. We are going to say, first, let's check if there is no content and no selected image. Then we can say, hey, please write something or add an image before posting. But if you have those, that means we can have this object called post data. We are going to pass the content, and let's make TypeScript happy by saying this could take a content field, which is a string, and it could also have an image URI, but it is optional. So we will check for this. If there is a selected image, then we can update this object with that field. And finally, we can call this mutation with the mutate method and pass the data. So at the very end, we would like to return everything that we have created above, such as the content, set content, selected image is creating. So this is the loading state, and we can grab this from the mutation. Then the pick image from gallery function, as well as the take photo, remove image, and create post function. Now here, when we call this, since we would like to pick image from the gallery, use camera is going to be equal to false. And for this one, it'll be equal to true. So it is this argument that we are passing. All right, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's save and give it a go. I would like to import it. And first we need to build the UI so that we can call all these functions and states. So first I would like to delete this text. And for this view, we are going to add these classes. This is what we got. Now within this view, I would like to put the user image on the left-hand side. So we'll put this one, and next to it, we are going to have the text input. So first, I'd like to fetch the user from clerk, and we can say get the user within this object. And then let me copy and paste once again. It is super simple. So I have just fixed the UI. So I have imported the image as well as the text input from React Native. And then we have the text input as well as the image. Now it says cannot perform something. Let's try to reload. Maybe it's going to fix that. Okay, so this is the current UI that we would like to have. We have the image and then the text input right next to it. Then we can check for the selected image. If we have a selected image, then we can display it on the UI. So I'll go after both of these views. I'll paste this in. I'll say if there is a selected image, display that. And here is a button to be able to remove that. So we're calling our methods. And for now, we don't have selected image, so we're not going to see the UI. But right after this one, we would like to put the image icon as well as the camera icon. And right next to it, we are going to have the button. So let's try to pretty quickly display this in the UI. So here's the entire view that I have added. And we have an icon or a button with a different button right next to it. So if you click to this, it'll open up the gallery. If you're using it for the very first time, it'll ask for your permission. In my case, I have granted it, so I can select an image, and this is the ratio. Let's say choose. And here we can see, since we have a selected image, this is going to run. We can see the image, and if we really wanted to, we can remove the image by clicking to this one, right? So pretty cool, super simple, nothing complicated so far. Now we cannot really test out this camera in the simulator, but let me open up my physical device and try to actually test this out. And for this, I have to scan this QR code. Let me do it pretty quickly. So here I just scanned the QR code. Let me try to log in with my Google account, and then we'll try to see if the camera is going to work or not. I'll say continue. The user should be synced up in our database. Here we can see I just logged in. Let's say open up the camera. Here we go. We can literally take a photo. Let me just take the actual screen. All right, so I just took it. Now I can say use this photo. And here we go. It is in the UI. And we can of course delete it. So it is working exactly the same as in the actual simulator. Now let me say use the gallery. Okay, I'll not show you my gallery, but it is working as well. You can test out from your phone as well. And let's check the messages page as well. So it's my very first time checking it. Let's say open up the model. It is working. We can go back. All right, so it is working correctly. And we can long press where we can delete it. UI will be updated. All right, so everything is working correctly. All right, so that means the camera is working correctly as expected in our actual device. Now let's keep building where we would like to have this button on the right hand side. And this button is going to be disabled if you are in the loading state or if we don't really have any content. And I will paste a super simple view. Let's close this off. This is going to take flex row and item center class. Now I'll put some kind of an indicator. The maximum length is going to be 280. Let's save. If we type something in, we can see this, like it's going to decrease as we type in, okay? So this is what we would like to have. And let's try to add something else within this view, which is going to be a button, and specifically a touchable opacity. So right after this conditional rendering, I'll go ahead and create a touchable opacity. Let's import activity indicator, save. Looks like this is not working correctly. Let me cut everything that we have It is this one. I'll put it within this view. Let's paste, excuse me. So here we go, this is the UI. As you type in, it's going to update the UI and button is going to be enabled. And then we have some conditional class names. You can basically pause the video and read it. Super simple, nothing complex. And when you say post, what happens? We are calling the create post method, right? And this is going to be disabled if you are in the loading state or if you don't really have any content. Just before we post anything, let's open up our database and check something else. We had only one user, right? And then I logged in with a different account in my physical device. So if you take a look at it, you will have two different users. Okay, so this is the second user that I just logged in. Now we can try to create a post. It is not going to update the UI for now because we don't have anything, but it should add it to the database. So let's delete everything. I'll say this is my first post, and then we can select an image. So I'll just say post. We have the loading state for a split second until it posts it, right? Once it is done, we'll get the alert. And if you take a look at the posts, we will have one document. This is my first post and here is the image. It doesn't have any likes or comments at the moment and it is shared by this user. Alright, so everything is working correctly. That means we are at the end of this section, I believe. Okay, so let's pretty quickly go over it once again. We have created a custom hook so that we can keep our code base a lot more cleaner. So if we didn't create it, we had to write all this code, 100 lines of code within this component. And then the return statement, this would be 200 lines of code, which is not really that great. So we have this custom hook where we can have the mutation as well as two different functions. One to be able to create the post that is going to call our mutation, and then one to be able to use the camera as well as the image gallery. Then we have the mutation. This is where the actual logic happens. We are creating a form data and then sending it to our backend, to our API. On success and on error, we will handle it correctly. Then finally, we are going to call it from this function. Since we are returning this, we can grab it from here and use it in the return statement. So I hope that makes sense. And I think this background should be white. Why this is the case, let's see. Under the tabs index, I'll just say flex1 and also background could be white. Okay, now this is looking a lot more cleaner, I believe. So we can close everything and commit our changes. But as always, we are going to create a new branch And here we go, we have, looks like we have an error, but I don't really think so. Let's say reload the window. Again, this is a bug that is coming from VS Code. Now we don't really have any errors. So let's say create a new branch and we can give the name, let's say something like post composer. I'd like to stage my changes, and then commit message is going to be post composer. For the commit message, I'll say create post functionality added. I'll say, let's make it lowercase, and then I'll commit this. Publish the branch and get the pull request. Let's create this, and then I'll wait for the feedback coming from CodeRabbit. And here's the summary where we have introduced a post composer on the home screen, which allows users to write posts with up to 280 characters. And optionally, they could add images from their gallery, or they can take one from their camera. And then we have added a header bar that look like this one, right? And then the main content area is now scrollable. Then we have some suggestions, so we can take a look at it. And here's the sequence diagram, by the way. User would send the data to the API, and if it is done successfully, or if we have any errors, we'll just get that as a result pack, and we can show an alert to the user. So this is the entire workflow. You can take a look at it, and then let's see if we have any suggestions. Okay, so basically, instead of having only 3 values, we could also add a JPEG, which is a really common image format. Yes, we could do so. What else could we do? All right, so it says maybe this is equal to undefined, so you can put an avatar. But I believe from Clerk, you will always get an image. So it is completely fine to leave it as it is that we have. All right, so I'd like to merge the pull request. Once this is done, we can go back to our VS Code and get the master branch so that we can get the latest changes. So I'll just say pull it from the GitHub, get the latest changes, and under the components, as you can tell, we have everything. So our code base is up to date. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we would like to build the component where we can display the posts, right? So we're going to fetch the posts and display it nicely. A post could have a text, an image, both of them, or only one of them. So let's try to see how we can build this. Before we jump into coding, I'd like to import a package. So under the mobile, I'll say npm install datefns. By using this package, we could format our date as well as the numbers. So just imagine if this is equal to 10,000 likes, instead of seeing all these zeros, we would put something like 10k. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's see how we can create those functions. So under the mobile utils, I'll say formatters.ts file, and I will copy this from the source code and paste this in. So this is going to format the number, right? It'll put k at the end. If it is 1000, it'll be 1k. And then same for the date, it'll be things like 2 minutes, 1 hour, 3 day, in short. All right, so let's save, and then I would like to create some types. So I'll say types, and then we can just say index.ts. Again, I will grab this from the source code where we have the interface for the user, comment, post, and the notification. Maybe we could add more types in the incoming sections. So just go ahead, grab this from the source code and paste this in. Now I would like to create one custom hook that is called use current user .ts. And I don't know why I called this as tsx, but let's see, what are we returning? So it is just a custom hook. I think I will call this as ts just to be consistent. Okay, so within this hook, we would like to send a query to our API to get the current user. And for this, we are going to be using our endpoint. So let's see for the user routes, we have this /me. This is going to get the current user from the database, right? So it is not the same thing as doing use user and grabbing the user from here. So it is not the same thing. Of course, this should be lowercase because this is coming from clerk, but in this hook, we would like to get the user from the database because they have some different fields. If we take a look at it, user would have this underscore ID, right? This is not really in clerk dashboard. By using this ID, we can check if a post is liked or not so that we could update the UI. So we'll see how that works, but let's try to write the custom hook. So let me zoom in and walk you through it. The first thing we would like to do is getting our imports. Now we would like to fetch some data, right? We would like to fetch the current user. So for that reason, we are going to use this hook called useQuery. And if you want to update something, then you would use mutation, right? This is something that we have talked about it in the past. And then we are going to get our API client instance as well as the user API object. Then we can create our custom hook and then get the API instance. This is the authenticated API instance that has our token so that backend knows that we are authenticated. And then we are going to call the useQuery hook. This will get an object and then it is going to return something and we are going to destructure it. But first, let's handle this part. We are going to pass a query key and this has to be an array of string. And this is the name that I came up with. This is the authenticated user, right? This is like an identifier for our query. And then we can pass the query function. So once you call this query, basically we want to get the current user, which is going to send a request to this endpoint. And it is going to be a GET request. Then we are going to get a response where we would like to select this user data field. And then this is going to be assigned to the data. Now I would like to rename this to be current user so that my code is a little bit more easier to read. Then useQuery is going to return you is loading field if there is any errors or not, and then even a refetch function. So that's the beauty of 10-stack query. Normally you would have to create a state, you would have to create another state for the error, and then a function to refetch, all kinds of things, right? But with 10-stack, everything is provided to you. And then finally, at the very end, we are going to return these fields from this hook. Okay, so that's it. Let's save, and we are going to be using it in a couple of minutes. And then let's go into the home screen. Under the tabs, index, right after the post composer, I would like to put another component called posts list. Let's copy the name and create this as a component. And then I'll use my snippet, rnfe, save and import it in this file. Now within this component, we are going to call this hook called useCurrentUser. Let's call it, and this is going to give us the current user field. And we also have the error state, loading, and refetch function. We could also get that, but for now, this is the only thing that we would need. And if you really wanted to, we can console log it. So I'll just say put the current user to the terminal. Let's reload our application. So initially it says current user is undefined. Why this is the case? Let's try to reload it once again. Okay, it says undefined. Let's see why this is the case. So I just paused the video and take a look at the solution. Looks like here we have a mistake. This should be a GET request. So I'll just say GET under the me endpoint. Now let's save, and this should be working out correctly. I'll reload my application. Current user should have a value, but now still we get undefined. It is because we are connected to our API that is deployed to Vercel. And since we did not commit our changes, this will not be updated. So for that reason, I'll use my backend until we add a commit. So I'll say cd into the backend, and say npm run dev, and then we could use our localhost API. I'll comment this out, and this is going to be http localhost 5001/API, so that we can use the latest changes that we have in our API. Okay, let's go ahead and try to reload our application, and we have the current user, as we can tell, right? This is that object. It is right here. So that means our hook is actually working correctly. And now we can get rid of the console log because we don't really need it. Now we are going to use this field in a couple of minutes, but the most important thing here is that we need another hook that is going to be called as use posts. So this is the hook that we are going to create, and it is going to give us all the posts from the database, a loading state, error state, refetch function, the like and delete function for the posts, and check if it is already liked or not, so that we can show this heart that is red or it is, gray. It is not filled in. Okay, so we need to go and build this custom hook under the hooks. So here I'll say use posts.ts. Let's try to zoom in and get into the logic. And just before we get started with this hook, I'd like to go under the API and create a post API just like this one, so that our code base is a little bit more clean. So I'll say export const post API, and we'll have a couple of different functions. Let me just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. The first one is going to be where we can create a post. So this will be a function where we'll get the API as well as the data as an argument. And this data could be, it can have the content field as well as the image. And let's make TypeScript happy by passing this object. So we say this data is going to be an object where we have the content and then the image field. And this image could be optional. And then here I'll say we would like to call a post request to this endpoint by passing the data. And then we need a get request where we can get the posts and display it on the UI. So we'll say api.get to the endpoint, it is /posts. Same for the get user posts. So we can fetch posts depending on the username. And then we can like a post by sending a post request, and same for deleting a post. And while we are here, let's add one more API. This is something that we'll use a little bit later in the video, where we can basically create a comment. Okay, so this is something that we're going to use in the incoming sections. But for now, let's save and get into this hook where we can use our post API. So I'll just zoom in and let me walk you through it line by line. So first, we would like to get our imports, which is the query, mutation, and then the query client. And then we are going to get our APIs as well. Then create the custom hook and get an API instance. Once again, this is the authenticated API instance. And then we are going to get the query client. And here we would like to send a query where we can fetch the posts. And this is going to return us a couple of different fields like the data. And I would like to rename this to be posts data. Then loading state, error, and then the refetch function. If we call this, it's going to rerun this query to fetch the data again. Then pass a query key. The query function is going to be get posts. And then finally, we would like to select the posts so that it is, it is assigned to this data field. And then we can create a mutation where we can like a post. So this is what we'll be doing. Once we like the post, we would like to refetch it so that, once you like it, it's going to refetch this, and this is going to be filled in, and this will be incremented by 1. So it's going to be 1, right? So this is why we are doing it. It's going to refetch the posts. And then we can do the same thing for delete post mutation. So here I'll just bring this back. We are fetching the posts as well as fetching the user posts. Now why this is the case? It's because let's say you have deleted your post, it's going to refetch the posts in the homepage, but then also we want to refetch the posts in the profile page. So I hope that makes sense. Once you delete your post from here and visit profile page, you will not see that post here as well because it has been refetched. I hope that makes sense. And then a function to check if we already like the post or not. This will say if it is included, it'll be true, but else it's going to be equal to false. And then finally, we can return all these fields from the custom hook that we just created. Oops. Okay, so this is the entire thing that we are doing in this hook. So here I just zoomed out so that you can see it clearly from top to bottom. This is a custom hook that we just built. I think it is nothing complicated. We just have a query and then two different mutations where we invalidate the data once we like the post or delete the post. And then a function to check if it is liked or not. And then we have all these fields that is being returned so that we could use it here in this file. Okay, so here we can see we have all these fields that is coming from our custom hook. So let's get started with the UI. I'll say if it is loading, we can show an activity indicator. So in the home page, let me reload our page. For a split second, we can see it because this will be true while it loads. And then we can put an if check for the error state. I'll say if we have an error, just go ahead, render this. Let's say true so that we can see it. Okay, if there's an error, we will see this kind of a UI. And when you say retry, it'll try to refetch this once again. And then finally, I'll just say if there are no posts, then just say no posts yet. Okay, so why we cannot see anything? Let me reload. Okay, posts.length is not equal to 0, right? Because we have some posts in the database. We have only one, but if we didn't have anything, then we would see this kind of a UI. Alright, so it is super simple, but of course you could update that. So we have all these if checks. Now we can get started with the actual UI. So instead of returning a view, I'll return a fragment, and then I'll say posts.map. For every single post, I would like to return something. And then here, let's make TypeScript happy by passing the type. I'll say this is the type of post coming from the types, right? And then here we would like to return a post card component. This is something that we are going to create. And then we can pass some props. Like key is going to be equal to post._id. And then we can pass the post itself, right? So we'll say here is the post itself. And then on like, we can call the toggle like function. And then same thing for the on delete. Let's say call the delete post function. I think this is coming from our hook, right? Same for this one. And then later in the video, we will have the comment functionality. For now, we can skip that. I'll say current user passes in as well. And then we are going to pass the field to check, is liked or not. So this is going to be either true or false. And for this, we are calling our method by passing the likes on this post as well as the current user. Now, if you save this, the application will crash because we don't really have this component. And let's go ahead and try to create it under the components. So I'll say postcard.tsx, get my snippet, which is rnfe, and give maybe a little bit of spacing. So this is going to be the component where we can display the, let's say display the post. So this is a postcard. We have a header section, the image, if there is any, and then the footer section, right? So let's try to build it. I think we can go slowly. There is nothing to rush at this point. So this is going to get a couple of different props, which are all of these, right? And here I'd like to put my interface to make TypeScript happy. Let's say this is going to take a post that is type of post, these methods, right? These two methods, the current user as well as a boolean that is liked or not. And then we can say here is the postcard props so that this is type safe. We can grab every single one of these fields. All right, let's save. Now within this, just before the return statement, maybe we can check if this is our own post or not. Depending on that, the post is going to have the delete method. So if this is not our post, we are not going to see this button. So I would like to say const is own post, and then this is going to be a boolean value. So I'll say post dot user dot underscore id. If this is equal to current user dot underscore id, that means this is our own post. And then I'd like to have a delete method. So I'll say handle delete, import the alert. This is going to ask for a confirmation. If you want to delete it, we are going to call onDelete by passing the post ID. And we are going to call this within the return statement. So first, here in this view, and let me get my simulator as well. Maybe we could also import the post card. All right, now let's say class name is going to be border-b, border gray of 100, and then let's say background is going to be white. Within this view, we are going to have one more view. Let me delete the text, duplicate this, close this off. But for the class name, of course, it'll be different. Let's say it'll be flags of row and padding of 4 from all directions. Then we're going to put the user image. So say import the image from React Native. This is the post's image, right? The user who created that post. And then right after the image, we could put another view. So say view, this will take the class name of flags of 1, and then we are going to put one more view component. And this will be taking flags-row, items will be centered, justify between margin bottom of 1. And then this will take one more view. Yes, it's a little bit annoying, but we have to type this out to get a beautiful UI. So flags row and items centered. Within this, we are going to have the first name and then the last name. So I'll say post.user first name, same for the last name. And this is going to be bold, right? And we can put the username as well. So I'd like to paste this in and import the format date, not from datefns, but from our formatters. Okay, so this has been formatted. This is the post that we have created 1 hour ago. And now if this is our own post, we can put that delete icon. So after the text, after this view, I'll paste this in, which is a touchable opacity. We have the trash icon. So since this is my post, I can see it. And if I click to it, I'll get the confirmation. For now, let's not delete it. And then right after this view, okay, so let's go outside. We need to check if this post has a content, because maybe you would just share an image that would not have any text. So we'll say if it has a text, then go ahead, display it. And then we'll do the same thing for the image. I'll say if the post has an image, you can display that. And here in this case, we have. Let's actually post something else. I'll say something else. This doesn't have any images, right? So we can only see the text. For some reason, it did not refresh. Let's say reload. So this is not going to run for that post because it doesn't have an image, and we just shared it now. So let's go right after this conditional rendering, and we can put one more view. Here I'll go and paste this in and close this off. It has flags row, justify between, and maximum width x small. I'd like to put a touchable opacity. This is going to take the message circle. Let me zoom out. This is going to take the message circle icon. And on press, let's not do anything for now. I'll leave it as an empty function. Then import the format number as well. Alright, so this is what we have. We are going to implement the comment functionality in the next section. So for now, we can leave it as an empty arrow function. And after the touchable opacity, we can put another one for reposting. Oops, let me open this up and copy and paste so that we don't waste too much time. And then finally, we can put the like button. So I'll say touchable opacity for this one as well. And then here is the class name as well as the onPress. Once we click to it, this is the function that we're going to call. And then we can check if it is already liked or not. If it is liked, then we can return this icon, else this one. In this case, this is what we see, but right next to it, we are going to put the text that says, how many likes this post has. And let's say if this was true, this is what you would see. And then finally, right after this one, I'm going to add the share icon. It doesn't really do anything. This is just for decoration purposes, just like the reposting functionality. Now let's try to click to this one actually, and it should like it. And as you can tell, it takes a little bit of time. Once it is done, it's going to refetch the post and UI will be updated. So I'll click to it once again. And as you can tell, UI is going to update. Now why this is happening, right? Well, in our hook, let's see it, in our custom hook, where we say, once you like it, right? Once you like it successfully, just go ahead and fetch the posts once again. Here's our query key. You can invalidate it and update the UI. So this is how that works. And when we delete a post, again, we are invalidating the query. So it's going to update the UI. I'll say delete. Once it is deleted, it should refresh the posts and UI is going to update automatically. But please notice how this query key is matching with this one. So we fetch the query and we say, once we delete the post, you should refetch this, right? If you call this as posts X or 1, 2, 3, and this is just posts, it is not going to work. This has to be matching with this one because basically here you are referencing this query. You're saying once you delete it successfully, just go ahead and run this query once again. All right, so I hope everything makes sense at this point. So that's the entire section. Now we can like a post and delete it if we are the owner. In the next section, we can add the comment functionality. So for now, let's keep this section as it is and maybe commit our changes. Just before we do so, let's try to quickly go over what we have done in this section. So we have created some types as well as some formatters so that it is really easy to work with this code base. And then we have actually 3 different custom hooks where we can fetch the currently authenticated user and do some post related stuff like liking a post, deleting, and checking if we already liked it or not. And then finally, is this what we have created in this section as well? It says use create post. Well, I don't really think so. Why it says, maybe this has some changes. Under the use create post, did we really created that? Okay, so it's because we have deleted the extension, right? It was called TSX, we made it TS. Now VS Code thinks that we have created this from scratch. I just got confused a little bit, but that's fine. Then we created the post list as well as the postcard component. Okay, so I think that's it. And then finally, we have updated this to get request because in my case, it was post. We just fixed that. Now we didn't deploy our changes to the viewer cell. So that's why in our API, let's see, in our API, I tried to use localhost in this case, but now we are going to deploy our changes. In the next section, we can use the deployed API once again. Okay, so let's go ahead, create a new branch, and I'd like to call this as like and delete post. So let's create the branch and commit our changes. Here's my commit message, and I'd like to publish this so that we can create the pull request right here. And then I'll wait for the summary and then the comment from the code rabbit. So this was probably one of the most intense sections so far. We have implemented a bunch of different features and we have improved a couple of different things as well. Here's a quick walkthrough of the changes that we have done. Of course, I'm not going to read it out loud, but you can pause the video and take a look at it. And here's the sequence diagram. I think this is insanely beneficial if you really want to see what is done in the pull request. So let me just zoom out a little bit. I'm not really sure if you can see it, but basically we would load the home screen, render the post list, which is going to send a GET request behind the scenes. And then once we get the data, we can like and delete a post by sending a post request and a delete request. Depending on that, the posts will be invalidated and refetched by 10-stack query. All right, so I think we have a couple of different suggestions from CodeRabbit. It says you could validate the date in this formatters file. So that's definitely a valid suggestion that we could do. Then we have the on error case warning, right? We could implement that. Like, I think we are not gonna have any errors because we have written some perfect code. It is not going to have any errors. That's why I didn't put the on error. Now, I'm just kidding, but you could put this, of course. Let's scroll to the bottom. Again, some more error handling. Some optimizations, maybe some more optimizations with validation, some more validation. All right, so it looks like everything is validation at this point. These are the things that I would normally do. I would really take this as a serious optimization in my production grade application. But since this is just a tutorial, I am not going to deploy this app to App Store. So for that reason, I'll just skip these suggestions. And then I'll say merge the pull request. Now that this is done successfully, we can go into the master and get the latest changes. All right, so now our code base is up to date. And with that, that's gonna be it for this entire section. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to get started with the comment functionality. When you click to this icon, a modal will slide in from the bottom of the screen and we should be able to see the comments. Now, how do we know which comment or how do we know which post that we click, right? So if you click to this one or any other post, how do we keep track of it? So for this, we can create a state and this is going to be under the post, let's say a list. Just go under the mobile components post list, and then here let's try to shrink these if statements, and then I will create a state. So I'll say const selected post ID and set selected post ID as well. Now this is going to be a use state. Let's say it could be initially null, but let's put the type. We'll say this could be type of post, or actually it'll be string because it is just an ID, or it'll be null. All right, now I'd like to get the selected post as well. So I'll say const selected post. This will be a variable and it'll depend on this state. So here we'll say if there is a selected post ID, we would like to find it, right? I'll say go ahead under the posts, find a post. Let's just say P and put the type. It's going to be a post type, and then I think we need to wrap this with brackets. Okay, we'll say p._id is equal to selected post ID. In this case, you will get this post, but else if there is not a selected post ID, this is going to be equal to null. And now the other thing that I'd like to add is a function. So when you click to this one, the state should be updated where the modal is open, right? So this is going to be under the post card. I'll say right after the on delete, we'll say on comment. And then here, it'll be a function. Let's say just initialize it. And then this is going to take the post as the argument. Let's say type is post. And then here we would like to basically update the selected post ID. So here I'll say post dot underscore ID. Oops, let's say underscore ID. And then let's go into the post card component. Get this as a function. Let's say it'll be on comment. It'll take the post, which is a type of post, and it'll return nothing. So just add void. Now let's destructure this. And when we click to this icon, we would like to run this function. And let's find it. I think it is this one, the message circle. And here I'll say basically call the on comment and pass the post into it. Okay, so this is the quick setup that we have just done. And then here we'd like to create a component for the comments model. So I'll say put the comments model, and this is a component that we're going to create in a second. And for the prop, we are going to pass the selected post. Let's say it'll be this one, and then finally the onClose method. And this is what we'll be calling when we say close. Okay, so when you click to it, you would like to call this method where we would like to update our state where the post ID is going to be null. Alright, now let's try to create this. If so far this is looking confusing, like it's fine, it'll make sense in a second. Let's create the comments model.tsx, get our snippet, maybe just give a little bit of space from the import and export, then import it from this file. Okay, so TypeScript is not really happy with us, so let's say this is going to take the selected post and the onClose method. Now again, we need to pass the type. You can either put it inline or create an interface. So I'll just say interface and comments model props, where we will have the selected post, that is type of post. And then same for the onClose method. It's going to be an arrow function. Let's see what it takes. It takes nothing and it doesn't return anything. So let's just say void and pass the comments model props. So this is super simple TypeScript code that we have just written. And as always, just before we get into the return statement, I'd like to build the logic so that it is really easy to build the UI. So here I'd like to create a custom hook for the comments. We will say this is going to be called as use comments, and we are going to get a couple of different values out of it, which is the comment text and the setter method, then create comment mutation, as well as a loading state that is called is creating comment. Now let's try to copy this file name, go under the hooks, and so far we have, I think, 6 different hooks, which makes our code base super clean, and I think it just looks insanely good, man. I'll go ahead and create one more. I'll say .ts, and then we can get maybe an export called export const use comments. And this is going to be a function. Now we'll get into the logic. Just before we do so, I'd like to give you the imports, which is the use state, use mutation, and query client, alert from React Native, and then our, let's say, APIs. So we are going to use the create comment function under the comment API, and it wants you to pass a post ID as well as the content, which is the comment itself. And of course, we are going to pass the API, which is our authenticated API instance. So first, I'd like to create a state. Maybe I can zoom in. And by the way, we are running the application. So it is right here. Like, I don't know why I didn't put the simulator on the right hand side, but it is up and running. So let's say comment text and set comment text. Then this will be a use state of empty string initially. And then let's get the API instance. I'll say use API client. Then right after this, I'll say const query client, because we'll do some invalidation, right? We'll say use query client. And then we can create our mutation. So we'll say call the use mutation, and we're going to pass something, and it'll return something, right? We can either destructure this or just assign it to a variable. I'll say create comment mutation. Now let's get into the logic. So this will have a mutation function, which is something that we will get into. Let's initialize this. And then we are going to have 2 different functions as well, which is going to be for on error and on success cases. Now let's get into this one. This is going to be an async function where we can get the post ID. as well as the content. And let's make TypeScript happy. We will say this is going to be an object where we get the post ID, that is type of string, and then we are going to get the content. Let's say content, again, it'll be type of string. Now let's get into the function. So basically we want to say something like await comment API dot create comment, pass our API, which is our authenticated API instance. Then we are going to pass the post ID as well as the content. And this is going to give us a response back. Let's say assign it to the response variable. And then from here, we'll just say return response.data. Then on success, we can put an alert. Let's say alert.alert. The title could be success. Well, I think, okay, so let me just not put an alert on the success case. I'll put an alert in the error case. I'll say the title is going to be an error, and we can say something like failed to post comment, try again. Now, in this success case, let's think about it. Once you say reply, we would like to have, we would like to reset the input. And this is where we would like to call our setter method for the state. So I am going to say set comment text to be resetted, and then I would like to refetch the posts. So I'll say query client invalidate queries. This is what we have done in the past as well. All we have to do is just passing the query key, where we would like to fetch the posts once again. Alright, so from this hook, we can return a couple of different values, right? Let me just zoom out. This is the mutation that we just created. Now let's say return an object, and I'll just try to zoom in. Here we would like to send the comment text, set comment text, and then let's say create comment mutation. But I think instead of just returning the mutation, we can create a function on top of it. So let's see what I mean. I'll say const create comment, and then here this is going to be a function where we take the post ID, that is type of string, and then here we'll just first check if comment has been provided or not. So if user doesn't have a comment, we will say please write something before posting, and then we will return out of this function. But in the else case, we can say create comment mutation dot mutate and pass the post ID as well as the content, which is the comment text, and we can trim this if we really wanted to. Then here we would like to return this function. So I hope that makes sense. We just wrapped it so that we can have a validation, and right after this one we are calling the mutate function that is coming from use mutation. Okay, so this is going to basically call this mutation function. Alright, finally we would like to return the is creating comment loading state, which is going to be create comment mutation dot is pending state. Alright, so that's the entire hook. Let me zoom out and we'll go through it once again from start till the very end. So we have a state, our API, query client, and then a mutation where we send a request to create a comment on success, on error, and then a function on top of it so that it is like we are having a validation, and then return all these values. Alright, let's try to import this and get into the logic within this component. And once again, before we get into the return statement, I would like to have another hook call, which is going to be use current user. And I'd like to destructure the current user object. Then very last function, let me zoom in. This is going to be const handle close. And we can have this, it's going to be only 2 lines of code. We're going to call the onClose method, and then we can update our state. I'll say this is going to be nothing, right? It'll be resetted. Then again, instead of returning a view, we would like to have a modal component. And it's not going to be full screen, but we will use the page sheet, right? This is what we have used in the past as well. So I will say import the modal component from React Native. and then we can pass the visible prop. So we'll say it'll be visible if we have a selected post, and we can turn this into a variable with this JavaScript trick, right? This will basically take a value and return it to a Boolean equivalent of it. And then we can say animation type will be slide. This is what we have. And then I think it'll be presentation style to be page sheet. All right. So within this, we are going to have the header component. Let's delete the text. I would like to create a view, and this will take the class name. Let's type this out. Flags of row, item centered, justify between padding X of 4, Y of 3, border dash B, and then for the color we can say it'll be gray 100. And then within this view, I would like to create a touchable opacity. Let's try to type this out and import it. Touchable opacity coming from React Native. And then this is going to take the onPress, where we would like to call the handle close method. And then let's say put the text that says close, and we can add a class name of text blue 500. I think that should be it with the text of large. And then right after the touchable opacity, we can put another text that says comments. So basically we are building this section. So it'll take this text that says comments, and then we can add, and then we're going to add a view that will have only width of 12, and you're going to see what this does in a second. So let's say if this is what we have written and take a look at the model. Alright, so we have the button that will close it, comments text, and then something on the right that is not really visible. So if you delete this, here is how the UI will look like. Basically, we are creating a placeholder that is invisible. So if you say height of 12 as well, and maybe background of red 500, this is what we have really, but it is invisible in this case, so that it is looking nice in this way. Alright, so this is the header component. Let's say modal header. And then right after this, we will put a scroll view component so that we can see the comments and be able to scroll through it. So I'll give a little bit of space, and I will say if there is a selected post, in this case, we would like to render the right hand side, where we'll have the scroll view component coming from React Native. And this will take the class name of flex-1. And then first I would like to render the original post. So if you click to this button, first I'll show the post and then the comments below to it. So let's try to display it here on the UI. I will say maybe just a comment, original post. And then let's say it'll have a view with some classes just to make it look nice. Let's say border will be from the bottom, color will be border gray 100. Then background could be white, and then padding of 4, which means from all directions. And then I'll have a view that will have the class name of flags-row. And then within this view, we will have an image component, and this is going to be a self-closed coming from React Native. And then within this image, we can put the source. Let's say it's going to be taking the URI field, selected post dot user dot profile picture, right? And just in case if this is undefined, we can just put an empty string, but I think this will never be undefined because we are using Clerk and there will always be some kind of an image. So I think we could literally delete this part. And then I can put a class name, let's say width of 12 and height of 12. If this is the same thing, you can just say size of 12. And then it'll say rounded full. I think margin right of 3. So this is what we have currently. And then after the image, but still within this view, we will have one more with the class name being flex-1. And then one more view. Yes, it is kind of annoying, but this is really what we have to do just to get a beautiful UI. And then we'll say flex row, item centered, and margin bottom of 1. And within this, we will have a text that is going to say here is the selected post user first name, a space, and then same thing for the last name. Let's save. But now we would like to style this a little bit. I'll say font is going to be bold, text could be gray 900, and margin right of 1. Alright, right after this text, we will have one more text. This is going to include the username. So I'll just put an @ symbol, and without any spaces, I'll say user.username. And then we can give some styling, like text gray of 500, and then we can say margin left of 1. And then right after this view, which is this one, okay, so we would like to put a conditional rendering. So we'll say if there is a selected post content, so if there is a text on this post, we would like to return a text component. I will say here is my text component. We would like to display the selected post content, and we can add some styling. Let's say text gray of 900, and then I'll say text base. And by the way, you don't really need to type the entire class name. It's going to give you the auto suggestion. So in my case, I just said TEN, BAS, and I can just literally speed this up. So this is something that you can keep in mind if you don't really already know. And let's say leading 5, margin bottom of 3, and this is going to give some line height. So let's save. This is the content that we have on this post. And let's see if there is an image. In this case, we would like to return an image as well. I will duplicate this. Instead of a text component, we are going to return an image, and we'll say if there is an image on this post, here return an image component. For the source, we can put the URI field. Let's say selected post.image. And then finally, class name, let's say width of full, height of 48, rounded 2x large, and then margin bottom of 3. And finally, resize mode of cover in this case. So let's save. Here we go. This is how UI would look like. And I think rounded looks a lot more cleaner in my case. So that was just the original post. Now let's try to go outside of these 3 views, which is this one. Okay, we can shrink this. Right within the scroll view, I will say display the comments list. So let's say comments list. We will say selected post.comments.map, and for every single comment, we would like to return this right hand side, where we will have a view component. Let's try to close this correctly, and then I'll say key is going to be comment._id, and then we can put the class name like border-b, border gray of 100. Let's say it should be border gray color of 100, and then background of white, padding of 4. So within this view, I would like to have one more view, which is going to be class name of flex row, and then one image. This is going to display the comment user image. So it's going to put the profile pic, and I think we can delete this part. So this doesn't have any comments. That's why we cannot really see anything, but once we add something, this will make sense. And then we would like to put one more view right after the image. So say this will be the view component with some classes, which will be just flex of 1. And then one more view, class name flex-row, item centered, and margin bottom of 1. Then we can get the first name and last name of the comment, right, of the user, and then the username, comment, let me just zoom out. So we have comment user.username, and right after this text and after this view, I'll put the comment content itself. Okay, so again, we cannot really see anything, but it'll make sense just in a couple of minutes. Let's shrink this as well, and then we will add the component where we can add a comment. So let's say add comment input. So here we will have one more view component. Let me zoom in. We will have the class name of padding of 4, border from the top and border gray of 100. Then within this, I'll have one more view. Let's say class name is going to be, let's say class name flags-row. And within this view, we can put the current user profile pic. So this is what I'm going to have. And again, let's just say it'll be size of 10 for the shortcut. Right after the image, I'll have a view. Let's say class name is going to be flex of 1, and then we can put a text input. So this is going to keep track of the comment that user types in. So here are the classes, the border and the color, rounded, padding 3, text base, and margin bottom of 3. Here is the placeholder, the state, onChange function. It could be multi-line, number of lines, and then text align vertical prop, which will be top. Alright, so this is the UI for the text input. Right after this, we can put a touchable opacity component, which is basically a button where we can say, put this text into it that says reply. Okay, so this is what we're building, but this will have a couple of different states. If you don't have anything here, this would be disabled. And once you type something in, this is going to be enabled. And when you click to it, it'll have a loading state. So it'll have a bunch of different states. Let's try to build it step by step. So first, let's try to add the disabled state with the class name. So I will say just add these classes no matter what happens. But if we don't have any content, it'll get this background gray of 300. But if we have something in, it'll take this blue background. And then we can add the onPress method. So say onPress, we will call our mutation, and then it'll be disabled if we don't have anything in the text or if we are in the loading state. For the text or the content, we can wrap this with a text component. Let's say it'll just say reply. Let's save. Alright, this is what we can see at the moment. But just instead of putting the text component, I will cut this and I will say if we are in the loading state, then we can return something. In the else case, we can return something else, which is going to be the text component. But here we would like to put an activity indicator. So let's say size is going to be equal to small. And then for the color, I think I can use white in this case, which is going to be a string. And then for the class name, once again, I'll make this to be dynamic. So I'll put my backticks, just put the semi-bold, and then depending on the text, the color is going to update. So if you have if you're in the loading state, this is what you would see. And let's try to actually test this out. Here I'll say a comment, right? Let's say reply. We are in the loading state and I think it has been posted. Let's double check from the database under the comments. Alright, so it has just been added, but for some reason UI did not update. Maybe we can reload the app and try to test it out for the very last time. Let's say another comment here. It's been posted. Okay, so it'll be refetched immediately because within this hook we say on success case, just go ahead and fetch the posts and this will update the UI, right? Let's say nice book, reply, on success, UI will be updated. Alright, so that means the comment functionality is working without any issues. So we can commit our changes and end this section. So first, before we do so, I think we have a couple of to-dos. Let's go under the api.ts file. We can use the actual API because we have deployed it in the previous section with the latest changes, right? We can comment this out and use this one. It doesn't really matter which one you use, but if you're using your physical device, this is not going to work. You have to deploy your API and use that one. But if you're using a simulator, this would also work because localhost is the same thing as your simulator and your laptop. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Let's say localhost API would not work on your actual physical device. Okay, so maybe I can put an emoji, let's say fire or something like this. Just keep this in mind. I'll be using this API, by the way, and one more to do that I have, we can use the environment variable. So I'll copy the name, let's say process.env, paste this, right? If this is undefined for some reason, only in that case, just go ahead, use the hard-coded value. All right, so we can save and create a new branch, right? Let's say for the name, we could say something like comment action. Then we could stage all of our changes, and we can say comment functionality added, commit this and publish that. Let's create the pull request, and then I'll wait for the feedback that is coming from CodeRabbit. So here is the quick summary of the section. We have basically introduced a new model interface to be able to see all the previous comments and add a new one from this model. And then let's see some of the, let's say, suggestions. And by the way, we got all the changes, sequence diagram, super cool and clean. Looks like we have a typo under the comments model. So this should be dash separated in this way. Okay, so this is the correct way of writing it. For now, I'll just put Ctrl+C and I'll fix it in the next section. So we can just commit that with the next section. And then I think it says you could make this code a little bit more robust instead of just a simple check. And actually, we don't really have any checks. In a real-world application, I think this would be absolutely a better option. Basically, you check if this is like not undefined, and if you have some comments, only then render this. In the else case, say something like no comments yet. So I will leave this as a challenge for you if you really wanted to implement it. And then to not waste any time, I'll say merge this request. And then we're going to get the latest changes in our code base. So let's go get the master and then pull the latest changes. Now we should be able to get the comments model, so our code is up to date with our GitHub account, right? With this repo. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this section as well. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to get started with the notifications screen. If you don't have any notifications, this is what you're gonna get as the UI. But if you have some notifications, you should be able to see it. So we will have three different types. That is either comment, follow, or like. Let's say you have a comment notification. You are going to see the original post, which is this one, and then the notification type, like who has sent you the notification. In this case, it is consistency, and then the comment itself. They said enjoy. Same for the follow as well as the like type. And you should be able to delete a notification if you really wanted to. Alright, so let's try to get into it. Now, as always, we are gonna need a custom hook so that our code base is clean and we don't really clutter our files. Let's go under the mobile, and currently this is the output that we have. So under the hooks, I will say use notifications.ts file. We'll get into it, and then under the app, tabs and notifications, we can call it and destructure a couple of different values. So first, I'd like to say const call the use notifications, which is something that we are going to create. And then this is going to give us a couple of different values, such as the notifications itself is loading state, error state, the refetch function. If we have any errors, we can maybe refetch the notifications, is refetching state, it is different than is loading, and then delete notification function. Alright, so these are the values that we are going to get. Then other thing that we would like to get is insets. So let's say use save area insets. Okay, it's gonna be coming from this hook. Then let's put an error state for now. I'll say if there is an error, or maybe this is not really important at the moment. We are going to add it in a couple of minutes. So first, let's get into the custom hook that we are going to create under the hooks. First, let me give you the imports, which is the use query, use mutation, use query client hooks coming from 10 stack, and then our API client. So let's say export const use notifications, and then this is going to be an arrow function. Then within this, we can get an API instance. Let's say use API client, and then we can get the query client as well, so that when we delete a notification, we are going to revalidate the queries. We are going to invalidate it, just like what we have done in the past. So let's say query client, use query client. And then we can get into the query. So we're going to first have a query to be able to fetch the notifications, and then a mutation to be able to delete notification, right? So let's say const, we're going to get some data from our query, and here is the options. Let's say query key is going to be an array, and let's say this is the notifications. You can call this anything really, but of course it should make something sense so that when you're reading your code base, you understand here is the notifications. And then query function. Let's say this will be an arrow function. We could just get the API and say a get request to /notifications. Now what you can also do, just like in the past, you can create an object like notification API and create your methods. In this case, I'd like to have this as an example in my code base. This is what I'll have. So yeah, if you really want to, you can create an object and use it what we have done in the past. And then we'll say select. From the response, we can get the data, and from here we will get the notifications. And these notifications will be assigned to the data. And I'd like to rename this to be notifications data. You don't have to rename this, but I think this makes our code base look a lot more cleaner. And then we can get the is loading state, error state, the refetch method, and is refetching state. Then we can create a mutation. So say const delete notification mutation. Such a long name, but that's fine. Let's say use mutation. We're going to pass the mutation function, and this is going to be an arrow function. We will say API.delete. We're going to send a delete request. Let's say backticks /notifications /the notification ID. Let's say notification ID, so that we know which notification that we are deleting. And this is going to be an argument. Let's say type will be string. On success, we can basically invalidate our queries. So let me save and zoom out. This is the mutation function, and this is the on success case. We are going to invalidate this query. And since this is just one line, you can put it in this way as well and add a comment. So it should be good to go. Not a comment, but just a comma. And then I'll have a wrapper method on top of it. Let's say delete notification. So this is going to get the notification ID, type of string, and then we are basically going to call our mutation. So let's say delete notification mutation.mutate by passing the ID. And then we can return all this data from this custom hook. So I'll zoom in and I'll say for the notifications, just pass the notifications data. And we can fold this back with an empty array. Then put the loading data, the error state, refetch method is refetching, and then delete notification. Finally is deleting notification. So this is our loading state. And then I'll say delete notification mutation dot is pending state. Alright, so these are all the fields or the states that we are going to return from this custom hook. So we have a query and then a mutation so that we could delete the notifications, right? Alright, so we have just imported it. Now we can get into the actual logic and try to build the return statement. So first, I'd like to say if there is an error, we can put a related UI for that. So I'll say in this case, just return a view. Let's say it's going to take some classes like flex of 1, item centered, justify centered as well, and padding of 8 from all directions. Then we can put a text like failed to load the notifications, and then maybe a touchable opacity so that we could retry. And when you press to it, it's going to call the refetch method. So for now, I'll just say true so that we can see it in the UI. So it looks simple, but of course you can make this a lot more robust. I'll leave it as it is. And then we can get into the return statement, which is going to be a save area view, because currently content is outside of the actual UI. Let's say this is going to be save area view. For the class name, flex of 1, background white, and I'd like to add the edges. Just like in the past, I'll say from the top. And then I am going to put a header component. So let's delete the text, and this header component is going to be basically this part, a text as well as an icon. So let's get the feather icons and use the settings for this one. Then outside of this view component, we can put the actual content, which are going to be the notifications. And we can wrap this with the scroll view component. And this will take a couple of different props, like class name of flex-1, and then content container style, where we would like to add some padding from the bottom, and then we would like to add the insets so that it is calculated correctly. And I don't really want to show the vertical scroll indicator, so I'll just say false. And I think that's it. Now there is something called refresh control as well. I will explain this. For now, let's skip that. And we can have the loading state. So I'll say if it is loading, then we could return this part, else we can do something else, right? And here I'll put a view with an activity indicator. So let's import it. And if we are not in the loading state, that means maybe we have no notifications, right? I'll say if notifications.length is equal to 0. In this case, we would like to return this part, else this part. And here we can basically put a component that says no notifications found. Let's try to create it. It is super simple under the components. So I'll say .tsx, and you can copy and paste this from the source code. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just go into this file, copy everything and paste this in. And this is the output that you can see. We have an icon, a title, and a description. So if you want to take a look at the code, maybe pause it, read it, and then you should be good to go. Then let's try to import it from the components. But now if this is not the case, that means we can literally map through the notifications, get every single one of it. Let's say wrap this with the brackets, and I'll say every single notification will be type of notification. Let's import it from the types, and we can render this right hand side, where we are going to put a notification card component. So this is something that we are going to create, and this will take, for now, let's just pass the key only. Let's say key is going to be notification._id. Let's create it under the components. Say .tsx, get my snippet, and for now I'll just leave it as it is. Okay, let's import. For now in the database, we don't really have any notifications, as you can tell. So for that reason, this will be the UI. But if we have some notifications, this is what we should have, right? But to be able to get this, we are going to create the notification card component. And just before we get into this component, this is going to take two different props, which is the notification itself and then the delete method. So let's go ahead and add the types. This is currently TypeScript says I'm not really happy with it. You have to pass the props. So I'll say interface, notification, card, props, and we are going to get a notification. Let's pass the type. So it'll be coming from the types folder, or from the types folder. I was going to say file, but it is a folder where we have the index.ts. And then we are going to get an onDelete method, which is not going to return anything, but it'll take the argument, which is the notification ID. And then we can pass it into here so that the props are type safe. Now I'd like to mention something. If you have realized, these icons are dynamic, right? If it is type of notification, this is what you're gonna get. If it is follow or like, it'll change. And same thing for the notification message. It'll either say commented on your post, started following you, or liked your post. So for that, we can create two different functions that is going to handle the logic. So the first one, I would like to copy and paste. It is only 10 lines of code where we get the notification text. So depending on the notification type, it'll basically return a string by passing the full name of the user. So super simple JavaScript function. This has nothing to do with React Native or React. And then let's do the same thing for the icon. So I'll say get notification icon. So if it is type of like, it'll be a heart icon. Same for the comment and follow. And we can add a default state, just to make our code clean and robust. Then I will have a handle delete method, because if you click to this one, you're going to get some kind of a confirmation modal like this one. It'll say delete the notification, like are you sure, do you want to delete it? So I'll say handle delete, import the alert from React Native. This is the title, our message, and then the actions. If you say delete, it'll call the method. Alright, so that's the entire logic. We can build the return statement. Here I'll go ahead, scroll to the bottom. Let's say class name will be border-b. Let's say border gray of 100, and then background could be white. And within this, we can have one more view. So I'll delete the text, and instead of the text, I'll say we are going to have a view component where the class name will be flex-row and padding of 4. Within this view, we can have one more with the class name of relative, as well as margin right of 3. And we can put the image component. This is going to be self-closed, and we are going to import it from React Native. So we are going to put the source as always, which is going to be URI of notification from user, the profile pic, not the user. And then we can add the classes. Let's say class name, size 12, and we can say rounded full, so that it is a circle. Then I'll have a view where we can put the notification icon. So I'll say call the get notification icon, and we can pass some classes. I'll say it'll be absolute, like bottom -1 or -1, but we're going to put minus at the beginning so that it is actually -4 pixels. If you don't put this, it'll be 4 pixels, as you can imagine. And then let's do the same thing from the right hand side. Let's say right -1, you can say size could be 6, background of white, item centered, and justify centered. Okay, I think this is going to happy with us. Now we cannot really see any notifications. So what I'll be doing, just creating some posts. Let's say my second post this, and I will get my actual physical device. From a different account, I will like these posts and comment so that we could see some notifications on this account. And let's reload so that we could see the latest changes. Okay, so these are the posts. Let me just go ahead, like and add some comments. So from a different account, I have liked this post and added a comment on this one. Let me reload and show you this. So this has one like and a different comment, as you can tell. Now let's try to actually see the notifications if we got anything. So we got a comment and a like notification from this user, right? So let's try to keep build the UI, and I think we're going to see the entire result where we'll have a similar UI in the demo application. So here I'd like to get a different view component. Let's say view class name of flex-1. Within this view, I'll have another view. Let's say class name will be flex-row items start, and then justify between margin bottom of 1 as well. Then one more view. Yes, it is kind of annoying, but let's keep building. I'll say flex1, within this a text component, and this is going to be nested text. So what I mean, we will have one text as the parent and then two different texts within it. So we have the full name and the username. Then right after the parent text, I will have the notification text. So we're going to call the method and it'll say either commented or liked. And I think we could make this a little bit more bold. So for the full name, font semi-bold, let's just say bold itself. Okay, this is the full name, but I think we should say notification text itself, which is this part. So we could definitely do it, but I'll just leave it as it is. If you really wanted to, my optimization, my suggestion for you would be make this part a little bit different. So it is not the same thing as the actual text. Alright, so after this view, we can put a button to be able to delete the notification. So I'll go right below to it and I'll say touchable opacity component. Let's try to import it from React Native, and class name margin left of 2, padding of 1. On press, we can call the handle delete method. And then for the icon, I'll put the trash icon. And here's the color that I'll be using. So let's click this one. We can cancel it or we could delete it. For now, I'm not going to delete it. I'll just leave it as it is. And then right below to the touchable opacity in this view, we would like to check if this notification has a post. So I'll say if notification has a post, go ahead, return the view component where we can display the post data. So this is the post that we have the comment on, and same for the liked post. User has liked this one, so we can see the post content. And then we can do the same thing for the comment, for the comment content. Now what I mean, I'll say if this notification includes any kind of a comment, just go ahead and display it. This is a comment notification, so we can see it. Alright, then we can put a text right after this one. So this is going to be the created at field. Let's import our formatter. Just make sure it is not coming from datefns, but it is coming from this file. Okay, so that was 4 minutes ago for both of them. So I think that's the entire notification card component. Now we don't really have a follow notification, but if you had, this would be the output. Let's try to delete one of them just to double check if it is working or not. I'll say delete this one. Once it is deleted, UI should be updated. Maybe we could reload and test this out once again. So it is gone, but let's try to delete. Will it update the UI immediately? Yes, it does, because our let's say onSuccess method runs where we invalidate the notifications query. So that's the entire section, but I'd like to explain one more concept. So it is going to be the refresh control on the scroll view element. Now currently, if you try to reload this page, you cannot really do it. Normally when you do something like this, it would refetch the data on this screen. And we can handle this by saying just have a refresh control prop, and we are going to call the refresh control component, which is coming from React Native. And this is going to take the state if it is refreshing or not. So let's say pass the is refetching, this is going to be refreshing, and we can pass the is refetching state. And then on refresh, what is going to happen? Well, basically we want to call our refetch method coming from our custom hook. And then we can add the tint color so that it is looking nice. I'll say hash 1D, let's say 1D A1F2. Okay, let's try to reload. And this is going to be the output. And in the background, it is actually trying to fetch the data. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the home screen. When we do something like this, it should refresh the home screen so that we can get the latest data. So let's close everything and visit the home screen under the tabs, under the index.tsx file. Now I will implement this a little bit different. I'll say const create the state is refetching. So this is the state that I have just created. And then I would like to say get the handle pull to refresh method. So basically we would like to refresh the posts, and before we do it, we will set the state to be true. Once this is done, it'll be equal to false. And we can call the use posts. Let's say, oops, we will destructure something, which is the refetch method. And let's call this, by the way, let's say call the refetch, and maybe we can rename this just to make our code a little bit more clean. I'll say refetch posts. Then we can go into the scroll view element and just say for the refresh control, we can pass the refresh control element from React Native and then pass the props, which is the refreshing. Let's say is refetching, and then on refresh, we're going to pass this method. And then finally, we can add a tint color. So I'll go with the same value, which is 1D A1F2. Okay, let's save and try to refresh. It's going to work as expected. Now the implementation details are a little bit different in this component compared to the notification screen, but it is working correctly without really any problems. And there is one more thing that I have just realized, that we cannot really see the status bar. So since this is in the white content, and this is also the white background, it is not really visible, right? So we can go under the root layout and try to get a status bar component. So outside of the stack, I'll say get the status bar, not from React Native. You can get this one as well, but I'll be getting it from Expo status bar package. And we can pass the style. Let's say we have 4 different values. By default, it is auto, I think. And in this case, I'll go with dark. And you can also go with the inverted option. So it'll be like if you're in light mode, it'll be dark, and vice versa, I believe. But in this case, I'll go with dark. Okay, so I think one more thing I just realized, just having auth only, we can also add the tabs as a stack screen, because this is what we really have. We have the auth screen as well as the tabs, so we can add it and everything should work as expected, just like in the previous sections. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the notifications. Let's pretty quickly go over what we have done so far. So under the hooks, we have created a custom hook where we can fetch the notifications as well as a mutation to be able to delete a notification, right? Then we are returning all these fields. Then under the notifications page, let's see it pretty quickly. We are calling our custom hook to get all these fields. Let's give a little bit of space. Then we have the error state, we have the loading state, nothing found state, and the actual notification card. So depending on the notification type, we will see a different text as well as a different icon, and the delete mutation. Alright, so let's try to commit our changes. And as always, let's follow a proper Git workflow. For the new branch, I'll say notifications and commit our change. Let's say notification, or let's say notifications added. Commit this and publish the branch. And then we are going to create the pull request. And as always, I'll wait for the feedback that will be coming from CodeRabbit. And here it goes, the summary by CodeRabbit. These are all the features that we have included, that we have added in this section. So the no notifications UI, the pull to refresh functionality, and fetching the notifications, as well as to be able to delete them. And we have also updated the status bar appearance in our application. Then let's see some of the refactoring, the suggestions that we could get from our AI teammate. So it says you have a pretty cool hook, right? It says well-structured custom hook, but there is always room for improvement. So it says, I think you could handle the errors in a better way, which is absolutely correct. And we could add some optimistic update. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, when you try to delete something, it would immediately, like without a second delay, it would update the UI, but then it would, in the background, delete it. So this is what optimistic update means. And another example could be when you like the post, instead of having a loading state, it would immediately update, right? But in the background, it'll actually update the database. So this is what we call the optimistic update. And here is the implementation details. Then it says, I think you could add a to-do so that you could implement these settings. Just don't leave it as an empty button. Then let's see, we could handle the size. And we could improve some accessibility features. Absolutely valid. So these are all the things that you would do in a real-world application. But this is just a tutorial. We cannot really make everything perfect. For that reason, I'll just try to skip those suggestions. All right. So actually, you can take those as a challenge and implement it if you really wanted to. But in this case, I'll just say merge the pull request. It's been merged and closed. Now let's go into our code base, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base should be up to date with the GitHub repo. And with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. So it is time to get started with the profile screen. So this is what we're gonna have at the end of the section, hopefully. First, we are gonna put the user header component and then the posts list, all right? And there will be a button where we can update the user profile. We are going to leave this for the next section because if we put everything into this section, I think it'll be a little bit confusing. So for that reason, in this section, we are going to fetch the user profile as well as the posts data. Okay, the edit functionality will be in the next section. So this is where we left. I am in the profile screen component, and this is currently how that looks. Let's give a little bit of spacing, and just before we get started with the return statement, I'd like to handle the logic before the return statement. So we're going to get the current user as well as the is loading field from use current user hook. And then we can put the loading state. So I'll say if we are in the loading state, I'll show an activity indicator. So I'll say true. This is what we're going to see if we are in the loading state. And then we are going to call different hooks, but for now, let's just get only one of them, which is for the insets. Let's say use safe area insets. And then we can get started with the return statement. So I'll say safe area view component. Imported class name will be flex of 1. Background is going to be white. And then we can delete the text. Now here we would like to put the header component, with the user full name, number of posts, and instead of this, maybe we could put a sign up button component. So here, instead of typing this out, I'd like to copy and paste and walk you through it. Let's import the sign up button, and for the number of posts, for now, I'll just say 3 posts. Okay, so this is hard-coded data, and the sign up button is working correctly, and this is the actual username, which is the currently authenticated user. And then after the header component, we can get a scroll view component. So I'll say scroll view imported, and this will take a couple of different props. So first, let's say the class name will be flex of 1 content container style. It's going to be padding bottom of, let's say, 100 plus insets bottom. And then finally, I'll say shows vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. Later in the video, we'll also add the refresh control, but for now, I'd like to skip that. And then we can put a banner image. So this is what we're gonna build right now. Here, I'd like to have a view component first. That is going to get the class name of, let's say, relative. And then here I'll have an image component coming from React Native. Then for the source, now I'll be using the user banner image, but let's say if this is undefined, then I'll just get a random image from Unsplash. So let me try to reload this page. I think we cannot see anything because we don't really have any height. Say class name, width could be full and height could be 48. Then resize mode could be cover in this case. Alright, so this is the image that I'll be using, but of course you can change this if you really wanted to. Then we can get a profile info component. So here after the image, I believe, and after this view, I'll go ahead and get something else, which is going to be a view component. And I think we don't really need this class name that is called relative, and maybe we don't even need this view in the first place. So I don't know why I have it in my notes, but let's just fix this. And then here we'd like to have a view with the class name, padding x of 4, bottom of 4, let's say border -b, and border gray of 100. Then within this, I'll have one more view with these classes. Let me go ahead, copy and paste, save to get this formatting, and then I'll have an image component. Again, this could be a self-closed image component. We are going to put the current user profile pic. That is going to look like this. Now you might be asking how this is overlapping with this one. It's because we have margin top of -16. So if you delete this, this is how that would look like normally. And then after this view, I would like to have the button that says edit profile. And I think this is going to be within this view. Is it correct? Alright, so this is, I think, the exact same thing what we have here. And later in the video, we will implement the on-press functionality. Maybe that could be in the next section. So basically, once you click to it, it'll open the edit modal. So after the touchable opacity and after this view, I'll have another one. Let's say class name is going to be margin bottom of 4, and then another view within this. And I'd like to get the class names. So flex row, item centered, and margin bottom of 1. Then we are going to have the text that is going to have the user full name. So it's going to get the first name as well as the last name. Right after this text, we can put a verified badge by using the feather icons. Okay, and then we can get the username. After this view, we'll say current user.username. Then we can also get the biography. So I'll say user.bio. And currently this is undefined, but later in the video, once we update it, it should be here, and it's going to be coming from the database. Then after this text, we can get the location with an icon. So it'll be map pin and then the location. Let's put something. It should be right next to it. And then the other thing could be, the created at date when this user joined to this application. So for now, let's say joined March 2021. Later in the video, once again, this is going to be coming from the database. So we can say something like current user dot created at, and actually we can format this in a couple of minutes. Let's for now just build the UI, and I will give you a function that will format this date. Alright then, right after this view, we would like to put the number of followers and following. So I just paste this entire thing. We have the number of following, right? And then same for the number of followers. And this is going to use current user.followers.length. So that's the UI for now. The next thing we would like to build is the post lists, right? And if you have realized, this is the same component that we have used in the home page. But in the home page, we are basically fetching every single posts in the database, right? But in the profile page, we are only fetching our own posts. So that means we need to make this post list component to be reusable. In the home page, it'll get every single post in the database, but in the profile page, it'll only fetch our own posts. So let's see how we can build it. But just before that, let's try to actually format this created at date. So here I just paste the code. You would like to import the format from datefns and then pass the created at field. And then here is the format that we would like to have. So it'll say joined March, oops, not March, but it should be June 2025. And if you really wanted to, you can update this format. This is what I'll be using in this video. And now it's time to actually use the posts, right? So we'll go into at the very top actually, and we'll say use posts, call the hook. This is going to give us some data. Let's try to see. You can destructure the posts, and we have other fields like refetch, and then is loading. We have a couple of different functions as well, but for now, these are the only, let's say, only fields that we would need. And let's say we can rename this to be is refetching. And then for the refetch, we can just say refetch posts. I would like to rename this so that my code base is a little bit more beautiful to read. And then I'll say user posts. Okay, but this is going to return us every single post that we have in the database. In this case, we would like to make this to be reusable, right? So this is going to take an argument that is going to be the username so that it can actually fetch the posts for this user. So I'll just say get the username, and let's say this could be an optional field, and type will be string. Then here in the query, we'll say if we have a username, then the key is going to change, but in the else case, we would like to leave it as it is. So here I'll say have this as user posts and then pass the username. And then same for the query function. So first I'd like to cut this. Normally we would say get all the posts, right? But here in this case, I'll say if we have a username, in this case, we'll say post API.get user posts. Then we're going to pass the API as well as the username. But in the else case, we can just paste what we had previously. If we don't have a username, we will get all the posts for the home screen. So that was one of the changes that we had to do. Now the other one is to update this query key accordingly, because now user posts doesn't really exist. On top of it, we have added the username. So here I'll say, go ahead and put the correct one. And we only want to run this if we have a username. So I'll say if username is provided, only then actually run this invalidate query. And we're going to do the same thing here on this onSuccess method. So I'll cut this for a second. Let's paste this in, and I'll copy this, paste this in as well. Okay, So if we have a username, that means we are in the profile screen. So for that reason, we are going to revalidate or invalidate this query. If this doesn't make too much sense, we are going to see it in a second. So let's save, and this should be good to go. Once again, this hook is going to take a username. This is optional. In the home screen, let's see. In the home screen, we have posts list, right? And here in this hook, or in this component, we are calling our hook. But since this is for the home screen, we don't really need to add a username. But when we call this from the profile screen, we would like to actually pass the username. So let's try to call it here in this component. So after these three views, I'll say call the posts list component. And here we should be able to pass the username. And this will be current user dot username. And let's put this question mark so that it is beautifully optional chained, right? And TypeScript is not really happy with us. So let's say this component can take a username prop. And let's say this is going to be type of string, and it could be optional. Now it should be happy with us. Okay, let's save. All right, now here in the home screen, we can see that, in the profile screen, we can see that we are fetching our own post. And in the home screen, we can fetch every single post that is coming from the database. Now I'll create another post with a different account and see and double check. So I just posted. Let me refresh the screen. Alright, so it has just been posted. Now we can fetch this from the home screen, but in our profile screen, we shouldn't be really fetching those, right? Let's try to reload our application. In the profile screen, I was going to say, but looks like we still got this post. Why this is the case, let's try to double check. Maybe I'll just reload this app once again, just to double check if we have any bugs or not. Okay, so whenever we come to here, it's immediately fetched. Let's see, post list. So I think the reason that this is not working, under the post list, we are getting the username, but we are never using it. So here we will pass this into our hook, and then this should be working correctly. In the home screen, we can get every single post from the database, but here in the profile screen, we can only get our own posts, thanks to this prop, right? So let me walk you through it once again, what we have done from scratch. So in the home screen, right, we would like to fetch every single post. So we are calling the post list component, which is calling the use post, but we don't have the username, right? It is not passed. So this is equal to undefined. And this hook is going to see that, all right, this is equal to undefined. Let me just get every single post from the database. So it is undefined. It's going to call this method to get every single post. But in the profile screen, here we can see that this has the prop, right? This is passing our own username. For that reason, post list will see, all right, I have a username. Let me pass it into this component, into this hook, and this is going to run this method. It says get user posts for this specific user. I hope that makes sense, and depending on this field, we will add this if statements. And here's how that works without any breaking changes. Now the other thing we would like to update is this number of posts, because currently this is hard-coded. So we can go and find that header component. It says 3 posts, but we actually have only 2 posts, right? So I'll say user posts the length, and it should be updated hopefully. I'd like to reload. Okay, it still says 3. Why this is the case? We have 1 and 2 only. So it says 3 posts, but can you realize why this is the case? So maybe just pause the video, take a look at the code. I think you can just understand it from this part. Basically, we are calling the use posts without passing a username. So it fetches every single post in the database, which is number of 3. But if we pass the current user the username, and let's add the optional chaining. It'll only get 2 posts for this specific profile. Okay, so once again, whenever you call this hook in a profile tab, you would like to pass the username, the current username. But else, if you're in the home screen, you can just call this hook without any arguments. And same for the post list component. If you're calling it in the home screen, you don't need to pass the username as the prop. But if you're calling it in the profile screen, you have to pass that so that it is working correctly. So with that, I think that's it for the entire section. In the incoming section, we'll be using these props. For now, I'd like to leave it as it is. And we are going to implement the edit profile in the next section. So first, let's close everything and create a new Git branch, right? I'll say this could be profile screen. Stage all of our changes and add a commit. Let's say profile screen created. Commit and publish. Then get the pull request. And then I'll wait for the suggestions that is coming from CodeRabbit. So in summary, in this section, we have improved the user profile screen to display detailed user information, including banner image, profile pic, bio, location, create that date, and follower and following counts. And most importantly, in the post list component, now we have the support for filtering by username. So that was one of the most important thing that you should keep in mind for this section, which is under the, let's see, use posts component. So this is one thing that we have added with the username filter. And then we have some suggestions after the quick walkthrough. Let's see what they are. Instead of leaving these fields as it is, CodeRabbit says probably and maybe you should use the, you should have some kind of fallback. Same for the profile image, the bio, and location. So these are the things that you could do as a challenge. And then we could add one more if check if we are unable to load the user profile. And some more refactoring with the fallback. So these are the things that we could do, but in this case, I'll just merge my pull request. It's been merged and closed. Now let's go back to VS Code and get the latest changes. So I'll go into the master and say, give me all the latest changes that we have done so that our code base is up to date. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. In the next section, we are going to build the edit profile functionality. So I'll see you there. So in this section, we are going to complete the profile screen. Once we click to this button, the edit profile modal is going to pop up where we can see our profile info, and we should be able to update it with this button. And when you say cancel, it's going to close the modal. Let's try to see how we can build it. This is where we left under the profile screen. Just before we build the UI, I'd like to give you a custom hook. So I'll just paste this in. It is going to be called as use profile, and we are going to get a couple of different values from this custom hook. So we are going to get the state if the model is visible or not, and then 2 different functions to open up the model as well as closing it, right? Then the form data, which is our state, 2 different buttons, 2 different methods, not buttons, the loading state as well as the refetch method. So let's try to see how we can build this. Under the hooks, I will create a file called useprofile.ts file. And I'd like to maybe just zoom in and give you all the imports just before we get into it. So we will get use state, alert, use mutation, query client, our API, as well as the current user hook. So let's say export const use profile, which is going to be an arrow function. And within this, we would like to get our API first. let's say const API, call the use API client hook, and then I'll say const get the query client, let's say use query client, because we will do some invalidation, and then we can create a hook, we can create a state which is going to be is edit model visible. Initially it's going to be equal to false. Then we can create a state for the form data, so it's going to keep track of the first name, last name, bio, and location, which are all the fields that you would have within the model. Let's see what do we need else. I will get the current user by calling our hook. So let's say get the current user, and then I would like to create a mutation which is going to be update profile mutation. So let me save and maybe just zoom out. So this is a mutation. Here is the mutation function. We are going to get the profile data and we are going to call our method. So under the user API, we are going to call this method, which is going to send a put request to this endpoint with the profile data. And then on success, we are going to refetch the user. We are going to fetch the user profile and update the state as well as showing a success alert. On error, again, will show an error alert. And then we can create the function so that we can open up the model. So I'll say go right after this one. This is going to be called as open edit model. Basically, this is going to update the state. And just before we do so, we would like to fill in the inputs. So normally they would not have any content, but once we open this up, we would like to fetch this data from here and display it, right? So this is what we're doing right here within this if statement. And then a function so that we can update as we type into the text input. And finally, we would like to return everything that we have from this custom hook. So with this in mind, we can save this file and go under the use profile. Let's import the hook, and at the very end, we would like to create a component so that we can actually display the model within that component. So I'd like to go under the scroll view, and I'll say this is going to be an edit profile model component, which is something that we are going to create. And this will take a couple of different props. Let's say we are going to pass is visible prop, and it'll be equal to is edit model visible, and then on close. Then we can pass the form data as well, and these are coming from our custom hook. Then the other thing would be save profile. Let's pass this in as well, update form field, and finally we are going to add the loading state, which is updating. Now let's try to create this. I'll go under the components, paste this in .tsx, get our snippet and give maybe a little bit of space. Okay, TypeScript is not really happy with us, but we are going to fix it. The other thing that I would like to do within this file is that when you click to this button, we would like to open up the model. So let's find this button, which is called edit profile. Okay, so it is this touchable opacity. I'll say on press. We are going to call this method where we can basically open up the edit model. So we can do it either in this way or just calling open edit model. So this is how we are going to calling it. And then I'll save this file, then go back into the edit profile model. So let's make the TypeScript happy by passing the types. So this is the interface and all the fields that we would like to accept. Let's say like within this object, we are going to destructure all these fields. And let's say here is the props that we will have. So you can now basically get every single one of them type safe. And just before we get into the return statement, I will have a function, let's say const handle save. And this function is going to call two different things. It'll call the save profile, and to be able to close the model, we'll say just call onClose method. Now we can get into the return statement. Now this is going to be a modal component coming from React Native. Then we can pass the visible state. Let's say if it is visible or not should be determined by this state. And then animation type, which is going to be slide. And then the presentation style as well. Here I'll just paste this in. We are not going to have a text, but we'll have a view component. And let me paste the classes. So here are all the classes that we are going to have in this view. Then we can put a touchable opacity so that we can put this cancel button. And then we are going to put a text, then one more button. So this is the header component that we are trying to build. Let me get the touchable opacity. Okay, so if you click to it, here it is visible and you can cancel the process. The other thing that I'd like to do is adding a text right here, and right next to it I will add one more button. So I'll say right after the text, paste this in. We are going to call it the handle save method. It'll be disabled if we are in the updating state. If we are in the loading state, we can add the class name. Then if we are in the loading state, we are going to show the activity indicator. So say if it is true, this would be the output for a second. Then after this button and after this view, we would like to create a scroll view component. And let's try to import it from React Native. For the classes, it's going to be flex of 1, padding x of 4, and y of 6. Then this is going to take a view component. This will be the parent so that we can give some spacing. Let's say space y of 4. And then we will have a view component. So this is going to be the very first form field. Let's say we'll have a text element. It says first name. And let's give the classes. It'll be text gray of 500. Then we can say text small. Finally, I think we'll just say margin bottom of 2. So this is what we're building at the moment. Right next to it, we are going to put the text input element. So I will say text input, and this is going to be a self-closed component. First, I'll pass the class name. Let's say it'll be border and border gray of 200. Rounded could be large, and then padding of 3, I think. Then text would be base. Now for the value, I'll say it should be coming from form data, and we will have the first name field. And it is type safe thanks to these props that we have added. So let's say add the first name. Then on change text, basically when you type into it, you will get the text, and we'll say update form field. And the first thing we would like to pass is the last name. Sorry, it should be first name. So we would like to update the first name input field, and then the text, just pass it, it should be good to go. And you can check this once again under the use profile. We are passing the field as well as the value. So super simple React code. Maybe it looks a little bit confusing if you're a complete beginner, but I think this is not really a complex code when it comes to React. So on change text, and then we can put the placeholder at the very end. So let's say we can say your first name. And we'll basically save this and add a couple of different components like this one. So I think I'll just say save. Okay, let's try to copy and paste the rest of it. You can duplicate this. So we have the last name in the same way. The only change is this one as well as the value. Then we'll do the same thing once again for the bio and then the location. So let me grab both of them. Okay. So this is a scroll view that we have just built, and this user has first name, last name, so we can just fetch them as soon as we open up the model. Let's add a bio. Let's say, first I'll save the file. Let's say SVE, oops, let's go here, say SVE, and then location, let's say something like Istanbul. I'll say save. It should be updated in a second. We got the success alert. Let's try to refresh the screen. Okay, so it is here, but I don't know why it did not update the UI automatically. Let's do it once again. I'll say something like New York. And once we save, the UI should be updated. Alright, so sometimes it doesn't really work. I don't know why, but once you reload the Expo, like it is related to Expo, I think hot reloading does not work at some point. So if it doesn't work, just go ahead, reload the app by pressing R, and then the invalidating should work immediately. So let's say web dev, save. It's going to update immediately without you need to refresh it. Now there is one thing that we are missing in this screen, which is the refreshing functionality, right? You cannot refresh this screen. And to be able to implement this, we can go under the profile screen where we have the scroll view element. Here we'll say refresh control, and then we can call our component, which is refresh control. Let's import it, save it, and I'll walk you through this code. So we would just say the refreshing state is going to be is refetching, which is coming from the use post hook. And then let's see, on refresh, you will basically call both of these methods, because in one of them you are refetching the profile data, and in the other one you are fetching the posts data, then the colors as well as the tint color. I think we don't really need this one for now. So let's save and test this out. Now you can refresh and it should work in real time, I believe. And to be able to check if this is working or not, we can visit our database. Under the users, I will update the bio for this user. So let's say it should be webdev123. And let's try to refresh. Okay, so it is actually refreshing and it is getting the latest data from the database. Let's bring this back to the previous state. Okay, so it is working immediately. So this was probably one of the easiest section of this entire tutorial. All we had to do just building a custom hook with these easier function, right? Easier functions, and just calling it right here in this component. So there is one thing that we are missing. It is this kind of like the view, right? It's not really visible. It is cutting off the screen. So for this, we can just say add the safe area view, but just make sure that the edges are only coming from the top direction. So once you save it, now it's actually looking correct. And now that we are done with this section, I think we can commit our changes. And just before we do it, I think under the comments model, we have a typo, which is text array 100. So let's try to fix this by passing the dashes in between. Alright, so let's say if this should be working out correctly. Now let's go under the Git and try to create a new branch. Then we are going to send a pull request. So here I'll say something like edit profile. Let's add everything to this staging area and then add a commit message. Let's say edit profile model has been, or just say added. Commit this and publish the branch so that we can create a pull request. And then I'll wait for the suggestions coming from CodeRabbit. So this is what we have done in this section. We have added the ability to edit our own profile directly from the profile screen using a new modal interface. And then we have also introduced the pull to refresh functionality on the profile screen so that we can get the latest changes that we have in the database. And here's a quick walkthrough of the files that we have changed and their summary. To give an example, under the comments model, all we have done is fixing our Tailwind CSS class typo. And then the sequence diagram, as always, you can take a look at it and maybe just put it in the readme.md file. So if you want to have it as a resume project, I think it could be nice to add these sequence diagrams so that they could immediately understand what is happening while, in this application. And then some possibly refactoring that we could have done. Like it says, why do you have any type, where you could literally put an interface instead. That is 4 lines of code. So you can definitely do it as a challenge. Then let's see, it says you could handle the errors as well in the else case. Then finally, I think for UI improvement, the UX improvement, you could delete the onClose method. But I'll leave it here as it is. So let's say merge the pull request, and it should be done successfully. Then we can go back to our VS Code. Let's say switch to master and then get the latest changes. Then our code base should be up to date with the GitHub repo. So with this, we have literally completed the entire project. Just before you end this section, I would like to give you some to-dos so that you can practice this project and the code base. So what you can do is adding a profile screen for the other users. Currently, we can see our own profile, but when you click to another profile, you should have a different screen. And in that screen, you can build the follow and unfollow function, right? And actually on the backend, we already have it. So you can visit the user controller and you would see that we have already written the code for follow and unfollow functionality, right? This is going to update the database correctly. So all you have to do is just creating a custom hook on the front end, which we already have. I think in total we have 9 different custom hooks. You would add something like use follow and implement it. So it's not really that hard at this point. Then maybe the delete comment functionality as well. You could put a delete button right next to the comment. If you're the owner, you should be able to delete it. And I think for this, we also have the function under the post controller file. So let's say we have this one, and at the very end, we have the, wait, not this one, but maybe under the comment controller. Okay, so we have the delete comment functionality as well. So these are the things that you could have done. Another thing is updating your profile image and the banner image in the profile screen. Then you could implement the search screen, and the hardest one would be implementing the messages. Now you could build your own scikit server. Again, it's a little bit hard, but just in case if you want to go with a different service, you could use something like Firebase or Supabase or Convex. And if you ask me, Convex would be my go-to solution in this case. So these are the things that I wanted to mention, and I think we can leave this entire tutorial right here. So thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one.